Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. The difference between the total amount of Cain's psychic power and that of Slowking was still considerable. In fact, as long as it was a human psychic, the gap with a psychic-type Pokémon was always enormous. Of course, there were exceptions, like Sabrina. That was why the combination between a psychic and a psychic-type Pokémon was not simply about adding their total energy. It was more like two pipes. Slowking's was thick, Cain's was thinner, but together they allowed a much greater flow. That was how Cain and Slowking complemented each other. The two gates of Volcanion had barely risen when it suddenly felt an enormous pressure upon it. All of a sudden, it couldn't aim. In the blink of an eye, with Honchcrow's flying speed, it had already disappeared into the sky. Knowing what Honchcrow intended to do, Volcanion burst into absolute rage. "Human, you are challenging my limit." As it spoke, it fixed its gaze on Cain, and its two cannons aimed directly at him. But Cain, without losing his composure, pulled a keystone from his pocket. Gengar Mega Evolve. The keystone reacted with the Mega Stone that Gengar carried inside its body, and in an instant, energy burst out, enveloping it completely. The energy of Mega Evolution came quickly and dissipated just as fast. Before everyone appeared Mega Gengar. The smile on its face was even more sinister, with its fists resting on the ground and its eyes locked on Volcanion, showing unusual seriousness. Gengar was Cain's main Pokémon to face Volcanion. At level 68, after Mega Evolving, its simulated strength reached level 72, equivalent to an initial Elite Four level Pokémon, greatly narrowing the gap against Volcanion. Added to the support of Slowking alongside Cain, who, with the fusion of their powers, could unleash greater force in a short time. With Mega Gengar at the front and Slowking as support, Cain had confidence in being able to fight Volcanion head-on. "Kikik." Gengar laughed, sinking silently underground. "Tyranitar, make the sand rise," Cain ordered. Volcanion's water/fire typing was doubly weak against ground and rock-type moves. "Tyran." Tyranitar roared to the sky, and the ground's sand rose, forming a sandstorm. Gengar emerged from the shadows, and its eyes gleamed red. It copied Tyranitar's ability, Sandstream. Double Sandstorm. The sand blizzard became even denser. If someone wasn't adapted, they wouldn't even be able to keep their vision within it. Florges, wrapped in a yellow glow, transformed its type to rock. Although it specialized in fairy and grass types, that didn't mean it couldn't adapt to others. Especially after having trained for a long time in the Sandstorm team, it had learned to withstand ground and rock-type environments. Tyranitar and Aggron advanced together into the storm. The rest of the Pokémon remained by Cain's side, not yet intervening in the battle. Slowking's psychic power, after pressing down on Volcanion for a moment, extended to envelop Tyranitar and Aggron, easing their movements. Volcanion, seeing how the sand drastically reduced its vision, realized it was difficult to use long-range attacks. Suddenly, it heard the heavy rumble of footsteps. Tyranitar and Aggron, those two colossi, appeared before it. It immediately fixed them as targets, and its cannons began charging compressed steam. But before it could release the attack, a shadow slid beside it. A multicolored shining sphere appeared and was thrown at it. Confuse Ray. It wasn't really to confuse it, only to interrupt the move's steam eruption. Volcanion's concentration was disturbed. Shoo! A cloud of steam escaped from its body, a sign that the move hadn't been completed and energy was leaking uncontrollably. Volcanion detected Gengar, and in an instant its body was engulfed in fire. Flare Blitz. Mega Gengar, seeing Volcanion charge, didn't dodge. Two dark balls appeared in its hands, and it hurled them straight ahead. Tyran. Tyranitar roared and placed its hands on the ground. The special symbol on its chest shone. Precipice Blades. Boom. Before Volcanion could reach them, it was intercepted by the technique. Cling. Aggron struck the ground hard, unleashing a wave of the move Earthquake that surged toward Volcanion. Although Tyranidar's and Agron's attacks didn't deal great damage, they were tremendously annoying. Boom! Boom! As they struck, Jengar's 2 dark balls also hit squarely. BZZZZT. A green shield wrapped around Jengar. Protect. It had successfully blocked the counterattack. Now at close range, Jengar waved its hands, and strange waves surged in its eyes. Hypnosis. Caught off guard and focused on it, Volcanion fell under the effect. Its eyelids grew heavy. It didn't fall completely asleep, but its mind grew fuzzy. It shook its head, trying to attack again, but at that moment Tyranidar and Agron had already reached it. Double Edge. Stone Edge. With Sloking's help, Agron hurled itself like a living projectile, crashing with all its weight. Boom! The collision was brutal, and immediately sharp rock shards crashed against Volcanion. Bang! 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 One after another, giving it no respite. Volcanion was furious. But with the lingering effects of Jengar's hypnosis, it couldn't unleash its full power. The pain forced it to react, but at that moment 2 psychic waves pierced through the sandstorm and struck it. Whum! Whum! Its mind was dazed again. Then, from the sky descended a ray of moonlight, bathing its body. Damn you! Volcanion roared. It was humiliating. Too humiliating. It was many against one. Each attack, individually, wasn't devastating, but together they were unbearable. And the worst part, it was only receiving blows, something that went against its explosive nature. Doom! 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 A rumbling surged from its body. The rings on its back began flashing between blue and red, and white smoke escaped through all the cracks of its body. Seeing that state, Cain's face darkened. Just as I thought, is it going to explode so soon? He reflected. Retreat, he ordered loudly to his Pokémon. Cain didn't hesitate for even an instant, and his Pokémon also reacted quickly. Tyranidar and the others retreated swiftly, supported by Sloking's psychic power, which facilitated the joint withdrawal. Jengar, for its part, immediately sank into the shadows. Self-destruct. However, Volcanion's self-destruct was very different from that of other Pokémon. Its explosion resembled more of a steam explosion, but instead of being released through the 2 cannons on its back, it compressed the energy to the limit and expelled it through multiple openings and cracks all over its body, achieving an effect comparable to that of a great self-destruction. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the place where Volcanion stood. Immediately, a powerful shockwave of energy swept across the entire field. The sand, which had originally been dancing chaotically in the storm, was suddenly dispersed by the force of the explosion, spreading in all directions with Volcanion as the epicenter. The grains of sand traveled at such speed that hitting the body felt like receiving a painful shock. Sloking created a psychic protective field around Cain and itself, blocking the impact of the sand. The other Pokémon could only withstand it by relying on their own abilities. When the shockwave dissipated, the sandstorm had completely vanished. In the place where Volcanion had been, there was now a huge crater, more than 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep. The intensity of that self-destruction perfectly explained how it was capable of blowing an entire mountain into the air. And the most terrifying part was that it hadn't even been with its full strength. Volcanion still had combat ability, though momentarily exhausted. Cough, 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 cough. From among the sand emerged 2 silhouettes, struggling to rise, coughing nonstop. It was Tyranidar and Agron, who had barely escaped. Thanks to the sturdiness of their bodies, they had endured, because the shockwave was not something just any Pokémon could withstand. Cain swept the surroundings with his psychic power and located Jengar. With Jengar's speed, it was impossible for it to have been injured. Hidden in the shadows, it had remained unscathed. Without delay it appeared before Volcanion, extended its hands, and locked eyes with it. Hypnosis again. At this point, Volcanion almost coughed up blood in frustration. The 3 blue orbs in the cannons on its back had already turned completely red, a sign that its water reserves were depleted. It could no longer use water-type moves. But that didn't matter, because Jengar's hypnosis, against an exhausted Volcanion, proved effective. Its eyelids began to grow heavy. Cain glanced at Slowking, who understood instantly. It teleported into the crater, close to Volcanion, and blew a bubble that burst right in front of its face. Yawn. The final straw. ZZZ. ZZZ. Snores resounded. Volcanion had fallen asleep. Cain, however, did not order Jengar to use Dream Eater. Instead, he summoned Mismagius. To deal with a stubborn giant like that, the most effective method was to forge a dream. And the content of the dream was very simple: flowers, grasslands, and Magyarna. Cain placed one hand on Slowking and the other on Mismagius. Together, they wove the dream. Volcanion would never listen to anyone, except Magyarna. When they opened their eyes, Cain and the others were already inside a vast meadow, with a small lake at its center, a strange tree by the shore, and a field of flowers nearby. Volcanion slept peacefully by the lake. In front of the flowers, an unfamiliar figure worked delicately. A body of silvery white metal, a head shaped like a gear, red eyes, and on its torso a piece of red and blue colors. Beneath its frame it wore a sort of metallic skirt adorned with fine and elegant patterns. It was Magyarna, the Pokémon Cain so longed to find. At that moment it held a small watering can, pouring water over the flowers. "Damn humans," growled Volcanion, suddenly waking up and glaring furiously around, only to be stunned at the scene. "Megger, Megger," said Magyarna, approaching with a curious expression. At the sight of her, Volcanion's gaze immediately softened. "Magyarna, have you seen anyone strange pass by here?" Magyarna shook her head, and as she moved, her metallic body emitted a mechanical creak. It was natural. Her entire being was forged from a special metal. She asked what had happened. "It's nothing. Maybe I just had a weird dream," murmured Volcanion, while scanning the surroundings once more, finding no trace of Cain or his Pokémon. The scenery felt both strange and familiar to him. Suddenly, Magyarna's hand transformed into a bouquet of flowers. At that sight, Volcanion let out a resigned sigh. "I told you I'm allergic to pollen. Achoo, achoo, achoo." He began sneezing nonstop before finishing his sentence. Magyarna, covering her mouth, laughed sweetly. The scene was so harmonious it resembled a tale of Beauty and the Beast. At a certain distance, Cain, Slowking, and Mismagius smiled. The rest would be left in the hands of the ghost-type Pokémon. Back in the real world, Cain gazed at Volcanion, now sunk in a peaceful sleep, with a faint smile on its face. For a moment he hesitated. He turned his palm, and a friend ball appeared. He had prepared it in advance, before embarking on that mission. Volcanion was defenseless, offering no resistance. If Cain wanted, he could capture it at that very moment. He had managed to exploit its weaknesses with unorthodox methods, but in the end, a legendary Pokémon was still a legendary Pokémon. What Volcanion relied on was fighting purely with physical power, without techniques or tactical awareness. For as long as it could remember, its overwhelming strength had always been enough to win. That was also the source of its arrogant temperament. Cain pondered, and slowly put the friend ball away again. It wasn't just that he had the feeling that, in trying to catch it, an invisible gaze would fall upon him, as if eyes were watching from somewhere. That intuition grew stronger the instant he pulled out the Pokeball. Nor was it only that. The real reason was Volcanion's temperament. Even if captured, it would never obey. What value would a legendary have if it didn't follow orders? Worse still, after being captured, it might even rebel against its own trainer. It was better to leave it. Cain had many other Pokémon with potential that were more worthwhile to cultivate. Catching Volcanion wouldn't only bring difficulties, but would undoubtedly cause him serious problems. It was the unequivocal premonition of a psychic. The costs would far outweigh the possible gains. Cain chose to renounce. They didn't have to wait long. In the sky, a small black dot appeared. That dot began to grow rapidly. It was none other than the Honchkrow sent by Cain to search for Magyarna. In Honchkrow's claws hung a huge metallic silver sphere, resembling a giant version of a Pokeball. On its surface, strange patterns were engraved, looking like delicate lace. That was Magyarna. As a Pokémon of mechanical origin, its body could transform. When facing danger or simply something it didn't wish to confront, it turned into this spherical form. It was Magiarna's way of self-protection. But in truth, if someone wanted to harm it, that transformation wouldn't be of much use. Before long, Honchkrow landed in front of Cain. It looked in surprise at Volcanion, who was sound asleep. Before leaving, Honchkrow had feared Cain might be in the middle of a fierce battle against Volcanion, so it had flown at top speed, hoping to go and return as quickly as possible. It hadn't expected that, upon returning, Volcanion would already have lost the ability to fight, having fallen asleep. Boom! Magiarna's metallic form, resembling a giant pokeball, was dropped to the ground. The weight of its body left a deep hole in the surface. Although Magiarna had no gender, being a mechanical body, its creator had given it the appearance of a princess. Because of this, deep inside it also considered itself a young girl. However, its entire body was metal, so its weight was far from light. Precisely because of that, what Magiarna hated the most was when someone mentioned its weight. How could a girl be so heavy? The system scanned Magiarna's information. Pokémon, Magiarna, light black. Gender, genderless. Level, 50. Types, Steel plus Fairy. Ability, Soul Heart. Held item, Soul Heart. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Crafty Shield, Gear Up, Shift Gear, Iron Head, Helping Hand, Sonic Boom, Defense Curl, Psybeam, Lucky Chant, Aurora Beam, Mirror Shot, Mind Reader, Flash Cannon, Flare Cannon. Learned moves, Magnet Rise, Last Resort, Pain Split, Shockwave, Heal Bell, After You, Iron Defense, Zen Headbutt. TM moves, none. That was Magiarna's information. Strictly speaking, it could also be considered a legendary Pokémon, one of the so-called mythical Pokémon. Though it was an artificial legendary Pokémon, much like Mutwo. The difference was that Mutwo had inherited Mew's power and was reinforced with multiple genes from other Pokémon, so even without a divine role, its combat power was overwhelming. Its very purpose of creation had been battle. Magiarna, on the other hand, had been born with a different purpose, to protect. That was why it wasn't skilled in combat. Of course, if someone were to train it and get it to enjoy battle, the strength it could display wouldn't be small either. This was because, although its base stats in physical and special defense were high, its highest stat was in special attack, making it perfectly suited to be a combat Pokémon. And that potential was immense. Its ceiling was high. The problem lay in its personality. Magiarna could never love battle, for it was a Pokémon that loved peace. Even in its character, one could sense a slight cowardice. Ever since Honchkrow had placed it on the ground, it hadn't shown the slightest sign of wanting to reveal itself. Then Cain focused his attention on its ability and the item it carried. Soul Heart. The only Pokémon in the entire world with that ability. The effect was strange and unique. Each time an ally fell before it and lost the ability to fight, Magiarna's special attack would increase. It was as if, out of concern for its allies, it unlocked a small inner gate. And the existence of that ability was tied to the item it carried, the Soul Heart. Strictly speaking, what they were seeing now wasn't truly Magiarna. Its real being was that core called Soul Heart. That core was the creation of the greatest scientific genius of the Azoth Kingdom, Nicola, who dedicated his entire life to its making. The mythical Pokémon Magiarna, in reality, had as its true body that gem known as the Soul Heart. About 500 years ago, Nicola, the great scientist of the Azoth Kingdom, gathered the life energy of numerous Pokémon and injected it into a container, giving shape to an artificial life, the Soul Heart. Nicola then built a mechanical body to house that essence, the being now known as Magiarna. That represented the pinnacle of arcane science. And it was precisely because of the existence of that Soul Heart that the Azoth Kingdom nearly fell into ruin. Nicola loved his nation too much, and his talent was extraordinary. He wanted to protect his kingdom with his power, and that was why he had created Magiarna. At the same time, he had designed mechanical walls, and even an entire citadel for the Azoth Kingdom. By simply activating the castle's mechanisms, The walls of the kingdom could assemble, forming a gigantic airborne fortress. And the energy core of that airborne fortress was none other than Magyarna's soul heart. When this information was leaked, people began to fight for control of the soul heart. The royal family, instead of being strengthened by it, was on the verge of civil war. To prevent disaster, Nicola sealed both Magyarna and the fortress. The place of sealing was the Nebel Plateau. Perhaps it was Vulcanian's fury, when it destroyed a mountain, that caused Magyarna to awaken from its slumber, leading to the scene Cain now had before his eyes. It was said that any descendant of the Azoth kingdom who found Magyarna and obtained its soul heart could break the seal of the fortress and become the new monarch of the Azoth kingdom. Moreover, within that fortress were hidden numerous weapons, the treasure Nicola had left to his nation. The destructive power of those weapons far surpassed that of any airborne fortress belonging to groups like Team Rocket. It was the summit of mechanical and arcane science. Nicola's talent was, without doubt, the greatest in the entire Pokémon world. Even today, he was still recognized as one of the most exceptional geniuses in history. 500 years have passed, and far from advancing, the mechanical and arcane science of the Azoth Kingdom has regressed, for parts of Nicola's research were lost. In the Azoth Kingdom, the greatest honor for any scientist was to study and master Nicola's achievements. The more they knew of his work, the greater the prestige they received. But there was no true innovation of their own. Perhaps only one man named Alva had managed to brush against Nicola's level. And that was precisely the individual Cain had asked Team Flare to help him find. Alva had created such extraordinary arcane science that even Cain himself was tempted by it. Magyarna. Cain called softly. Clack, clack. As if it had heard the voice, that metallic pokeball-shaped sphere cracked open just a slit, revealing a pair of red eyes. Magyarna saw the smile on Cain's face. He looked like someone very friendly. However, Magyarna couldn't sense Cain's inner self. That struck it as very strange. The soul heart possessed a very special ability, the power to perceive the feelings, thoughts, and physical condition of other Pokémon or humans. If a Pokémon was injured, Magyarna could feel its pain and suffering and would try its best to help. That was Magyarna's nature, gentle in character and fond of caring for Pokémon. Knowing this ability in advance, Cain had taken precautions. With a power similar to Aura, he could use his psychic abilities to block Magyarna's perception. With curious eyes, she slowly shifted her gaze toward the other Pokémon. Upon seeing Slowking, Honchkrow, and Florges, her expression turned to surprise and joy. They all radiated positive emotions, and it seemed they had a strong bond with the human before her. The relationship between them was very close. To Magyarna, someone who could make his Pokémon develop such feelings could not possibly be a bad person. Her impression of Cain improved instantly. As for having been carried in Honchkrow's claws, she had completely forgotten about that. She slowly poked her head out of the metallic sphere. Seeing Cain's calm and steady expression, she relaxed a little more. Then her eyes fell upon Tyranitar and Agron, both injured, and she immediately showed an expression full of compassion. She quickly stood up, stretched out her metallic arms, and moved closer, attempting to heal them with her moves. That was Magyarna's personality. Seeing her behavior, Cain didn't know how to put his feelings into words. He had thought he would be cold enough to control her directly and extract the soul heart from her body for study. But faced with such pure kindness, he found himself unable to go to such extremes. That also proved that, at the very least, he wasn't completely heartless. He still retained much of his humanity. Tyranitar and Agron, seeing Magyarna's anxious expression, didn't know how to react. Especially Agron, who even blushed when he noticed Magyarna's closeness. Though the metallic color of his skin made it hard to tell, Cain and Tyranitar noticed it. Poof! Magyarna stretched out both hands before Tyranitar and Agron, and suddenly they turned into two bouquets of flowers. The two were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled happily. Sensing the genuine joy in their hearts, Magyarna also revealed a satisfied expression. But immediately, her eyes turned toward the sleeping Vulcanian on the ground. He had some wounds, but was recovering quickly. That was thanks to Florge's grassy terrain, prepared beforehand to prevent Magyarna from forming a bad impression. Now, Volcanian's injuries were nearly healed. Magyarna gazed at him, sleeping soundly. She didn't understand why he was there, but with her kind heart, she didn't want to wake him. It's been so long since I've seen him sleep so well. Let him sleep a little more. What she didn't know was that Volcanian was sleeping with such peace and sweetness precisely because he was dreaming of her. Just as Cain was about to communicate with Magyarna, one of his pokeballs began to glow with a pink light. Holding it in his hand, Cain's eyes lit up with joy. Carbink's pokeball. After so much waiting, was it finally completing its mutation? He threw the pokeball and released Carbink. At that moment, it no longer looked like an ordinary Carbink. First were the colors of its diamonds. They had all turned a rosy hue. Second, its figure. Normally, Carbink were short and round, but this one looked slender and elongated. Cain's system showed in the progress bar that the mutation had reached 99.9%. That surprised him somewhat. Although Carbink's mutation had been progressing quickly, before arriving in Kalos the record had only been around 80%. Now it had suddenly leapt to 99.9%. Only 0.1% remained to complete it. Magyarna's eyes lit up at the rosy glow radiating from Carbink. She had never seen such a beautiful diamond. It was every girl's dream to possess a jewel like that. Moreover, she could sense that her soul heart was establishing some kind of connection with Carbink. Cain noticed it too. Using his psychic vision, he could see a bond forming between Magyarna's soul heart and Carbink. A mysterious energy filled with vitality was flowing into Carbink's body. Vital energy. The soul heart was formed from a massive concentration of life energy, and fairy-type energy, in essence, could also be considered life energy. Magyarna, being steel and fairy-type, was the perfect embodiment of this. And now, without meaning to, she was transmitting fairy energy to Carbink. A small horn, the size of a thumb, began to form and float above Carbink. Magyarna's energy was channeled into that horn, which then transferred it inside Carbink. Xerneas's horn. Seeing that structure, Cain's eyes shone with an indescribable light. Could Xerneas be connected to all of this? He suddenly recalled that strange feeling of being watched moments before. Could it have had something to do with Xerneas? As Magyarna's energy flowed, Carbink's body began to transform. A rosy radiance burst from Carbink, spreading like a faint mist that did not dissipate, slowly enveloping it. Florges moved to Cain's side, watching Magyarna and Carbink with deep interest. As a fairy-type Pokémon, she could sense the immense concentration of fairy energy that both radiated. It was even denser than what she herself possessed, and she had already reached intermediate elite level. Magyarna was only level 50, and Carbink hadn't even reached level 40. Even so, they emanated incomparable fairy power. The system was monitoring Carbink's mutation in real time. All they could do was wait in silence. As soon as the mutation was complete, it would become Diancie. He didn't know if it would be the first Diancie in this world. But for Cain, its appearance meant a great deal. It could completely transform the strategy of his Pokémon team. The first change that Carbink began to experience was in the diamond on its head. That diamond, which had originally been unique, under the infusion of pink energy, began to split little by little. It transformed into 4 octahedral diamonds, and from the leftover energy of those diamonds, 2 long bands of diamonds extended downward, forming a pink crown. The mutation was only just beginning. In the center of Carbink's head, that irregular diamond began to transform into a huge round pink diamond, bright and dazzling. Its body became increasingly slender, and the small ears on its head began to change shape, transforming into something resembling hands. A ring of white fur around its torso started to spread like a white skirt, wrapping around its body completely. Carbink's new body emerged in the midst of the mutation. Its little blue eyes transformed into a pair of large ruby-like red eyes, and a small mouth appeared beneath the diamond that had once covered it. The diamonds that had hidden its mouth rearranged around its neck, becoming a golden circular bow in which an 8-sided pink diamond was embedded. At that point, There was no trace left of Carbink's previous appearance. Magyarna, who was at the side, watched Carbink's transformation in astonishment. Then she lowered her gaze to herself, feeling somewhat inferior. The centuries had worn away her original splendor. The colors that had once decorated her body had faded, leaving only her silvery surface and some strange lines. Compared to Carbink's newly born beauty, the difference was enormous. Even so, Magyarna did not step away. She knew that Carbink was at the most crucial moment of her life, and that she herself was the main source of energy for that mutation. In the soul heart, the energy accumulated over so many years had not only not decreased, but had grown stronger and stronger. Nicola's arcane science, from the very beginning, had made the soul heart capable of absorbing the dispersed life energy in the air, replenishing it constantly and infinitely. That was how the flying castle had been able to maintain inexhaustible power and endless firepower. It was said to be a fortress capable of conquering the world, and all that energy came from the soul heart inside Magyarna's body. Of course, 500 years ago it might indeed have been possible to conquer the world with that technology so far ahead of its time. But after 500 years, outside science had also advanced, and the strength of Pokémon had become impossible to ignore, so world conquest ended up becoming a joke. Even so, the deterrent power was still impressive. Carbink's mutation was already at its final stage. The pink mist surrounding her body began to slowly gather, merging inside her. She could no longer be called Carbink. The fragments that had covered her had become a complete octahedral diamond. Her figure had changed completely, now clearly revealing the features of a girl. With a soft murmur, the pink mist finished merging into her body. The ground, covered by sand, suddenly began to bloom with an unknown energy emerging from below. One after another, flowers began to sprout beneath Diance's feet. It was as if a hidden mechanism had been activated. The flowers spread rapidly from her in all directions. An ocean of flowers gradually appeared. In the distance, as far as the eye could see, everything was a sea of blossoms. It was as if even the flowers were celebrating Diance's arrival. Magyarna, seeing that scene, had eyes almost in the shape of hearts. She loved flowers, and to behold so many at once was like a paradise for her. She began to dance gracefully in the middle of the flower field. Her movements clearly showed the grace and nobility she had learned from the royalty of the Azoth kingdom. She was like a white swan dancing among the flowers. Diance opened her eyes and, upon beholding that scene, felt that it was unreal. Cain's Pokémon were also carried away by the beauty of the moment, their hearts filled with joy. Diance looked at her hands, then her body, not quite understanding what had happened. Cain smiled as he approached. "Lord Cain." Diance's voice sounded softly. As she said it, she herself was surprised. Could she speak? In reality, it wasn't exactly speaking, but rather an ability similar to telepathy, perhaps related to aura or some other mysterious energy. The fact was that she still wasn't used to it. "Congratulations. From now on, we should call you Diance," said Cain, with a complex look in his eyes. Diance, the princess of the Diamond Kingdom, had appeared in such unexpected circumstances. To possess Diance was equivalent to having infinite riches. Cain couldn't help but sigh, remembering those days when he had struggled for money. He thought of all the times he accepted missions at the Hunters Guild for barely a few million Pokédollars. Those memories now felt almost endearing. But now, those opportunities and those feelings would never return. Poverty was gone forever. Though in a way it felt strange to bid it farewell, there was also a tinge of nostalgia. A surge of contradictory emotions crowded in his heart. From now on, he could afford luxuries like buying 2 glasses of milk, drinking one and throwing away the other. What an extravagant life awaited him. DNC, she repeated that name softly. She still didn't fully understand that, after completing her mutation, she had become that existence the Carbink had always spoken of. The Princess Diance? She looked at Cain with her ruby-like red eyes, full of doubt, incomprehension, and bewilderment. The change was too great, and she couldn't take it in all at once. Cain understood how she felt. It was like an ugly duckling after passing through the winter, turning into a white swan. Like a beggar transforming into a princess of a kingdom. The leap in identity was so great that it was normal for her to struggle to accept it. Diancie, all this was destined from the moment you began following me. You just have to get used to it little by little and accept it. In the future, you will become the true princess of the Carbink Kingdom, said Cain firmly. He said it with a calm face and steady breath. Destined. Princess? Princess Diancie, she repeated, and her eyes, once confused, began to shine with a new light. As she looked at Cain, her pupils filled with admiration and respect. Could it be that everything was part of Lord Cain's plan? Cain accepted that credit without batting an eye. In fact, it wasn't a lie. When Carbink's mutation had barely shown signs, no one knew. It was Cain who discovered it first. He was the one who took her with him, who constantly provided her with energy and food, accelerating her transformation. Otherwise, in that underground of Mythical Island, where resources were limited, no one knew how many years it might have taken to complete the mutation. It could even have stalled or disappeared. It wasn't impossible. That's why, as he spoke, Cain felt no remorse. He was far too used to it. Yes. From now on, please continue to take care of me, Lord Cain, said Diancie with a smile, deciding not to think any further and simply follow him obediently. After all, since she had been with him, she had never been mistreated. On the Nebel Plateau, with Diancie at the center, everything was covered in flowers. And atop a cliff, in the distance of that plateau, a special figure stood, staring intently at the flowered plain. Her multicolored eyes seemed able to pierce through that immense distance. On her head, the horns that spread like petals gleamed. The one that had once been a light blue horn now displayed countless radiant tips of different colors. Her legs rested on the ground, and one of her front hooves rubbed constantly. Xerneas. She was watching Diancie, who had just finished her transformation on the Nebel Plateau. A faint murmur came from her mouth. A current of strange energy emerged from her body and shot directly toward Diancie. Cain, who was holding a simple exchange with Diancie, perceived with his psychic power that energy approaching. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. This energy, could it be? Just as the idea formed in his mind, he saw it strike swiftly. It wasn't aimed at Diancie herself, but at the small horn floating above her head. The speed was such that there was no time to react. In an instant, the energy merged with the horn. So it really is her? Seeing this, Cain understood. It was Xerneas' energy. Then, when he had tried to capture Volcanion, had it also been her who intervened? Carbink's transformation into Diancie had drawn Xerneas' attention. Or perhaps, from the moment she gifted that shed horn, she had already been watching. Now, under Xerneas' power, the small horn began to change until it became a small, shining sphere. A megastone. Cain's heart gave a jolt. What did this mean from Xerneas? He couldn't understand her intentions. Did she want Diancie, newly born, to already have access to her mega evolution? Was it her wish that she quickly establish the Carbink Kingdom? But even if such a kingdom were to be founded, Cain would not do it in the Kalos region. He looked into the distance, but all he could see were endless mountain ranges, of Xerneas, not a trace. The small horn finished transforming into a megastone and slowly descended into the palm of his hand. Could it be because of the resonance between them both, being able to create life and control life energy, thought Cain. In the Pokémon world, besides Arceus, only Xerneas, goddess of life, could manipulate such energy. And Diancie too. After all, Diancie could create Carbink, a gift no other Pokémon possessed. Suddenly, an idea took root in Cain's mind. The fairy type had been discovered recently, and almost all knowledge of it was concentrated in Kalos. In other regions, fairy-type energy was much weaker. Or more so, compared to the other types, fairy-type energy was the scarcest in the entire Pokémon world. If Diancie managed to mass-produce large numbers of Carbink, fairy-type energy could grow stronger. But all this was nothing more than conjecture. The true thoughts of Xerneas were impossible to guess. Cain looked at the megastone in his hand, undecided whether to use it or not. A deeper bond between him and Diancie was still missing to make the transformation possible. At that moment, Magyarna, who had danced until Carbink's metamorphosis was complete, carefully approached Diancie and greeted her sweetly. Diancie, upon seeing her, also felt an immediate affinity. It was no wonder. Part of the final energy of her transformation had come from Magyarna's soul heart. Diancie extended her hands, gathered energy, and created a pink diamond which she handed to Magyarna. Gazing at that gem, Magyarna was dazzled. She hesitated to accept it, knowing it was an extremely precious gift. Sensing her doubts, Diancie smiled and directly placed the diamond on her chest. At once, Magyarna showed an expression of pure delight. After all, no girl could resist such a beautiful pink diamond. As if to return the gesture, Magyarna raised her right hand and, with a snap, made a bouquet of flowers appear. Diancie, delighted, took one of those flowers and placed it on her head with a smile. In that instant, the two Pokémon became friends. Cain, witnessing the scene, was surprised at how quickly their bond had grown. I see, girls always know how to shorten distances in an incredible way. With more calm, he finally had the chance to analyze Diancie's data. Pokémon, Diancie, light black. Gender, genderless. Level, 50. Types, rock plus fairy. Ability, clear body. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, tackle, harden, rock throw, sharpen, smack down, reflect, stealth rock, guard split, ancient power, flail, power gem, trick room, stone edge, moonblast, diamond storm. Learned moves, ally switch, earth power, skill swap, telekinesis, gravity, helping hand, heal bell. TM moves, none. Light black color. It was the greatest improvement Cain had ever seen in all his experience, a form change that entailed a drastic leap in potential. From a light blue color, it changed to light black, an absolute change in quality. Not even the word transformation was enough to describe it. Level 50 was irrelevant compared to such an increase in talent. Diancie, can you perceive the diamonds you create? Asked Cain. He remembered that, if she didn't train, the diamonds produced by Diancie were beautiful but ephemeral, fading away shortly after. Yes, I can feel them clearly, she affirmed decisively. Cain was somewhat surprised. And could you produce them in large quantities? He pressed. Diancie thought for a moment, as if she wasn't entirely sure either. Let me try. She raised her hands, and pink diamonds began to accumulate, slowly forming a massive crystalline vortex. Diamond storm. Faced with so many tasty diamonds, Tyranitar and Agron couldn't hold back. When the attack ended, countless gems lay scattered across the ground. They shone in different sizes, transparent like crystal. Tyranitar and Agron didn't hesitate. Each picked one up and put it in their mouth. Upon biting, they felt as if they had chewed on emptiness. Soon after, the diamonds on the ground disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Cain nodded calmly. Just as I thought, they still lack solidity. Seeing Tyranitar's and Agron's disappointment, Diancie focused again. This time, after a longer effort, only 2 fist-sized diamonds appeared in her hands. She handed them directly to the 2 Pokémon. Though hesitant, they accepted and bit down decisively. Crack! The sound of their jaws made Cain's eyes shine. It seems that producing in large quantities doesn't work, but in small amounts it shouldn't be a problem for Diancie. Cain immediately explained the situation. That meant that the diamond in Magyarna's hands wouldn't disappear either. Did that mean that the current Diancie already had the ability to create the heart diamond? A gleam of joy appeared in Cain's heart. As long as she could create the heart diamond, it meant she could continuously produce more Carbink. Tests would have to be done later. First, he needed to deal with the matter of Magyarna. Magyarna, Cain called out. A soft hum resonated in response. Hearing his voice, Magyarna looked at him. She no longer showed the fear she had the first time she saw him. Diancie also turned her gaze toward Cain. Do you want to come with me? He asked bluntly, making his intention clear. Magyarna immediately shook her head. She remembered well what Nicola had told her when sealing her in the past, Her existence was for the entire Azoth kingdom, not to follow a specific person. She could not become someone's weapon. That was what made things most complicated for Cain. Although, it wasn't an impossible obstacle to overcome. He asked Mismagius to come closer, while Slowking and Jengar kept Volcanion in a state of sleep. Compared to Volcanion's immense power, dragging Magyarna into a dream was much easier. Mismagius, taking advantage of a moment when Magyarna wasn't reacting, plunged her into a deep slumber. Then, Cain entered Magyarna's dream together with Mismagius. Before them stretched a sea of flames. It was the Azoth kingdom 500 years ago. The entire palace burned in the midst of the struggle over Magyarna's possession. Cain stood behind Magyarna and an old man with a white beard. That man was none other than Nicola, the genius who had created Magyarna. Magyarna, your existence is to protect the Azoth kingdom. But because of your presence, the kingdom has been thrown into chaos. That is why I have no choice but to seal you and send you away, Nicola declared. Hearing this, Magyarna, who still retained her multicolored form, showed a look of sadness. She loved that kingdom, but because of her, the subjects suffered. She could feel the pain of the common people. All that suffering resonated in her soul heart. She wished to withdraw into herself to escape those emotions, but she could not, nor did she want to. With a hum, she raised her arms and fired beams of flowers toward the burning palace. It was the last thing she could do for the royal family and the inhabitants of the Azoth kingdom. She felt her own helplessness and smallness. Cain and Mismagius remained as observers. But soon, a flash of psychic power shone in Cain's eyes. In the instant Nicola lowered his head, his eyes also flickered in the same way. Cain had replaced Nicola in the dream. Magyarna noticed nothing strange. Magyarna, can you feel the people's pain? Asked the false Nicola. If she could have cried, she would already be drenched in tears. She nodded helplessly, not knowing what to say. It's not your fault. But remember, although you were born for the Azoth kingdom, I don't want you to always carry that burden. When you meet someone who accepts you from the heart, someone kind, surrounded by Pokémon who rely on him, don't reject him. You'll have the chance to start again. You'll be able to choose your own path. Don't cling to the Azoth kingdom. Live the life you want. That is my wish as your creator, Nicola, that you live happily. The old man looked at her tenderly. Magyarna looked at him, stunned. She felt something strange, but couldn't define it. The logic of his words didn't seem wrong. Promise me, will you, Magyarna? He pressed. She nodded again and again. She knew Nicola would never lie to her. After that, Nicola sealed her, and the dream dissolved. When Magyarna opened her eyes, confusion flickered in her gaze. Had she been dreaming? It all felt so real, as if she had truly been there. Nicola's words still echoed in her mind, live your own life. Although she also vaguely remembered that he had once warned her not to become someone's tool, now she couldn't tell what was memory and what was dream. The phrases she had just heard etched themselves like a constant echo in her heart and mind, while the old memories blurred. It was the result of Cain's new method with dreams, after what he had practiced with Lysandra. It wasn't about forcing an opposite belief, but faithfully recreating the memory and changing only a few words, reinforcing them again and again. That way, as long as one didn't try to break the obsession at its root, it was nearly impossible to distinguish the real from the false. Of course, to achieve this one had to know the other's most vulnerable part and perfectly reproduce the scene. With someone unknown, it wouldn't work. But Cain knew well what Nicola meant in Magyarna's heart. That gave him the advantage. So, Magyarna? Don't you want to reconsider? Look at my Pokémon. Since they've been with me, they've never been disappointed. Our bond is so strong that even you can feel it. You need to have your own choice, your own life, Cain said, emphasizing those last words. It was a way of reinforcing what she had just experienced in her dream, so that the line between memory and fantasy blurred even further. Magyarna fell silent, reflecting. She didn't reject him immediately. She was weighing whether Cain was someone she could trust. She could clearly feel the deep bond between him and his Pokémon. But she couldn't perceive Cain's inner self. Magyarna, Diancie intervened at her side, nodding sweetly. She liked Magyarna, and the feeling was mutual. When the image of Volcanion crossed Magyarna's mind, Diancie looked at her again and gave her another nod, as if encouraging her to accept. Should she say yes? Magyarna's kind nature made her unable to refuse. And, after all, the points Nicola had emphasized seemed to apply to Cain. Finally, she nodded. She agreed to go with him. I hope I haven't trusted the wrong person. Perhaps, maybe, he isn't. That was the only thought that appeared in her mind after nodding. Seeing Magyarna nod, Cain felt immense joy within, though outwardly he remained calm. He took out a friend ball. This had been prepared especially for Magyarna and Volcanion. At first, Cain had planned to keep both, but the instant the idea of capturing Volcanion was born in his heart, a premonition of danger coursed through him. It was as if catching him would bring great trouble. The subconscious of a psychic was not something Cain could ignore, and later events proved that Xerneas had indeed been watching this area all along. So that iron-headed stubborn one would have to stay here for now. He asked Slowking to leave a psychic marker on Volcanion so that he could locate him anytime later. Then, with the friend ball in hand, he gently tapped it against Magyarna. The sphere absorbed her instantly. There was no resistance at all, and with a resonant dong, the friend ball sealed and locked. Magyarna was captured. Cain's arms swung hard involuntarily. He had managed to keep Magyarna. And along with her, Diancie as well. Two Pokémon that, though not exactly considered legendary, had power comparable to them, were now in his hands. That said, they didn't seem like the type to be used directly in battle. Diancie might adapt better, but if the gentle Magyarna were taken into combat, most likely she would be frightened and flee at the first moment. Magyarna, compared to Florges, seemed even more of a support Pokémon, both in temperament and in her moves. Still, her base stats were undeniably impressive. The most important thing, without a doubt, was the existence of her soul heart. Cain threw the friend ball again and called out Magyarna. She appeared with her arms transformed into two beams of flowers, happily celebrating that, after such a long time, she once again had a home at a trainer's side. Cain's Pokémon gave her a warm welcome, especially Diancie, who stayed close to her. Their bond had deepened considerably. Smiling, Cain said to her, Magyarna, welcome to our team. Magar. Magyarna nodded repeatedly. Feeling the sincere reception from the Pokémon, she too was happy. For the moment, Nicola's words were relegated to a corner of her mind. Cain looked at Magyarna, as real as any other Pokémon, and couldn't help but feel deep respect for Nicola. With his own strength alone, he had created a Pokémon comparable to a legendary. One had to consider that even Team Rocket, after countless resources, time, and scientists working day and night, had barely managed to achieve similar results. Cain gestured with his hand to call her over. Magyarna approached with dancing steps, obviously delighted. Don't worry, it won't be much. I may just need to study you a little, he said with a smile. She nodded without any suspicion. Cain placed his hand on Magyarna's back, right where the soul heart was embedded. System, collect the data. Analyze the causes of its functioning and its mode of operation, Cain ordered. Task established. The system's voice rang in his mind. At once, tiny currents of energy flowed from his hand into the soul heart. Magyarna felt nothing unusual, but Cain perceived a subtle current of energy flowing along his arm and entering his body. His mind cleared, as though he had rested deeply. Did the soul heart also have that effect? Shortly after, Cain withdrew his hand. The system had already finished collecting the information, and now only simulation and analysis remained. Immediately, Cain prepared to leave with his Pokémon. As for Volcanion, that was already arranged. That stubborn one who only listened to Magyarna would now, in his dream, receive the message that she needed to be away for a time, and thus he would be left free for now. He found a place to spend the night. The next morning, he gathered Diancie, Magyarna, and the rest of the Pokémon into their Pokeballs. The expedition to the Nebel Plateau had not only achieved its goals, but had far exceeded them. The possessor of the Soul Heart was the pinnacle of arcane technology. If he could decipher it, Both he and his Pokémon would reap enormous benefits. The next step was clear: focus on the Azoth Kingdom. His Carbink had successfully evolved into Diancie, and moreover, Xerneas, who had been watching from some unknown place, had granted him the Mega Stone necessary for Diancie's Mega Evolution. Therefore, gathering diamonds would not be difficult either. He now held in his hands the key piece for the future kingdom of the Carbink. An excellent outcome from this expedition. Although, wasn't he forgetting something? While flying on Flygon, Cain mentally reviewed what he had accomplished, until his thoughts hit a snag. It seemed he had left something important aside. At that moment, inside a Pokeball, Gudra could only feel sad. Perhaps he had become the first pseudo-legendary abandoned by his trainer, and worse, even after being captured, when tallying the expedition's results, Cain had forgotten him. He was a pseudo-legendary by Arceus. Where was his dignity? Elsewhere. Following Cain's instructions, Lysandra immediately sent his people to locate the Azoth Kingdom and infiltrate it. He trusted they would soon find the person Cain sought. Alva. Not Butler Alva, though perhaps in the future he might also assume that role in Azoth. Cain, riding on Flygon, was now heading toward that distant kingdom, Azoth. It was not far from the Nebel Plateau. Team Flare had already found it and infiltrated the kingdom. Thus, Cain now knew its location. At first, he had thought to let Team Flare settle for a time before seeking out that man called Alva. But it turned out Alva already enjoyed considerable renown in Azoth. When Cain departed from the Nebel Plateau, Lysandra had already sent him the coordinates of the place. Although Azoth was unknown to most, that didn't mean it was isolated. In fact, the League had always maintained contact with these distant kingdoms, guardians of traditional cultures and long histories. The Azoth Kingdom was one of them. It was enough to follow the League's threads to track it down. And Lysandra, being a League-certified researcher with his own laboratory and contacts among the high ranks in Kalos, had no difficulty in locating it. The Kalos League still didn't know of the rise of Team Flare and still held one last shred of trust in him. However, Lysandra had long since stopped trusting the League. Now he trusted only in himself and in Cain, who shared his ideals. Half a day later, Cain arrived at the ancient Azoth Kingdom. From afar, what could be seen was a huge citadel. Tall walls surrounded it completely. And in every corner, in every street, enormous gears turned endlessly. Azoth was also called the Mechanical City. The Azoth Kingdom. Cain descended in front of the walls. He found the marks left by Team Flare and then entered the forest until he reached the agreed point. "Come out," he said calmly upon arrival. Two figures descended from the trees, accompanied by their Pokémon. Lord Kalis. Upon seeing him, they straightened instantly, left hand on their chest, saluting with respect. Aside from the outlandish glasses they still wore on their faces, their clothes had been replaced with the traditional attire of the Azoth Kingdom. Cain nodded. "Do you have what I asked for?" he inquired. The two immediately nodded and pulled out a spacesuit. Cain received it and told them, "Well done. Continue your work." At his words, a gleam of excitement flashed across their faces. The second-in-command of Team Flare had just thanked them. In an instant, all their fatigue vanished. "It's nothing, Lord Kalis. We'll take our leave. Everything will be properly arranged," they replied. With that, guided by their Pokémon, they disappeared into the trees. They had the missions Cain had assigned them. They were two captains sent by Team Flare, who at that moment were following his orders. Their strength wasn't extraordinary, but when it came to infiltration, they were truly skilled. In a short time, they had managed to infiltrate the Azoth Kingdom and gather the information Cain needed. He opened the space suit and first changed into the traditional attire of the Azoth Kingdom. Afterward, he pulled out a pile of books. That was the main material he had requested, documents and records related to Azoth Kingdom's arcane science. Yes, Cain was going back to his old ways, an infiltration. His goal was to blend into the kingdom and obtain what he wanted, or meet certain people he needed to see. For example, to find Nicola's writings, the results of a lifetime of research in arcane science. Although he wasn't sure they even existed. Arcane science had sparked enormous interest in Cain. A science capable of creating Magyarna, how could that not be worth studying? And not only that. There was also Alva, the man Cain had asked Team Flare to locate. He had his own unique creations in this field. The problem was his shady character and narrow vision, restricted to the Azoth Kingdom. Otherwise, with his inventions, even if he didn't reach the level of Lysandra, the leader of a clandestine organization spanning an entire region, he could have become an influential figure. His creation was called the Mega Wave, a method capable of forcing mega evolution without the need for mega stones or a deep bond between trainer and Pokémon. The appearance of such a technology could completely change the balance of the Pokémon world. Too bad its creator wasn't up to the task. It wasn't even clear if he had truly completed it, since Mega Evolution still hadn't been revealed to the world. As for Nicola's results, those were indeed extraordinary, each one a true jewel of wisdom. Cain began scanning the documents collected by Team Flare, transferring them to the system to store as data. What was difficult for humans to research and understand, the system, with its calculation power, could quickly reproduce. If the system learned and understood it, then Cain would too. He spent the whole afternoon on that. In the meantime, he also learned some of the customs and lifestyle of the people of the Azoth Kingdom, so as not to give himself away if he had to interact with them. Night fell. Under the cover of darkness, Cain slipped inside the walls of the Azoth Kingdom. According to the data about Alva he had obtained thanks to Team Flare, he intended to seek him out directly. Why was Alva so well known in the kingdom? Because he was considered a joke in the Azoth Kingdom. His father had been a royal court official and a master of arcane science, as well as a minister. In the Azoth royal court, he was someone greatly respected, close to Nicola, and deeply knowledgeable of his research. Under that influence, Alva also developed a love for arcane science and a great admiration for Nicola's work. However, Alva had a peculiar hobby. He liked to experiment and innovate on his own. In theory, it was an excellent habit. It could deepen his knowledge and perhaps create new branches of arcane science. But the people of the Azoth Kingdom didn't see it that way. They believed Nicola had already reached the absolute pinnacle. They thought that whoever completely mastered his research would automatically be the wisest and most powerful person in the world. Although that logic wasn't entirely wrong, it was also the reason why, in 500 years, Azoth's arcane science had not only failed to advance, but had even regressed as parts of Nicola's legacy were lost. Alva's father had been the last to truly delve into those teachings. So even though Alva invented all kinds of useless contraptions, no one criticized him directly, thanks to his father's prestige. When they spoke of him, they did so with irony. The son of Minister so-and-so, he's already begun creating his own arcane inventions. He must be very talented. It was praise laced with mockery. But fate turned. Alva's father suddenly died of illness. According to the customs of the Azoth Kingdom, his power and responsibilities should have passed to his son. The problem was that Alva had always focused on his experiments and had hardly studied Nicola's research in depth. And every time he presented something at court, he ended up making a fool of himself. That's how he earned his fame. A rather bad fame, to be exact. After reading his file, Cain grew thoughtful. Wasn't this the typical story of a potential protagonist? If a time traveler reincarnated into him, he would soon become someone who appears weak, only to later surprise everyone and defeat the powerful. Of course, that wasn't going to happen. Over time, all the ridicule had twisted Alva's heart. Or perhaps it had been crooked from the start. He finally decided to abandon his innovations and focus on Nicola's research, determined to take revenge on those who looked down on him. And in the notes inherited from his father, he discovered records about Magyarna, which gave rise to later events. Cain planned to go meet this butler, Alva, that very night. Who knows, maybe he could even get him to make a combat suit. Night had fallen. On the streets of the city, the streetlights still shone everywhere. All these streetlights worked thanks to the energy supplied by the great mechanical city of the Azoth Kingdom. Moving at night, for someone as experienced as Cain, was truly something simple. Besides, now that he had reached the advanced level in his psychic power, he obviously had no problem. He advanced at great speed, leaping from house to house across the rooftops of the city. His psychic power enveloped his whole body so that no one could detect his presence. And since his speed was at its limit, much less could anyone clearly distinguish him. Alva lived on the main avenue, not far from the central royal castle, in a luxurious mansion. It was the mansion left to him by his father, but due to his father's death, many coveted the property. Only out of fear of the connections his father had left within royalty had no one dared to act directly. His father had also left him some power for protection. However, the mockery toward Alva's research had begun precisely among those people. Soon, Cain arrived at the mansion. Because of its location and its particular design, it wasn't difficult to find. Without hesitation, he entered directly into the mansion's courtyard. Despite being such a large property, there were hardly any lights visible at a glance. The courtyard looked somewhat neglected, dry branches and leaves covering the ground, and the only tree there was already withered. At the base of the trunk, grass grew wildly. The central pond had almost no water. The water-type Pokémon that had once been raised there, if they could escape, had already done so, and those that could not had died dried up. Just by observing that courtyard, one could deduce Alva's current situation. The only light in the entire house came from one particular room. Cain approached slowly. This was the moment when he had to take maximum precautions. A Jengar appeared at his side. Although Alva in the Azoth Kingdom was considered a complete laughingstock, that did not mean he truly lacked talent. On the contrary, it was precisely because of his talent that Cain had decided to come here. Pokémon were not the main focus of Alva's efforts, but he still had a certain level. Cain ordered Jengar to go ahead and infiltrate first. Kikik. Jengar nodded and then sank into the shadows, slipping inside. Quite a while passed before it returned. Cain was a little surprised it took so long. But upon learning what Jengar had found inside and why it had needed so much time, he immediately understood. So in the end, Alva did have some ability. Cain nodded and, after confirming what was necessary, coated his hands with psychic power and flung the door open. As soon as the door was pushed, its entire surface filled with electrical discharges. That was the first mechanism designed by Alva. Anyone who didn't know and opened the door with their hands would be almost electrocuted before they could enter. Alva knew his situation well in the Azoth Kingdom, which is why he had designed such defenses. But since Cain had his hands protected by psychic power, he suffered no harm whatsoever. Who goes there? At the very instant the door opened, Alva noticed. He turned his head and saw a man dressed in a black cloak standing at the threshold, completely unharmed by the mechanisms he had designed. Cain could also see him clearly. Alva had purple hair, a pale face, like someone who had spent far too long shut indoors without going out. His appearance revealed a cunning air. He wore very small orange glasses and a yellowish-brown coat. Upon seeing Cain at the door, he picked up a golden scepter he had at his side. Although it wasn't exactly the scepter he would use in the future, it was surely his current weapon. Immediately, a pokeball appeared in his hand. He stared fixedly, unable to identify who he was. Beside Cain, his Jengar smiled with that characteristic grin. Cain didn't hesitate at all and stepped inside firmly. When his foot crossed the threshold, a fleeting spark of satisfaction appeared on Alva's face. But before that smile completed, it turned to surprise. Several arrows shot from different corners of the room stopped just 10 centimeters away from Cain. Those were mechanisms designed by Alva. But since Jengar had already checked them all during its earlier infiltration, they were rendered useless. If not for that, Cain would not have taken so long to receive the report. What most astonished Alva was that Cain advanced with firm steps and none of his mechanisms worked. When he stood before him, Alva still hadn't fully reacted. "Is this what you call your mechanisms?" "I must say I'm a little disappointed," said Cain from beneath his black cloak. He raised his head and looked directly at Alva. But Alva could only see how his face was completely shrouded by psychic power. "Who are you?" "Who sent you?" asked Alva, holding the pokeball high in front of Cain. That was his last resort. The only legacy his father had left him to guarantee his safety, a Jengar. Curiously, the same as the Pokémon accompanying Cain at that moment, also a Jengar. At the sight of the Pokeball in his hand, Cain showed no reaction whatsoever. He simply continued, "From what I see, your research in arcane science isn't much either. Perhaps I should reconsider my plans." Alva was a little unsettled by those words, but upon noticing the Jengar beside Cain, he felt his safety was compromised. He threw the Pokeball. Another Jengar appeared in the room. But unlike Cain's, this one had a quite different color. A light gray-toned Jengar. A shiny Jengar. "Now I'll ask you again. Who sent you? If you don't speak, I'll attack," shouted Alva. Cain's lips curved slightly. Still a little immature, but overall, not bad. Pokémon. Shiny Jengar, dark blue. Gender, male. Level, 61. Types, ghost plus poison. Ability, curse body. Held item, none. Egg moves, Psywave, Astonish, Scary Face, Haze. Basic moves, Shadow Punch, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Destiny Bond, Hex, Nightmare. Learned moves, Rest, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Snore, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. TM moves, Protect, Toxic, Taunt, Poison Jab, Venoshock. The shiny Jengar, Alva's signature Pokémon. An elite level 1. That was probably the reason why, surrounded by so many enemies in the Azoth Kingdom, Alva still managed to survive. According to Team Flare's investigations, there weren't too many elite-level trainers in the Azoth Kingdom. Therefore, having a Pokémon of that level was still a great threat. "Oh? Well, I'm interested to see what you're capable of." Cain's voice carried a mocking tone. That Jengar was not a Pokémon of Alva's own, but rather an inheritance left to him by his father. Alva was about to order Jengar to attack, but he didn't expect Cain's Jengar to be even faster. In an instant, it appeared behind him. Cain's Jengar had absorbed the energy of Giratina, the dragon of the underworld. At that moment, the concentration of ghost energy within it was completely incomparable to that of Alva's Jengar. So, without the slightest struggle, it subdued it directly. After all, among ghost-type Pokémon there also existed direct counters. Even more so when Jengar was completely at an advantage. Alva watched with a gloomy expression as the greatest trump card his father had left him was unable to show the slightest resistance before that man's Jengar. "Do you know when is the most miserable moment for a person, especially for a man?" Cain asked, now without so much mockery. He valued Alva's capability, otherwise he wouldn't have sought him out. Alva listened to Cain's words and was surprised, not understanding how the subject had changed so quickly. But Cain wasn't in a rush. He pulled a chair and sat down calmly. Then, Alva saw how that chair he had prepared with hidden mechanisms in front of Cain seemed to have lost all usefulness. "When is that moment?" Alva asked, now having understood. Both in the power of Pokémon and in the arcane science he mastered, he couldn't cause the slightest threat to the man before him. If this one could appear here directly, it meant he knew his identity. And if he hadn't eliminated him on the spot, it was because he hadn't come to kill him, though for now Alva didn't understand his intentions. Thinking of this, Alva set aside his golden scepter and, from among the piles of materials and tools, pulled out 2 glasses. From somewhere, he also took out a bottle of liquor. He gestured to Cain to ensure he didn't object, poured 2 cups, and handed one over, while he held the other himself. To show the liquor had no trick, Alva downed his in one gulp. He had no other choice. Drinking gave him some courage. At that moment, he still lacked composure. Before a Cain with unknown intentions, he could only resort to alcohol for bravery. That way, even if he died, it wouldn't be with fear. This time it was Cain who was surprised. Of course, he understood Alva's gesture. He was using liquor as a boost of courage. This guy, not bad. He smiled, took the cup, but didn't drink. Alva poured himself another glass. From the way he drank, surely since his father's death he had turned to alcohol quite often. With 2 drinks in him, his courage grew a little. Now he could look at Cain without trembling. Maybe it was just psychological. Of course, it's at the moment when a man fights for his cause, still without reaching success, while being ridiculed and rejected by everyone. Cain lifted the cup to his lips and tasted just a sip. The liquor was strong, but he had no problem with it. Hearing those words, Alva's heart shook violently. That phrase described exactly what he was living through at that very moment. But remember this, the first to fatten doesn't count as fat. The one who fattens in the end is the one who topples the bed. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate the humble youth. Cain exhaled alcohol breath as he pronounced that maxim. It had been so long since he drank, he had almost forgotten its taste. Since his rebirth, he hadn't touched liquor. Today was the exception. The first to fatten? The one who fattens later. Alva was baffled by his words, unable to understand. Cain sighed with a touch of helplessness. How is it possible that with so little alcohol my tongue already trips? Anyway, just remember the last part. Never underestimate the humble youth. Cain said. Never underestimate the humble youth. Alva repeated quietly. I don't think I'm that poor, and I'm not exactly a youth either. Alva couldn't grasp the essence of what Cain was saying. A few black lines seemed to appear on Cain's forehead. Ahem. It's just a metaphor, a way of expressing it. With that stumble, the enigmatic image he had worked so hard to build almost collapsed. Forget it, let's get straight to the point. Mr. Alva, are you satisfied with your current life? Is it necessary to surround yourself with so many mechanisms just to sleep peacefully? Is it only by having this Jengar close that you can feel secure? Cain calmly crossed his legs. A triple question that smelled like a verdict. After hearing him, the atmosphere of the room, which had felt light, turned silent. The only sound was the ticking of the mechanical clock on the wall. Alva's face darkened once more. As if carrying a weight in his chest, he poured another glass and drank it in one gulp. Liquid courage. Whatever it is you have to say it directly. Someone capable of finding me so easily, of disabling my mechanism so quickly, and with Pokémon so powerful at his side. There is no such person as you in all the Azoth Kingdom. Tell me, who are you and what do you want? Alva stared at him as if trying to pierce into his very core. Pa. Cain applauded. Demeanor had to be maintained. Even if it was an act, depth had to be shown. Very simple. I've come to help you, he declared without beating around the bush. And added, as for my identity, it's true, I'm not from the Azoth Kingdom. But I assure you I know this country better than yourself, from its customs to its arcane science, and even the scientific genius Nicola. Help me? And how would you help me? In what exactly? Alva sneered. After all, you're an outsider. Do you not know that my father was the Prime Minister of the Azoth Kingdom? I inherited his noble title. Right now, my position and my wealth are the highest in the kingdom. What could I possibly need your help for? As he spoke, the smile on his face grew wider. Really? Cain replied with an ambiguous smile, filled with obvious irony. Stop deceiving yourself, Alva. Everything you have now is nothing but because of your father. Don't tell me you don't know. Within the Azoth Kingdom you're nothing but a joke. Many ridicule you in secret, and not a few covet your position as Prime Minister. Cain showed no mercy and tore open Alva's most painful wound, exposing it to the light. Alva's face turned red. Maybe he wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. Maybe it was rage, or simply the effect of alcohol. Who could know? Silence once again reigned between the two. A long while passed. Then, what can you give me? Alva asked with difficulty. Power, position, recognition, and respect. Each word Cain uttered struck like a shot to Alva's heart. Alva's face grew complicated. Those were precisely the things he needed most deep inside. The power tied to rank and the respect of all the subjects of the Azoth Kingdom. And what would I have to give in return? Alva asked. There was no such thing as help without motive. That was the first lesson he had learned after his father's death. Loyalty. Loyalty. Just a single word, yet carrying enormous weight within. It was impossible for Alva, just because of a few words from Cain, to directly reach that point. Before talking about anything else, even if I said loyalty, could you believe it? That's already a big problem. And why should I believe you? After all, you're an outsider. Alva asked. Cain nodded. It's very simple. Your father, being the person closest to Nicola, without a doubt studied many of his research results in detail. Therefore, you must have inherited all the legacy he left behind. Have you ever heard of something called soul heart? Soul heart. At hearing those words, Alva's pupils suddenly contracted. The hand holding his cup trembled instinctively, spilling some liquor on his skin, though he didn't even react. How the hell do you know about the soul heart? Alva asked in shock. Cain only smiled without answering. Now, do you believe I can pull it off? Cain asked. Alva once again fell into silence. As for what you said, it's true. I can't rely on just your word of loyalty. But I have a way to make sure I do believe in you. Cain continued. With that, he stood up and planted himself in front of Alva. What? Alva managed to ask. But Cain raised his right hand and commanded in a low voice, "Don't resist." His palm pressed against Alva's forehead, holding his head firmly. In an instant, Alva felt as though something was trying to break into his mind. He wanted to resist, but recalled Cain's warning. In that brief hesitation, Cain implanted in his brain the same psychic seed he had already placed in Rose's mind. And now that his psychic power had reached the advanced level, the seed was even stronger than the last. As long as Cain wished, he could detonate it at any moment. What did you do to me? Alva asked, clutching his head. Cain smiled. I obtained the loyalty I need. He then explained, I've planted a psychic seed in your mind. Whenever I desire, I can detonate it instantly. And aside from me, no one in this world can remove it. Even when he was only at the intermediate level, no one could undo it. Now, at the advanced level, even less so. You. I hadn't even agreed to anything yet. Alva's face changed drastically. That meant his life was literally in someone else's hands. No. The moment I was able to implant it, you had already accepted it within yourself. Otherwise, the psychic seed wouldn't have been able to take root. Cain said calmly, waving his hand. Alva's expression turned uncertain. And deep down, Cain wasn't wrong. He had hesitated, but in that instant Cain simply made the decision for him. Any hostile thought toward me, I can sense it. If you don't believe me, try it. Cain said with a cryptic smile. How much of that was true? That was impossible to verify. Next, Cain snapped his fingers. As if activating some invisible mechanism, Alva felt a sharp, tearing pain in his head. That's only a sample of my control. Don't worry, when I really decide to detonate the seed, there won't be any pain, because your head will simply go boom. Cain opened his palm, mimicking an explosion. Alva's heart shrank. That sharp pain had nearly made him lose consciousness. He no longer had any doubt. The psychic seed was real. But to be subdued in such a sudden way would be intolerable for anyone. Even so, his life was trapped in Cain's hands. Keep this emblem safe. In the future, there will be a constant flow of people entering the Azoth Kingdom. They will become your subordinates. They will assist you in everything. The only thing you need to do is devote yourself to your research and become the true Prime Minister. Cain said, handing him an emblem. It was the emblem of Team Flare. Later on, Cain would instruct Lysandra to protect him. Although Alva had yet to show his full potential, Cain knew how far he could go. He only needed someone to broaden his vision, and that person would be Cain. Alva took the emblem. It was the insignia of a captain of Team Flare. From that moment on, he became one of its captains. The details and regulations, others would explain to him. Also, here are 3 Pokeballs. Inside are Pokémon, none weaker than your Jengar. I expect you to master them soon. I trust that won't be difficult for you. Cain said, placing 3 Pokeballs on the table. Upon hearing this, Alva was stunned. And right after, his face lit up with joy. He nodded repeatedly and carefully stored the 3 Pokeballs. He knew perfectly well their value. 3 elite-level Pokémon. Even though in the Azoth Kingdom arcane science was considered the highest glory, that didn't mean they were detached from Pokémon. The foundation of a kingdom's strength was still Pokémon. They were the kingdom's main guardians. Thank you very much, my lord. Alva's expression turned respectful. The stick and the carrot. Even if someone noticed, that method was hard to refuse. Give me all the information you have about Nicola. Then focus on taming those 3 Pokémon. Once you're ready, we'll still need to stage a scene, Cain said, waving his hand. Immediately, Alva brought all of Nicola's files and research results, stacking them on the table. A small mountain of books formed. Seeing them, the corner of Cain's lips twitched. Without computers to store data, everything was more troublesome. Even so, he began reviewing them one by one. He read at an astonishing speed, as if he had an internal scanning system. After all, if he wanted to analyze the soul heart, he needed to study both arcane science and Nicola thoroughly. Besides, that science might hold pleasant surprises. Meanwhile, Alva had gone out to train and subdue the Pokémon Cain had given him. They were Pokémon that had belonged to the Nishikawa family, from the archipelago of the legendary birds. 2 had been given to Rose, 3 now to Alva, 1 traded for resources, and 1 still kept to reward his own men. Having power was the best way to ensure they served him effectively. Even if they weren't Pokémon raised by him from the start, and their strength might not show at its fullest, being elite level meant that even if they displayed only a part, it was more than enough. Now that Cain had some strength, his plan could begin step by step. 2 days later, Cain was in Alva's study. He had scanned all the contents of those books into his system. Meanwhile, in those 2 days Alva had also managed to completely master the 3 elite-level Pokémon Cain had given him. That very day coincided with the opening of the morning assembly of the Azoth Kingdom. Since the King of Azoth was already elderly and the Crown Prince still too young to participate in politics, these assemblies weren't held daily. Only from time to deliver reports. That was the time and place Cain and Alva had chosen for their little performance. Alva attended the assembly as usual. Then Cain, playing the part of the villain, burst in with a few Team Flare henchmen, intending to attack the king. But Alva, already prepared, stopped him and repelled the attack. Alva's sudden demonstration of power earned him the king's recognition. Although perhaps not the best in the field of arcane science, in Pokémon training, he had proven himself to be at an outstanding level. At the same time, the other ministers and members of royalty present at the assembly also witnessed his strength. From then on, no fool would dare to mess with him. Most importantly, Alva's power drew the attention of young Prince Raquel. The boy engraved in his mind the scene of Alva protecting his elderly father. Surely, when Prince Raquel ascended as king, he would trust Alva even more. In just one day, Alva regained the respect and recognition he had always longed for. Even if the play seemed a little fake and with certain flaws, as long as most believed in it, it was a successful act. Afterward, Cain met Alva again at his residence. He handed him a special communicator, with which he could contact him at any time. He also warned him to keep it safe and always carry it. In reality, that communicator contained a monitoring system, similar to the one Lysandra carried in his own communicator. "Thank you for your help, sir," Alva said respectfully. Everything seemed very simple. But he knew that without Cain he would never have reached this point. And with the psychic seed in his mind, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to accept. In fact, Alva wasn't entirely opposed. With Cain's help, he could also see his ambitions fulfilled. "By the way," Cain said, "I'll give you a very interesting research subject. If you manage to study it, it will be of great use both to you and to me." Oh, Alva became excited at once. What he loved most was investigating strange and mysterious things. "I don't know what sir is referring to." Cain smiled and pulled a keystone from his pocket. At that moment, Jengar slowly emerged from the shadow. "Watch closely, I'll only show it once." After nodding to Jengar, he exclaimed, "Jengar, Mega Evolve." With those words, the keystone in Cain's hand released a wave of energy that resonated with the megastone in Jengar's body. In an instant, the energy of Mega Evolution enveloped him completely and was absorbed within. Mega Jengar appeared before Alva. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. That is what you call Mega Evolution?" he asked, staring at Cain and Mega Jengar. Cain stroked the keystone, undid the transformation, and nodded. Exactly, this is mega evolution. And I believe arcane science can study it and unravel its secret. Arcane science is capable of that? Alva doubted his own words. Yes. I await your good news, Cain replied. With that, he used his psychic powers to levitate and vanish from the mansion. Alva, still stunned, looked at Jengar and recalled the scene of Mega Jengar. A wave of excitement coursed through his body. This was it. This was what he had always sought. If he managed to study it, he could shake the entire Azoth kingdom with an arcane science completely different from Nicola's. He had finally found a direction. He locked himself in his study, straining to recall that sensation, recording it, and transforming it into ideas for his research. Cain had no fear of him revealing the secret of mega evolution. The Azoth kingdom was far from the League, and Alva hadn't even seen a mega stone. The only thing he had seen was the keystone in Cain's hand, shown very discreetly. It wasn't even clear if he had noticed it well. And most importantly, Cain could monitor him at all times and control his life or death. If even then he had to worry, it would be better not to let him research at all. 5 days later, Cain returned discreetly to Hoenn. For now, he had settled matters in Kalos, leaving Alva in Lysandra's hands, ordering him to watch over him. If they wished, they could even displace the royal family and turn the Azoth kingdom into a new base for Team Flare. A far safer refuge than that secret base in the mountains near Lumia City. Minor details didn't interest Cain. He didn't head to Leafy Town. Instead, hiding his trail, he appeared directly at Heaven Team's base in Malville City. By then, Heaven Team had completely replaced the old Team Void, becoming one of the major factions in the city. However, under Rose's leadership, controlling only part of Malville City was no longer enough for the group's ambitions. Some time ago, she herself had suggested to Cain that he take care of eliminating the rest of the city's factions. But until now he hadn't had the time. Finally, with a break, he decided to act. The ideal was for Heaven Team to take all of Malville City. And since Watson, weakened and retired from his post as an Elite Four, spent his old age there, he wouldn't intervene against them. As long as they kept order in the city's underworld, Watson wouldn't mind seeing Heaven Team unify it. His only wish was to live in peace and quiet, enjoying his twilight years. With Cain's return, Heaven Team moved forcefully. Although in reality, it didn't affect Cain much. He just trained his Pokémon in the secret base. When an enemy appeared that Rose couldn't handle, it was enough for Honchkrow and Weevil to go out to fight. With those two, no one in Malville City, except Watson, could stand against them. In addition, Cain gave Karen his last elite-level Pokémon, obtained from the Nishikawa family. She was the only one aside from Rose, with the potential to handle a Pokémon of that level. The Hunter Guild had been eradicated in Hoenn, and for a time there would be no trace of them in the region. The families and factions of the underworld that trafficked in Pokémon celebrated it for a long time. Heaven Team, for its part, did not stop capturing wild Pokémon. Since the Hunter Guild had vanished and they were preparing to take control of all Malville City, why not create their own Pokémon trading channel? In that area, Karen had plenty of experience. Malville City was completely stirred up due to Cain's arrival. Although in reality, all those events didn't have much direct relation to him. His presence had only served to give Rose and the others more confidence and support. He hadn't even shown himself in public. He simply stayed in the training field that Team Heaven had specially prepared for him. Although it wasn't as wide or as large as the backyard of his residence in Leafy Town, it was enough for training. After reaching the elite level, one could clearly feel that improving the strength of the Pokémon was much more difficult. One of the main reasons was the lack of suitable opponents to battle with, so only through long training sessions and internal battles could they slowly improve. Fortunately, there were no urgent matters or special battles to attend to in the short term, which allowed him to settle down and train in peace. Whether it was the first team, with Slowking and Honchkrow, or the second team, with Tyranitar and Agron, or even Shelgon and Seadra, all of them could dedicate themselves to training quietly. In addition, there was another factor. Carbink had managed to evolve into Diancie, And along with the addition of Magyarna, which Cain had successfully captured, the influence of these two additions was enormous for all his Pokémon. Cain tested Diancie with the Mega Stone. Unsurprisingly, they were unable to achieve Mega Evolution. They still lacked a deeper relationship and bond between trainer and Pokémon. For that reason, Diancie also couldn't create the Heart Diamond. The foundation of the Carbink Kingdom would have to be delayed for a while. However, even if it couldn't create the large Heart Diamond, producing ordinary pink diamonds was no problem. These pink diamonds were byproducts that arose when Diancie tried to manufacture the Heart Diamond. Interestingly, they became food for Tyranitar and Aggron, since they contained energy much denser than the diamonds produced by the Carbink. Of course, with their appetites, Diancie couldn't fully satisfy them, but if they mixed those pink diamonds with minerals obtained in the Team Rocket Resource Exchange Centers, plus regular diamonds, it was enough. The nutritional value wasn't far below that of pure diamonds. In fact, the energy density of those pink diamonds noticeably accelerated the growth of Tyranitar and Aggron. And for Diancie, producing them was also a form of training. Following the idea of wasting nothing, giving those pink diamonds as food to Tyranitar and Aggron turned out to be a great solution. Cain even asked Rose to try selling some of those pink diamonds. They didn't release too many into the market. After all, scarcity creates value. Sometimes having too much of something doesn't mean selling it at a higher price. He preferred that the surplus be consumed by Tyranitar and Aggron rather than allowing a large quantity to circulate in the Pokémon world. On Earth there had been the famous diamond deception. Although in the end that lie was exposed, the diamond had already embedded itself in people's minds, and they continued buying it. In the Pokémon world that conception didn't yet exist, but Cain had no problem in becoming its pioneer. A diamond is forever, it will shine eternally. He had Rose launch that slogan. Of course, directed only toward the pink diamonds, because in this world diamond deposits and small diamonds weren't scarce. Although they were still valuable, to most they were nothing more than minerals. The pink diamonds, on the other hand, were something else. As long as Cain controlled well the amount in circulation, they could become the object of everyone's desire. From what he knew, only Diancie could create them, and how many Diancie existed in this world? Probably the one in his hands represented the totality of what could circulate. Upon understanding Cain's idea, Rose was amazed by how surprising his thinking was. A business genius. If he really managed to carry it out, even without thinking big, just being able to produce pink diamonds continuously would secure him a spot among the top 100 richest in the world. That was one of the great manifestations of Diancie's value. Rose placed all of Cain's pink diamonds in the most prestigious auction houses of each region. Then she organized her own people to buy them back at sky-high prices. The commission kept by the auction houses was insignificant compared to the future value they could generate. It was the simplest and most direct way to manipulate the market. No matter how much they invested at the start, the goal was one: inflate the price of pink diamonds, and then begin profiting little by little. A pink diamond the size of a fist was auctioned for more than 1 billion Pokédollars thanks to the false bidders. None of the pink diamonds in circulation went below that price. In an instant, pink diamonds became the target of everyone, especially the ladies and wives of influential families. A diamond was already something beautiful, but compared to a pink diamond it seemed like a mere glass marble. The value of pink diamonds skyrocketed. Following Rose's advice, Cain strictly restricted the amount that circulated. He preferred to earn a little less in the moment and stretch the strategy for a steady flow of profits. Team Heaven's finances multiplied overnight. And with the fame and benefits brought by the pink diamonds, Rose opened Team Heaven's auction house in Mauville City's black market. With pink diamonds as its calling card, the house was firmly established. Thus, Team Heaven added a new and important source of income. Under Cain's leadership, Team Heaven devoured Mauville City like a whale swallowing water. Now the entire city belonged to Team Heaven. The white zones were managed by the League and Mauville City's gym, but all the dark zones were under Team Heaven's administration. Without realizing it, Cain had become the emperor in Mauville City's shadows. The king without a crown. As for the mysterious leader of Team Heaven, aside from a few high-ranking members, no one knew much. Only the rumor spread that the boss was incredibly powerful and enigmatic, and that only by becoming an executive could one meet him. After the takeover of Malville City, the sudden expansion of personnel once again made Cain an even more enigmatic figure. With control over an entire city, Team Heaven officially entered the League's radar. However, thanks to Cain's supervision, they kept a very discreet profile. Crime in Malville City's dark side dropped significantly under Team Heaven's management, and even the overall safety improved. That's why the League chose to look the other way and not intervene too much. If all underground organizations functioned like Team Heaven, the League's high command would sleep with a smile. Anyway, Team Heaven needed time to digest the great feast that was Malville City. For now, they chose to rest and grow stronger, and would continue like that for quite some time. All this happened while Cain remained in Malville City. Although he, as the boss, didn't pay much attention, only receiving reports from Rose and the others from time to time. It could be said that he was enjoying being a boss who delegated everything. With Team Heaven's current scale, most of the resources Cain needed could be provided internally. There was no doubt that, after investing so many resources, manpower, and money at the beginning, they were finally beginning to reap the fruits. With Team Heaven's backing, Cain's development and strengthening would become more and more stable. A single Pokémon, Diancie, had already brought so many changes to Cain. At that moment, Team Heaven's income had become the greatest source of all the resources Cain possessed. Of course, much of the reason was that the pink diamonds were distributed to the market by Team Heaven. The money obtained from those sales was transformed into high-level resources, which eventually reached Cain's hands. Magiarna, being on the same level as Diancie, had also brought great changes to Cain's team. Although Magiarna couldn't, like Diancie, provide pink diamonds that could be exchanged for enormous amounts of resources, and moreover, because of its personality, it participated very little in battles. As a healer, it was extremely competent. It could even be said that it went far beyond what is normally expected of a healer. Cain finally understood why Volcanion, that violent and hot-tempered fighter, had such an outstanding physical condition and moreover preferred to battle relying precisely on its physical endurance. Part of the reason was its own natural constitution. But another important part was due to Magiarna. Every time Volcanion was injured in battle, Magiarna treated it. And it did so using the life energy contained in its soul heart, which not only allowed it to heal wounds, but also to strengthen its physical condition. Although the changes weren't noticeable in 1 or 2 instances, over time they produced an accumulative effect. Thus, Magiarna was like a walking buff for the entire team, one that, besides healing, granted permanent benefits. Living with Magiarna for a long time, not only did they not have to worry about injuries, but their bodies were constantly being strengthened. Even life expectancy, both of the Pokémon and of Cain, was extended. That was the hidden effect of the Soul Heart. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to detect such a subtle change, but Cain, with his system, could run real-time scans. In this way, he managed to detect any slight variation in his Pokémon. Combining his observations with calculations and assumptions, he understood that it was Magiarna who was providing those advantages. What did disappoint him was that, although his system had gathered a large amount of data from the arcane science of Alva and Nicola, and had even collected information on the Soul Heart, it couldn't reproduce the process of its creation nor completely decipher its principle of operation. It seemed there was a key fragment of information missing. Because of this, Cain decided to give up, for now, on further investigating the Soul Heart. In any case, having Magiarna by his side was enough. All his Pokémon were changing silently but constantly. That brought an improvement in their talent and natural aptitudes. In addition, thanks to the data from both Team Rocket and the League, Cain had perfected his Pokémon's Pokeblocks. These could slowly increase the quality of the Pokémon, with an effect much better than the previous versions. Of course, the price and rarity of the ingredients was also much greater. Others couldn't imitate them, especially because one of the essential ingredients wasn't within anyone's reach, the blood of the molters he had obtained. At the same time, the expansion of Team Heaven and the sale of pink diamonds provided him with a large quantity of rare materials. This made it possible to produce those valuable Pokeblocks. Their value was incalculable. Whether it was the materials, the recipe, or the production technique, everything was at the highest level of the Pokémon world. Cain was convinced that even Giovanni, at best, might have access to something of similar quality, but hardly superior. That was assuming one overestimated Team Rocket's capacity in Pokeblock production. Perhaps Giovanni didn't have worse materials, but Cain's recipe and methods were clearly superior. After all, in producing them, Cain applied and adapted techniques from the arcane science of the Azoth Kingdom. Materials that in theory would last half a year in Hoa's space were consumed in barely a month and a half. And what before would yield for 3.5 months, now in his hands only lasted a month and a half. And that thanks to Team Heaven supplying extra resources. In short, Cain had raised the standard of what his Pokémon consumed by at least one full level. That he could maintain that pace was thanks to the existence of Diancie and Magiarna. When the day came that Diancie could create the Heart Diamond and the Carbon Kingdom was established, then they could reach an even higher level. To accelerate the process of Mega Evolution, Cain almost always kept Diancie by his side, also equipping her with the Soothe Bell. But certain things couldn't be achieved through items or by force. There was no need to rush. Everything had to be done little by little. Beyond that, Cain's private island was already functioning according to plan. Some of its products could even reach the market. With Porygon 2's help and its control over the quality of the island's Pokémon, those of lower talent were selected and sold in Team Heaven's shop in Malville City. Thus he completed a self-sufficient chain, from production to sales. His production line was in use. Pearls, stingers, honey, gogoat milk, and even the miracle seed item. Except for the latter, which had a low production rate, the other items weren't expensive per unit, but their steady flow in large quantities generated notable income. The pearls and stingers needed no explanation, but gogoat milk directly shook the dairy market of Malville City. The Combi honey was also used by him and his Pokémon, and the surplus sold received unanimous praise. The miracle seed item, although it couldn't be produced stably, was extremely profitable. With those earnings, Cain felt that even if he stopped doing anything, he wouldn't go hungry. The feeling of being the owner of a farm was quite pleasant. Only that the island was small. If the opportunity arose, he should expand it. Cain remained in Malville City all that time, from when Team Heaven took over the city, to controlling its black market and founding the auction house. During that entire period, he stayed in Malville City. His days consisted of training with his Pokémon, making Pokeblocks, strengthening his psychic powers, and using Porygon 2 to improve the island. Nothing else. From time to time, he maintained contact with Steven, Phoebe, and Wallace. Sometimes he also discussed breeding topics with his teacher Matsuda Takashi, or consulted research matters with President Juan. Cain told Juan that he would retreat for a while to train in seclusion with his Pokémon, and that he shouldn't assign him tasks. Juan, still feeling guilty about what had happened in the last mission, accepted without giving him responsibilities. Meanwhile, Drake, already recovered from his injuries, called him from time to time to invite him aboard his ship and directly teach him how to train Dragon-type Pokémon. Even through video calls, Drake passed on much knowledge to him. Since learning that it was Cain who saved him, Drake's attitude toward him had improved greatly. They weren't master and disciple, but their relationship was almost equivalent. Thus, stable and fulfilling days went by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. When Cain left Malville City, those 3 months had already passed. He did so because there was a mission he couldn't be absent from. 3 months of time. For Cain, this was the longest development stage since his rebirth. It could be said that it was an extremely valuable span. It allowed him to calm down and clearly organize the state of his Pokémon at that moment, as well as define the direction and goals for the next period. That's why this stage had a profound influence on Cain. Not only on the growth of his strength, but also on the confirmation of his future objectives. In these 3 months, the most noticeable changes came from Jengar, Slowking, Honchkrow, and Florges. All four surpassed the level 70 barrier. It was practically one level per month. Honchkrow, Slowking, and Florges reached level 70, while Jengar was a little faster and reached 71. However, Cain confirmed that when Mega Evolving, a level 71 Jengar could not reach level 75. It only reached the pinnacle of 74, that is, the start of the intermediate Elite 4 level, without being able to make the jump to level 75. That was a huge obstacle, not easy to overcome. But the appearance of 4 Pokémon at Elite 4 level meant one thing. Cain had already reached that level, and if he wanted, he could compete for a spot in the Elite 4 of any region. Although in theory, an Elite 4 of a region should have quasi-champion level Pokémon, the situation in Hoenn was different, and Cain's identity also gave him that opportunity. 3 levels in 3 months at this range was excellent progress. If it hadn't been for Cain abruptly improving the level of the Pokeblocks his Pokémon consumed during that time, he wouldn't have achieved it. In addition, the subtle and constant influence of Magiarna played an important role. Aside from that, Drapion reached level 68 and Weevil reached 69. Both Pokémon continued strengthening their power steadily. Cain's growth rate would surprise anyone who knew about it. Too fast. Mainly because the materials he used had changed drastically. It could be said that Cain was sustaining the progress with all the income from the Heaven team, plus the resources of his private island and the wealth created by Diancie. The accumulation of all that barely allowed him to maintain the current consumption. That showed just how incredibly expensive and rare the materials he used were. Such progress, in essence, was stacked with money. Perfectly understandable. Of course, if he had used slightly less sophisticated materials, nothing serious would have happened either. Progress would have just been slower. But after the incident in which he was suspected, Cain no longer held back. In the limited time he had, if he could increase the strength of his Pokémon without side effects, he was willing to do it, no matter the amount of resources invested. And besides, the reward was clear. With more power, the speed to obtain more resources also grew. It was a positive cycle. In this world, there had to be very few who, like Cain, could use such outrageous amounts of resources for training. Additionally, Tyranitar, Blaziken, and Agron reached level 65. Swampert rose to 64, and Politoed a bit slower, to 63. Overall, his second Pokémon team showed some level differences due to the gaps in talent between them. But that wasn't too concerning. There would always be differences between the first and second teams, and as long as the overall level rose, those differences would shrink. In the end, he wouldn't have to divide them into first and second lines, but instead organize them by weather teams, sandstorm, rain, etc. It's worth mentioning that, after a long time of adaptation, Mismagius finally became completely accustomed to Cain's rhythm and battle style. With the large amount of resources invested, her natural talent unfolded and quickly caught up with the rest. Perhaps because she had been accumulating for a long time, in these few months of training she rose 5 levels, from level 64 to 69. A huge improvement. Surely it also influenced the fact that Cain started valuing her abilities much more. After all, he discovered how impactful the power of dreams could be on humans and Pokémon. A real dream combined with authentic interactions could deeply influence someone's ideas. That power could no longer be seen as a simple dream. It was a form of hypnosis, long-term and subtle. After testing it several times, Cain saw how effective it was. That's why, rather than demanding Mismagius in battle, he focused her training on enhancing her hypnosis and dream creation abilities. It was a capacity that, in the future, could become one of his most valuable cards. As a reborn, Cain already had an advantage in information. Taking full advantage of it was logical. On the other hand, Shelgon and Seadra reached level 45. This wasn't thanks to battles, but to the energy accumulation of the most advanced materials. Shelgon by nature only accumulates energy, and Seadra was not yet ready to evolve into Kingdra. His Rain team did not yet have an active role, and Cain preferred to give it more time before evolving. As for Kirlia, She had been insisting on evolving for a long time, but Cain prevented it. She was on the edge of level 29, but he deliberately suppressed the evolution. He did it for her own good. At that moment, her quality was dark purple. If she evolved with the help of the quality-boosting potion, she would become quasi-black. But Cain aspired to more. He hoped that upon evolving into Gardevoir, she would reach light black. Among all his Pokémon, she was the one showing the greatest potential. He couldn't sacrifice that long-term goal for an immediate benefit. That's why, even though Curlia pestered him day after day, he didn't give in. To help her, almost every day Cain and Slowking assisted her with psychic powers to guide her energy, and he kept her alongside Magiarna and Diancie, hoping the influence of both would benefit her. And yes, 3 girls together were quite a handful. Finally, Riolu. The little Riolu began official training. Every day Cain sent him to his island to battle wild Pokémon of his level. He had already reached level 15. Lastly, Diancie and Magiarna. Although he didn't demand much from them in battle, he wanted them to have some strength. Also, the higher their level, the greater the benefits they provided. Both had reached level 55. According to the system, after their improvements, the changes were noticeable. Diancie produced diamonds more frequently, and Magiarna's influence had grown stronger. So, even if they didn't participate in battles, their levels still had to keep rising. Cain was riding on his Flygon while flying toward Rustboro City. Now, his Flygon was no longer able to keep up with his pace. However, since there was no rush, it really didn't matter much. Once his Shelgon evolved into Salamence, he would never again have to worry about the matter of a flying-type Pokémon. Rustboro City. Devon Corporation Building. Inside Stephen Stone's office. At that moment, Stephen's office had already been transformed by himself into a Pokémon training room. As for the matters of the Devon Corporation, they had all been temporarily set aside. The influence of the words Cain had told him before had taken effect. Stephen sought out his father, spoke to him about his goals and thoughts, and his father agreed. He allowed Stephen to set aside all matters of the Devon Corporation for the time being to focus exclusively on training and raising Pokémon. Having achieved first place in the Grand Sinnoh tournament proved Stephen's potential. As a frequent assistant in league meetings, Joseph Stone knew very well the importance of strength. Moreover, while he still remained vigorous, he saw no problem in letting Stephen grow for a while longer. The Stone family really needed someone who, through strength, could reach the summit. Otherwise, others would always see the Stones first as a family of merchants, and only afterward consider their power as a clan, and finally, individual strength. Stephen was the person of his generation with the greatest chance of reaching the summit thanks to his own power. Understanding everything that had happened and the reasons behind it, Cain couldn't help but sigh. In this life, Stephen's growth speed was even greater. He would surely reach champion level much earlier. With the full support of the Stone family, it was uncertain what effects this would bring in the future. The wings of the small butterfly called Cain were already forming a storm. For example, even the mission he was about to take part in had something to do with him. "Do you want something to drink?" Stephen asked as he finished training with his Pokémon. With sweat on his body, he wiped himself with a towel. That too he had learned from Cain. If he wanted to increase the bond between Pokémon and trainer, training together gave very good results. A bit of whiskey would be nice. Cain hesitated for an instant and then smiled as he replied. Stephen was surprised. He had never seen Cain drink before. "Whiskey? Didn't you say you didn't drink? Besides, I think you're not even of legal drinking age, right?" Although he said that, he still took a bottle of whiskey from the refrigerator, added a few ice cubes, and poured a small glass for both of them. The alcohol content wasn't high, drinking a little would have no consequences. Stephen was used to drinking just a bit. It made him feel more passionate when acting. He had even offered Cain some before, but he had refused. And now he was asking for it voluntarily? Cain just smiled without saying anything. Before, he had always abstained because he felt a constant pressure on his shoulders, forcing himself to keep his mind absolutely clear. But now, with his strength increasing, his mindset had also changed. A little won't hurt. Cain took a light sip. The taste was strong, but pleasant on the palate. In his previous life, he had greatly enjoyed alcohol. It was his way of relieving pressure, to the point it became a habit. But since his rebirth, he hadn't touched it again. I always told you, drinking isn't about the alcohol itself, but about the feeling. A small dose brings more passion to your work, but you mustn't overdo it. 1 glass a day is the limit. Stephen commented with a smile that he had learned from his father. He was a little older than Cain, so he already met the legal age to drink. And since he only drank a little, no one questioned him. Stephen's level of self-control was very high. Both sat on the sofa, drinking in silence. No one interrupted that rare calm. After a moment, Cain set his glass down. Did you also receive the mission this time? Yes, I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Stephen replied with a smile. After another silence, he added, I didn't think Lance would move so fast. We also have to hurry. Everything that has happened in Hoenn during this time is also our opportunity. That Lance is about to challenge the Elite Four. A complex emotion flickered in Cain's eyes. He had already considered that Lance would be fast and strove to grow as well, but he hadn't thought that even so that guy would get ahead of him. Since they separated in Kalos, they hadn't spoken again. Cain had gone to Hoen's space, then to the Nebel Plateau, and afterward trained for 3 months in Malville City. In total, 5 or 6 months had passed. And in that time, Lance's strength had changed drastically. Could it be that, because of my words back then, Lance ended up letting go of his resentment toward the Draco family? Cain felt a little uneasy. It seemed he was influencing the future champions of the regions too much. In the original route, Lance should still be working as a chief-level researcher in the Kanto region. But if Lance is going to challenge the Elite Four, what will we do? Just go witness it so we can envy him? Stephen asked with doubt. Cain smiled wryly. Isn't that so? Don't you know how our Hoenn region is right now? In turbulent times. I feel everything will become even more chaotic very soon. After completely taking over Malville City, Team Heaven had followed Cain's orders to establish an intelligence system. They weren't seeking deep infiltration, but at least it allowed them to learn of major events in advance. While the Hoenn League dealt with the Hunters Guild, Teams Magma and Aqua didn't sit idle. Though they appeared withdrawn, in secret they made many moves. In fact, several former members of the guild ended up joining Teams Magma and Aqua. Cain was convinced that those two groups would not remain quiet for long. Stephen curled his lips. Even if they didn't go see, they already felt envious enough. President Juan was unnecessary in all this. Will it be just the two of us going? Stephen asked. Before Cain could answer, 2 figures appeared at the entrance. Cain. Stephen. Here we are. One of them quickly ran toward them. It was Phoebe. At her side entered a flamboyant man in a white robe, carrying a harp in his arms, Wallace. You see, everyone has arrived, Cain said with a smile. Phoebe ran up to them, and suddenly her nose twitched. She looked at them in disbelief. You two are drinking. Cain, you're not even old enough to drink yet. Wallace also approached. Looks like we caught you in the act. Cain and Stephen looked at each other and, without losing their smiles, spoke in unison. Want some? Wallace was stunned for an instant. Then he smiled and nodded, of course. Phoebe froze, watching as Wallace joined the round. In her mind, the image she had of the 3 completely collapsed. 1 day later, the 4 arrived at MT Silver in the Kanto region. The challenge to the Elite Four would be held this time in the Grand Stadium of MT Silver. Although the main contender was Lance, that didn't mean there weren't other participants. The format of the Elite Four challenge consisted of all the contenders first facing each other in several rounds of battles, establishing a ranking, and after determining the winner, that person could challenge the Elite Four. Lance was only one of the candidates with the highest chances of success. Upon arriving at MT Silver, League staff immediately received them and lodged them in rooms in the main League building on the mountain. All that was left was to wait for the official start of the tournament. The challenge to the Elite Four could be held publicly or privately. It only required both parties to agree. The Kanto League, in order to show its current strength, chose to hold it publicly. They invited young talents from all regions, heirs of great families, high-ranking officials of the regional leagues, among others. Anyone with status and availability traveled to MT Silver. Cain and Phoebe represented the Hoenn League, Stephen represented the Stone family, and Wallace represented the Coordinator Guild. In addition to those four, many others also came from Hoenn. It could be considered another great event after the Sinnoh tournament. It had enormous symbolic value. The new generation of the League was beginning to officially take over the military power of the League. The current Kanto Elite Four included several of advanced age. Some wished to retire and rest, hence this succession challenge arose. Cain and his companions gathered in their room, holding several lists with the names and brief descriptions of the participants. Lance appears first. "Looks like he has a high chance of winning this time," commented Phoebe as she looked at the first page with his photo and data. Cain was also reviewing his own copy. It was information provided by the Kanto League. Each guest had their own. Indeed, Lance was on the first page. Lance of the Draco family, direct heir, chief-level researcher of the Kanto League, expert in Dragon-type Pokémon. Next were listed the missions he had carried out and completed. Upon seeing the detail, Dragon-type expert, Cain marked it with special attention. It was a key point. In a test, many might mistakenly think it was Flying-type, but the correct answer was Dragon-type. For a long time now, Lance had been the League's main protege. This challenge to the Elite Four sounded as if everyone had a chance, but in reality, it was a show set up for Lance. The rest were there as companions. Aside from Lance, some other familiar names appeared to Cain. Koga, gym leader of Fuchsia City, trainer of Poison-type Pokémon. Cain was surprised to see his name. Would Koga also try to compete for a spot in the Elite Four? Although his greatest skills were assassination and stealth, not direct frontal combat. At least, not the Koga of now. As a gym leader, he was more than qualified, but as an Elite Four member, he was still a bit lacking. Flint. Reading that name, Cain immediately remembered that man with short hair, a confident smile, and obsessed with Pokémon breeding. He had met him when he took the intermediate breeder exam. At that time, Flint had invited him to visit Pewter City. He didn't expect to see him now as a contender in the Elite Four challenge. Thinking it over, with Flint's strength, it wasn't impossible. He could even become an important rival for Lance. There were also some familiar names from the Sinnoh tournament. Will, Karen, and Lorelei. Surely they were participating more for experience, to become familiar with the challenge format. Like if Hoenn were to open the Elite Four challenge now, Cain imagined that he and his three companions would also participate, regardless of the result, just to live the experience. That's why those three had lower positions in the initial ranking. However, Cain was very eager for one particular match, Lance against Lorelei. Who knew what spark might come from that battle? If the tournament favorite, Lance, fell to Lorelei, it would be truly amusing. And what if that ended up giving Koga a spot in the Elite Four? It wasn't impossible. Finally, there was the list of the current Kanto Elite Four. First, Agatha, a ghost-type specialist, considered the number one of the group. It was said she had a very close relationship with Professor Oak. Next, Bruno, a fighting-type specialist, a man capable of physically facing Pokémon. He had pushed his body to the absolute limit. The third surprised Cain a little, although deep down it made sense: Price. He still held his position as a member of the Kanto Elite Four. Cain hadn't expected it. With his strength, he could have even been champion, so remaining as Elite Four wasn't strange. The curious thing was that Cain thought Price had already retired after serving a while. Why was he still on the list? His name was very well known and no one doubted his strength. The last member and protagonist of the current challenge was Master Seiji, current guardian of the Bell Tower in Akritique City, Johto. His age was very advanced, even older than Price. It was he who had decided to retire from his position, which gave rise to this challenge. It was said that he planned to return to the Bell Tower to spend his final days, but before that he wished to offer his last contribution to the next generation of the League. He had served as Elite Four for more than 30 years, always diligent and devoted, a respected figure by all in the Kanto League. While the four were reviewing the dossiers, Cain suddenly sensed something. He smiled and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As soon as he said it, his psychic power flowed, and the door swung open. A silhouette appeared at the threshold, hand raised ready to knock. But the door had opened ahead of time. The person was startled for a moment. He locked eyes with Cain, who had just withdrawn his psychic powers, and immediately understood. Smiling, he stepped forward confidently, his cape fluttered without wind. Another show-off. Instantly, that was the simultaneous thought of Cain, Stephen, and Phoebe. In contrast, Wallace, upon looking at Lance, felt a chill of danger. Damn it. Someone who poses even more than me. What's this? I thought it would be the devil, but turns out it was Lance, Phoebe reacted with a murmur. Lance paused for a moment. The devil? Who's that? What a strange name. Cain smirked sideways, a great trainer of ancient times, with a rank equivalent to the league president, who ruled the Pokémon World of his era. I see. Phoebe showed a look of revelation. He was a great trainer. Stephen and the others, who knew their history, knew Cain was making it up, but they didn't bother to correct it. Lance also wasn't bothered and sat down among them as if nothing. How about it? After reading the information, do you have any suggestions for me? Said Lance with a smile. Immediately, Stephen, Phoebe, and Wallace turned their gazes toward Cain. The four had participated together in the Sinnoh tournament, and they knew that in this kind of situation, he was the one who handled things best. In that tournament, starting from the top 32, before each battle Cain always analyzed the opponents, their strength, their Pokémon, possible circumstances, and how to deal with them. That's why, at a moment like this, the other three naturally looked at him. Seeing their expressions, Lance also looked at him with some curiosity. If the three recognized him in that way, it had to be because he had a special talent. Moreover, among all of them, Lance was closest to Cain. With the others, he only shared a superficial friendship. With Cain, he had gone through life and death situations. He knew a little of his abilities, so he also wanted to hear his advice. Noticing that all eyes were on him, Cain showed a resigned expression. But regarding this Elite Four Challenge tournament, he did have his own opinion. The truth is, Lance, you're already the league's main candidate in this tournament. The others are just accompanying. What should you fear? If the league doesn't want to give you the Elite Four spot, threaten to go to another region, for example Hoenn, which wouldn't be bad at all. Cain said jokingly. That's right, good idea. He didn't expect someone to actually support it, Phoebe, the one who always encouraged chaos. The five smiled. They knew each other well enough to know Cain was only joking. Lance was from the Draco family. If he really left for Hoenn, the first to stop him would be his own family. It was like asking Stephen to move to another region to become Elite Four or champion, something impossible. The descendants of those families received support to grow faster than others, in the hope that in the end they would return the favor to their lineage. Ahem, enough. Be serious, Stephen coughed, cutting the smiles. Cain nodded, organized his thoughts, and said, Actually, Lance, I think you have three main rivals. Three? Lance was surprised. Yes. The gym leader of Fuchsia City, Poison-type specialist, Koga. The gym leader of Pewter City, Rock-type specialist, Flint. And the Ice-type trainer, Lorelei. Cain said, naming the three. Hearing the first two, Lance wasn't surprised. Both were strong. But Lorelei. That Lorelei, wasn't she one of the competitors who participated with you in the Sinnoh tournament? Is her strength that great? He asked with doubt. Cain looked at him calmly. Not great, terrifying. It was as if fate had placed her there to face you. Her effect of countering dragon-type Pokémon was even more fearsome than Price himself. As long as she exists, forget about being champion, Cain thought silently. Her talent is immense. Maybe her current strength still doesn't reach yours, but if you check the recordings of her battles in the Sinnoh tournament, you'll surely learn something. Lance didn't hesitate. He nodded, determined to carefully review the material on Lorelei. In his impression, Cain never spoke lightly. If he mentioned her with such respect, it was because she truly had extraordinary merits. And how do you think the nickname Dragon Slayer arose? Wasn't it because of you? After exchanging some observations about those opponents, Lance suddenly suggested, how about, before the tournament starts, we battle a few rounds among ourselves? The others looked at each other. The proposal tempted them. They wanted to measure how far they were from Elite Four level. Lance, for his part, wanted to train more before the event, fight against different styles, and perhaps gain inspiration. Let's go now, shouted Phoebe, always the first to cheer. She wasn't that fanatic about battles, but going out to do something was better than being locked inside. Let's go. Lance swung his cape and strode off. Seeing him, Wallace hesitated a moment and then imitated the gesture, swishing his cape too. Silently he thought, yes, quite elegant. Not bad. Stephen and Cain walked behind, ignoring the two show-offs. Better not even look at them. The five went together to the league's training grounds. But on the way, they ran into someone. Hey Lance, Cain, a lively voice sounded behind them. Hearing it, in Cain's mind immediately appeared that familiar figure. Professor Oak, shouted Lance and Cain in unison. Stephen and Phoebe, on the other hand, looked at him as if they were seeing a rare species. At last they were meeting the real Professor Oak. And walking. Upon learning of the young one's plans, Professor Oak immediately said he wanted to come along to observe. But he hadn't come alone. When he called back, a woman appeared with 2 children. Cain felt Stephen, Phoebe, and Wallace freeze on the spot. That's Professor Oak's wife. So young. And those 2 kids, his children. So little. They looked again at Professor Oak's white hair, what energy he had. 3 pairs of eyes landed on him with admiration. Especially Stephen. When I get the chance, I'll ask him the secret. Maybe I'll even get the old man at home to give me a little brother or sister. Stephen thought with admiration. Cain didn't need to read minds to know they had already misunderstood everything. But there was nothing to be done. Brother Cain. One of the kids ran toward him upon recognizing him. The other got excited too and ran after his friend. Long time no see, Ash Gary. Yes, those 2 troublemakers were none other than Ash Ketchum and Gary Oak from Pallet Town. And the woman, of course, was not Professor Oak's wife, but his good neighbor, Delia Ketchum, Ash's mother. Only after Cain introduced them did Stephen and the others feel embarrassed, lowering their heads. Damn subjective imagination. All Cain's influence to blame. Cain? The group grew larger. At that time, Ash and Gary weren't trainers yet. They didn't have their first Pokémon. Professor Oak had brought them to see up close what a real Pokémon battle was, something that would be useful to them in the future. When they learned that the 5 young ones were going to battle, they insisted on coming along to watch. They were ecstatic. And since there was nothing to hide, Lance and the others didn't object. Thus, the group arrived without issue at the League's private training grounds. Lance, as a chief-level researcher of the Kanto region, had the right to use those facilities, and with Professor Oak present, no one was going to stop them. Several people arrived at the training hall. Professor Oak led Ash and the others to sit on one side. Lance, on the other hand, walked directly to the opposite side. A confident smile appeared on his face. Maybe in a few years Cain and the others could reach a level similar to his, but for now there was still a certain difference. Especially since, thanks to Cain's persuasion last time, he had come to understand that family was also his own advantage, and no one would ridicule him for relying on that family's strength. This world has always been ruled by the supremacy of power. As long as one keeps winning, one can ignore any questioning. I'll go first, said Stephen. As he spoke, he loosened the collar of his small suit a bit, so it wouldn't bother him while giving battle orders. A one-on-one, single round, a simple match that ends as soon as it's decided, proposed Professor Oak with a smile. Everyone nodded. Go, Metagross. Stephen took a pokeball from his belt, enlarged it, and threw it onto the field. A shiny Metagross. He was sending out his signature Pokémon right away. Seeing Stephen's shiny Metagross, a glint flashed in Cain's eyes and his system activated, scanning the data of that special Metagross. Pokémon. Shiny Metagross, dark purple. Gender, genderless. Level, 70. Types, Steel plus Psychic. Ability, Clear Body. Held item, Metal Coat, Aka Berry. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, Hammer Arm, Confusion, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Takedown, Bullet Punch, Miracle Eye, Scary Face, Agility, Meteor Mash, Iron Defense, Pursuit. Learned moves, Gravity, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Icy Wind, Signal Beam, Ally Switch. TM moves, Protect, Psyshock, Hidden Power, Flying, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, Psychic, Shadow Ball, Brick Break, Rock Slide, Substitute, Flash Cannon, Grass Knot, Rain Dance, Rock Polish, Confide. Level 70. And dark purple color quality. Cain looked at Steven with a bit of surprise. As expected of the future champion of Hoenn. Just when Cain thought his own power growth was fast enough, Steven had already brought his shiny Metagross up to level 70. That was initial Elite 4 level. And considering it was a pseudo-legendary, even against most intermediate Elite 4 level Pokémon, it would still have the ability to fight. And all this, even without the existence of Mega Evolution. If that shiny Metagross could Mega Evolve, the power bursting out of it would not be inferior to that of a quasi-champion level Pokémon. Moreover, the special shiny trait of Metagross had already awakened. Its body was clearly much more resistant than that of a normal Metagross. Its dark purple color quality surely was also related to that shiny awakening. And one couldn't forget the Stone family, with their long tradition of research into Steel-type Pokémon, which had undoubtedly given Steven huge support. That shiny Metagross, Cain knew well. Aside from his Mega-evolved Gengar, it was very likely that none of his other Pokémon could confidently face it. It seems Tyranitar's growth speed is still not enough. I must accelerate, otherwise the gap will become obvious, thought Cain silently. Against a pseudo-legendary, the best choice was another pseudo-legendary. Tyranitar against Metagross had both type advantages and disadvantages. But in his own Tyranitar's physical strength, Cain had absolute confidence. He was convinced that, after a time under Magiarna's subtle influence, it would grow even stronger. A shiny Metagross? That really is a rare Pokémon. Professor Oak, sitting nearby, showed interest. His professionalism wouldn't allow him to stay quiet at a moment like this. He continued commenting, looks like Joseph really splurged. Haha, not bad. It was obvious Professor Oak knew Steven's father, Joseph Stone, and that they had a good relationship. In that case, I have no choice but to send out this Pokémon. I can't afford to lose even before the tournament begins, said Lance, seeing the shiny Metagross, a flash of surprise and then excitement in his eyes. Definitely, having accepted to battle Cain and the others had been a great choice. They had not disappointed him. Lance also threw a Pokeball. An orange-colored Pokémon appeared on the field. Charizard. Roar. As soon as it came out, it roared to the sky, spewing a flame mixed with golden sparks. The others didn't notice, but Cain did perceive that detail in Charizard's fire. Just as I thought, none of them are weak. That golden fire, his Blaziken could barely control a single spark, and that was after having absorbed Ho-Oh's energy. But this Charizard naturally exhaled fire laced with golden sparks. No wonder it was Lance's starter Pokémon. Pokémon. Charizard, purple. Gender, male. Level, 75. Types, fire plus flying. Ability, blaze. Held item, none. Egg moves, crunch, dragon dance, dragon pulse, bite. Basic moves, wing attack, flare blitz, heat wave, shadow claw, air slash, scratch, growl, ember, smokescreen, dragon rage, flame burst, flamethrower, fire spin, inferno. Learned moves, blast burn, outrage, tailwind, iron tail, focus punch, thunder punch, fire punch, snore. TM moves, protect, hidden power, water, dragon claw, hyper beam, roost, earthquake, fire blast, aerial ace, steel wing, swords dance, rock slide. A level 75 Charizard. And with purple color quality. That was the power of the Draco family, the changes Lance had obtained from his lineage. The strength of this Charizard was impressive, but without a doubt it was not Lance's strongest Pokémon. He still had his Dragonite. And the power of that Dragonite was even greater. But even so, this Charizard had already reached Intermediate Elite Four level, 5 levels above Steven's Metagross. Ash and Gary, seated behind Cain, looked at those two imposing Pokémon with eyes shining with admiration, as if they were seeing stars. They dreamed that, in reality, the ones battling were themselves. Whether it was Lance or Steven didn't matter much in their fantasies. It was a direct duel between two heirs of families that ranked among the 5 most influential in the Pokémon world. Two great millionaires spending their fortunes lavishly. Cain's special ability was telepathy. Theirs was the power of money. The battle was about to begin. Steven ordered his Metagross to launch the attack. The two future champions of their respective regions were facing each other for the first time. Metagross, Thunder Punch. Meteor Mash. Magnet Rise. Agility. Charizard, Swords Dance. Flamethrower. Heat Wave. Flare Blitz. The battle had only just begun, and it was already at maximum intensity. Brother Cain, which one of those two will win? Ash couldn't help but ask impatiently. The fight had just started, and after a brief initial probing, both had already moved on to using their full strength. Cain smiled and said, "Lance. Here, none of us is his match. This time he has a great chance of becoming an Elite Four." Elite Four? What's that? Ash showed yet another of his classic misunderstood genius questions. No matter what it is, with my protagonist aura I'll defeat them anyway, he seemed to say. A real disaster of a kid. Before Cain could answer, Gary had already grabbed him by the arm and dragged him back, ready to complete the lesson for him. The battle between Lance and Steven wasn't really to decide who was stronger. Its purpose was to serve as tactical practice for Lance before the tournament, and at the same time, for Steven to measure how far he still was from reaching the minimum level of an Elite Four. The fight between the two lasted a full 30 minutes and ended with Metagross being knocked out. However, the injuries weren't too serious, and since they were at League headquarters, there was no reason to worry. Cain quickly treated Metagross and restored it almost completely. Afterwards, it was Phoebe's turn. Compared to Steven, Phoebe was still somewhat weaker. In any case, Lance didn't fight with all his strength either, limiting himself to exchanging blows and polishing strategies. That battle ended in about 20 minutes. Then it was Wallace's turn. Cain was reserved for the finale. Wallace directly sent out his signature Pokémon, Milotic. Lance, in response, released his Gyarados. The clash between two water-type Pokémon brought Cain a memory of Trial Island, where he had also seen a battle between Gyarados and Milotic. Of course, back then those Pokémon hadn't had anywhere near the power that Lance's and Wallace's were showing now. The development wasn't too different from the previous duels, except that Wallace managed to hold on a little longer. 25 minutes later, that battle also came to an end. Lance had already accumulated 3 consecutive victories. Although Cain and the others didn't care too much, Ash kept cheering from the back. Of course, for him, this was nothing more than watching a show as a spectator. Delia and Professor Oak, on the other hand, watched with genuine interest. From the perspective of raw strength, it was undeniable that Lance was above all of them. But it also had to be considered that Lance was several years older than them. Even so, the enormous talent of Steven, Phoebe, and Wallace was evident. Professor Oak couldn't help but sigh at Juan's good fortune. At last it was Cain's turn. He didn't refuse, taking off his jacket and placing it on the chair. "Go for it, Brother Cain." Ash and Gary cheered in unison. Cain smiled and nodded. He stood before Lance and said, "Well then." Hearing that, Lance showed a more serious expression and nodded. Very strong. Obviously, he was referring to Steven, Phoebe, and Wallace. Against them, he had used Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Gyarados respectively. According to what Cain knew, Lance still had his signature Pokémon, Dragonite. The other 2 Pokémon, however, had never been seen. "Let's go all out," said Lance, throwing a Pokeball. Cain had already decided beforehand which Pokémon he would use. He also threw his Pokeball. Kinged. A pure blue Pokémon appeared on the field. Kingdra. While Cain sent out Florges. Against a Dragon-type Pokémon, Florges had a natural advantage. Even if Lance had sent out Dragonite, Cain believed Florges could hold its ground for quite a while. Winning, however, with such a difference in levels, was practically impossible. But against Kingdra, the chances were different. A Pokémon from the Draco family? Cain thought when he saw it. Lance's cousin, Claire, had Kingdra as her signature Pokémon. Cain had even fought against her in the Sinnoh tournament. Most likely, Lance's Kingdra was a recent addition. Perhaps the Draco family itself had given it to him. Surely he received it right at the point of evolution from Horsia to Seadra, and with a little training, Lance brought it to this state. And in a clan like that, dragon scales abounded. It was just a matter of training it enough to evolve into Kingdra. An immediate reinforcement for Lance, which wouldn't take long to consolidate. And what's more, without side effects, afterwards it could continue developing normally. That was exactly the method great clans used to strengthen their direct heirs. After scanning Kingdra's data, Cain fully confirmed his suspicion. Pokémon: Kingdra, light purple. Gender: male. Level: 73. Types: water plus dragon. Ability: sniper. Held item: dragon scale. Egg moves: aurora beam, dragon rage, dragon breath, muddy water. Basic moves: hydro pump, yawn, bubble, smokescreen, leer, water gun, twister, bubble beam, focus energy, brine, agility, dragon pulse, dragon dance. Learned moves: Draco meteor, laser focus, bounce, iron head, outrage, icy wind, water pulse, snore. TM moves: protect, ice beam, blizzard, hyper beam, rain dance, double team, scald, sleep talk, waterfall. The truth was, he couldn't help but feel envious. Yes, envious. After evolving into Seadra, they still had dragon scales to spare to give it. The only such resource Cain had was in the Kamua resting on the island. But trying to pluck another scale from it would be suicide. With the sniper ability, that light purple color quality, and the move list, there was no doubt it was a Kingdra raised in a true dragon's nest. And having a dragon's nest let you do whatever you wanted? The Draco family would make sure to prove that yes. Although, since it was a recent acquisition for Lance, he hadn't yet had the time to surpass Intermediate Elite 4 level. Reaching its current level had already required the family to invest countless resources. It was clear that Lance enjoyed great favoritism within his clan. This Kingdra is? Cain asked, without finishing the sentence, but with a meaningful look. Lance nodded naturally. That's right. And in part, thanks to your advice last time. Bah, nothing. Just invite us to eat later, said Cain, waving his hand. Lance smiled and replied, that's done. From the side, Stephen and the others watched the exchange of looks. Something fishy going on, murmured Phoebe. Stephen and Wallace immediately nodded, as if trying to uncover the hidden secret. Let's see how much the fairy type can do against the dragon type, said Lance. Cain only smiled silently. Florges wasn't a pure fairy. If Dragonite had entered the field, she wouldn't have stood a chance. But since it was Kingdra, water and dragon, it was completely different. Also, it hadn't reached Intermediate Elite 4 level like the previous Pokémon. It was still at Initial Elite 4 level. Even though it was a bit higher leveled than Florges, the type advantage mattered much more than that difference. The only concerning thing was Kingdra's sniper ability. At that moment, Cain's Florges was by no means weak. Pokémon: Florges, dark blue. Gender: female. Level: 70. Type: fairy. Ability: Flower Veil. Held item: Miracle Seed. Egg moves: Copycat, Captivate, Camouflage, Tearful Look. Basic moves: Tackle, Vine Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Chant, Razor Leaf, Wish, Magical Leaf, Grassy Terrain, Petal Blizzard, Aromatherapy, Disarming Voice, Flower Shield, Misty Terrain, Moonblast, Petal Dance. Learned moves: Worry Seed, Synthesis, Heal Bell, After You, Seed Bomb, Giga Drain. TM moves: Protect, Energy Ball, Grass Knot, Safeguard, Psychic. Florges Misty Terrain. Cain was the first to give the order. After receiving the instruction, Florges began to release a fine pink mist. Within it was mixed a notable amount of fairy-type energy. The move Misty Terrain quickly spread across the entire battlefield. In this scenario, Dragon-type Pokémon would be severely restricted. The power of all their Dragon-type moves was reduced by 50%. So this is the field move that punishes Dragon-type Pokémon the most. Its effect is truly terrifying. Lance watched the full expansion of Misty Terrain and couldn't help but feel some admiration. Although he hadn't been with his Kingdra for long, the bond between them was already quite solid. He could clearly sense the discomfort running through his Pokémon. Kingdra, use agility. Despite recognizing the brutal fairy-type advantage, Lance did not show any nervousness. He gave the order for Kingdra to start the offensive. Cain's lips curved into a faint smile. He stayed silent and began to direct the battle through telepathy. In this way, the synchronization between trainer and Pokémon became much tighter, and the orders reached the Pokémon's mind instantly. For Florges, this form of combat with Cain wasn't new either. When Lance saw Cain using telepathy, his expression grew more serious. He knew his rival was fighting at full strength. If he didn't manage to make the most out of Kingdra's advantages, the battle would become very difficult. Kingdra began moving quickly across the field, searching for a weak spot in Florges. It was the first time he had fought against a Pokémon of that type, and it wasn't easy to make his sniper ability shine. At that moment, Florges waved her arms and surrounded her body with a faint mystical energy. Lucky chant. Lance, upon perceiving the change, guessed the move Cain had ordered. He felt a slight headache. The move Lucky Chant is a support-type move with a simple effect. It drastically reduces the chance of receiving critical hits. So much so that the probability becomes almost non-existent. In other words, Kingdra's sniper ability was completely nullified. This was precisely the reason why Cain considered it possible to face that Pokémon. It was too restricted. If that's the case, then there's no choice but to attack head-on. Kingdra, Hydro Pump. After the order, Kingdra stopped searching. He couldn't find any clear weaknesses in Florges. Any fleeting sign disappeared instantly. But his talent with both Water-type energy and Dragon-type energy was outstanding. The move Hydro Pump quickly formed, and a massive torrent shot from his mouth straight at Florges. Moonblast. Then switch with Camouflage to Grass-type. Cain had already prepared the strategy upon seeing Kingdra charging his attack. A moonbeam pierced clouds and daytime sky, responding to Florges' call. The light fell upon Kingdra. The Pokémon's one-shining scales darkened little by little as if being corroded. But the Hydro Pump was already launched. You want to trade blow for blow? Lance understood instantly. Even so, Kingdra showed no fear. Hold it and use Waterfall, ordered Lance right after the Water-type move was released. The next instant, he witnessed something unexpected. A green glow covered Florges' white flowers. Her attribute transformed into Grass-type. It forced resistance against Water-type moves. Though she took damage, it wasn't serious. Grassy terrain. Cain didn't immediately try to defend against the next move, but instead set a field of grass. After becoming Grass-type, Florges spread the green terrain beneath her feet. At once, small green sparkles entered her body, healing her wounds. Kingdra didn't hesitate upon seeing his opponent with no defensive stance. He roared loudly and pulled in all the residual water from Hydro Pump. A white watery layer surrounded him as he charged at Florges. A great liquid pillar rose up at the impact. Florges, use Captivate. Cain's voice sounded calm, even amused. The move Captivate was especially effective against Pokémon of the opposite sex, lowering their special attack. And most of Kingdra's moves depended precisely on that stat. Although the move Waterfall was a physical-type move, Florges took the hit head-on. Her vitality dropped below half. It had to be admitted, Lance's Kingdra was well-trained. His physical strength and control over Water-type energy were formidable. But Misty Terrain had restricted his Dragon-type moves, and Florges, as a Grass Fairy-type Pokémon, countered him too much. Otherwise, no Pokémon could have taken two direct attacks from Kingdra without being knocked out. It's coming, said Steven, sitting at the edge of the field, in a calm tone. Beside him, Wallace and Phoebe nodded in full understanding, casting a look of pity at Lance. "What's coming?" Ash immediately asked, standing behind them. Those who understood the situation well already knew what was happening, but to Ash, Gary, and Delia, everything was confusing. Stephen and Wallace looked at Phoebe, giving her the word. They would never voice something so embarrassing. Phoebe, on the other hand, said it cheerfully, without the slightest shame. It's Cain's favorite tactic. The supreme and invincible tactic of, if you can't beat me, I'll wear you down until you're defeated. Upon hearing that name, Stephen and Wallace turned their heads at the same time, denying any association with such a title. The supreme, invincible tactic of, if you can't. How was the last part? Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if discovering a new world. Professor Oak, sitting nearby, couldn't take it and shifted slightly to the side. Cain was excellent in almost everything except at naming things. Better to leave it at that. The supreme and invincible tactic of, if you can't beat me, I'll wear you down until you're defeated. Phoebe repeated with enthusiasm. On the field, Lance also happened to hear that title. And suddenly, he felt a deep weariness in his heart. Stephen and Wallace understood very well the helplessness that Lance was feeling at this moment. Because they had also tried. The two of them had already faced that same kind of tactic. It was unbearable. Stephen's rock-type Pokémon, Wallace's water-type Pokémon, when they faced Florges, they had also gone through the same situation. But none of them had it as bad as Lance's Kingdra. That a dragon-type Pokémon would be countered was nothing new. After all, it was facing a fairy-type Pokémon. But now even its water-type moves had no effect. The sniper ability had been nullified by the move Lucky Chant. On top of that, its special attack had been reduced. 2 moves launched, and Florges didn't even flinch, without raising the slightest defense. In that case, Kingdra, Ice Beam. Lance could only choose an Ice-type move. As someone who knew Dragon-type Pokémon best, in order not to fall at a disadvantage in internal Dragon-type battles, the best thing was for them to master several Ice-type moves. But just as the Ice Beam move finished charging, Florges once again changed its type from Grass to Fairy. The instant the attack shot out, the moonlight shone once again on Kingdra's body. A stabbing pain. It was as if its whole body were set on fire. At the same time, the Ice Beam move struck Florges. But it left not even a trace of frost. Because another of the effects of the move Misty Terrain was preventing Pokémon within it from falling under status conditions or confusion. Florges' wish. At that moment, a smile appeared on Cain's face. If there wasn't someone capable of countering Florges by type, or overpowering it through sheer strength, the only thing left was to resign oneself to being slowly worn down until defeat. Especially if it was male Pokémon. Florges, with a pious smile, raised its hands, and a ray of sacred light bathed its body. The move Wish was released. In a short time, it would recover half or even more of its energy. That was another of Florges' healing resources. Combined with the continuous effect of the move Grassy Terrain, it could only be said that it was suffocating. Lance watched her wide-eyed, unable to decide what order to give. But Cain wasn't going to show mercy at that instant. He ordered Florges to use the move Moonblast once more. The third time the moonlight beam struck Kingdra, it could no longer resist. With eyes rolled back, it collapsed on the ground. Whether because of the attacks or because of how repulsive the strategy was, it had fallen. In conclusion, the winner of that battle was Cain. Even if it didn't feel entirely honorable, since when he had faced Stephen and Wallace, he used intermediate elite 4-level Pokémon, while against Cain they had only had to face a Pokémon of initial elite 4 level. But winning was winning. Besides, an intermediate elite 4-level Pokémon defeating an initial elite 4-level Pokémon wasn't anything to boast about anyway. The real balance lay in the battle between Florges and Kingdra. The problem was that Kingdra was far too disadvantaged against her. Florges, use Grassy Terrain on Kingdra. Cain finished his telepathy and smiled. Lance's face twisted into a constipated expression. The look he shot at Cain was strange. Who could invent such a twisted tactic? Was this a punishment sent by the heavens specifically against him? But what he didn't know is that he had yet to meet the true rival destined to counter him. Kingdra slowly recovered energy until it woke up. Upon seeing Florges, it didn't know how to react. "Brother Cain, you're incredible." At that moment, Ash was the first to rush out from the edge of the field. After understanding the name and logic of Cain's tactic, Ash became his little admirer completely. Gary, although he didn't dare to praise the name of the strategy, couldn't help but show sincere admiration for Cain in his eyes. In the hearts of the two young boys, Cain left a very deep mark. At that time, Ash and Gary would have been about 6 or 7 years old. It was still a long way before they would set out on their journeys as trainers. Cain smiled and ruffled both their hair with his hand. Not just anyone could touch those heads so easily. It was like giving them a blessing. With their status, for Cain to touch their heads was almost like receiving a sacred ritual. Stephen and Wallace went up to Lance and, understandingly, patted him on the shoulder. With their eyes, the three of them shared thoughts. Who had invented this tactic? He himself. "You guys were victims too?" "Yes, and more than once. Truly admirable that you endured it so many times." No, you were the most harmed. At least we could resist somewhat." Ugh. Thus, a new member joined the list of those who suffered against Cain's toxic tactics. That group kept growing. Resigned, Lance put away the battered Kingdra. "Your tactic really is." There were no words. Cain only smiled, without answering. In reality, it wasn't as suffocating as Lance thought. It was just that he had the bad luck of Kingdra being Forge's perfect target. With another Pokémon, it wouldn't have been so difficult. For example, Charizard or Aerodactyl. Professor Oak also came over, patted Cain on the shoulder, and commented with a smile, "Good tactic. If possible, I'd like you to spread it." At those words, Cain didn't get the chance to answer because the others immediately interrupted. Come on. They say today at the League's restaurant there's amazing instant ramen. Let's go try it." "Instant ramen? I'm not missing that." As soon as he heard about food, Professor Oak lost all interest in continuing the topic with Cain. Stephen, Lance, and Wallace also silently sighed in relief. That tactic must not spread. No way. Although in their eyes, a gleam shone. What other Pokémon could replicate Florge's battle style? Would it be worth traveling to Kalos to capture one as a hidden trump card? Ideas boiled in their heads. Cain was also thinking of something else. Not about Florge's tactic, which had only arisen as an accidental experiment. What worried him was the current tournament. If Koga was participating, would Team Rocket also intervene? If so, would Lance's succession as Elite Four still remain stable? For now, the League still didn't suspect Koga too much. If given the chance, Cain wanted to talk to him in person. To find out whether that time when he incriminated him had been accidental or intentional. If it had been deliberate, then, since he was such an expert assassin, Cain would have to always stay alert. Not even Jengar would be enough to ensure his safety. After dinner. After a night of rest. The next day, the tournament officially began. On this occasion, many people known to Cain also attended the tournament. Cynthia, Diantha, Drasna, and several others were among the spectators. Practically everyone who had been in the top 32 of the past Sinnoh tournament was there. Because all of them had the level necessary to aspire to the Elite Four positions of their respective regions. Although, of course, among those 32 there were still notable differences in level. But in any case, all of them were more than qualified to become gym leaders. Cynthia, accompanying the people from Sinnoh, sat not far from Cain and his group. Seeing Cain and his companions, Cynthia hesitated for a moment, but in the end she approached. "Long time no see, Cynthia," Cain said with a smile. Of all those present, he was the one most familiar with her. Cynthia nodded. Cain had reached the semi-finals in the Sinnoh tournament. Stephen had taken first place. In reality, there was barely any difference between the three of them. "The poke blocks from last time aren't working as well anymore. I don't know if it would be possible." Cynthia rarely asked favors, so when she addressed Cain with this request, she couldn't help showing some discomfort. Hearing her, Cain was a little surprised. Cynthia, from time to time, sent him money into his account, and he arranged for someone to send her poke blocks regularly. He never thought her Pokémon would have consumed them so consistently until now. It was only natural then that, with the increase in her Pokémon's strength, those poke blocks were no longer enough. Without hesitation, Cain smiled and nodded. No problem, though I need to observe your Pokémon up close. If someone offered their own Pokémon as study material, of course he wasn't going to refuse. And even more so if it was someone with the future of a champion. What about us, Cain? Don't go preferring only Cynthia and forgetting about your friends. Stephen immediately cut in. Yes, us too, Cain, added Phoebe, backing the idea. Perhaps others didn't know, but Stephen had received certain information from his father. Cain's abilities as a breeder no longer had anything to envy compared to those of his master, Matsuda Takashi. Only, because of his low profile, that hadn't been spread around. Juan and old Matsuda himself had also preferred to keep it a secret. With such an opportunity, Stephen wasn't going to let it pass. And with the relationship the three of them had with Cain, asking him that couldn't even be considered presumptuous. Oh? Couldn't we be included as well? A feminine voice sounded from the other side. Looking up, they saw Diantha and Drasna approaching. Thanks to the times Cain had traveled to Kalos for work matters and the official revelation of the fairy type, he had kept some contact with them. At first, Diantha and Drasna only intended to greet, but apparently they had overheard something very important. All those prodigies from different regions were asking Cain for personalized poke blocks. Diantha, of course, didn't intend to refuse the idea and seized the opportunity. Cain, with a slightly resigned smile, thought, "You all offered yourselves, it's not my fault." For any breeder, preparing personalized poke blocks for all of a trainer's Pokémon was a titanic task. But Cain wasn't just any breeder. For him, the difference was that his system would take an hour to process, or at most a few more. The problem lay in the manual preparation, which was somewhat more tedious. Overall, nothing he couldn't handle. He nodded and said, "No problem. Miss Diantha, Miss Drasna, long time no see." Stephen, Wallace, Cynthia, and Diantha, the four of them had champion potential in their regions. Phoebe and Drasna weren't far behind either. Without realizing it, Cain had already surrounded himself with a circle full of individuals with a brilliant future. Since everyone had decided to stay, they looked for some free seats and sat together. After the Sinnoh tournament, a certain familiarity already existed between them, so there was no discomfort at all. If at that moment Giovanni had ordered the elimination of everyone present in that group, the league would surely have been paralyzed for an entire century. The impact would be unimaginable. Of course, it was only a passing thought. The tournament to determine the next Elite Four had officially begun. In order to quickly select the challengers, the preliminary phase was organized in a single elimination format. The battles took place continuously, without pauses. The Nurse Joys and their Chanseys were stationed at the edges of the field, ready to attend to any Pokémon that fell in battle, ensuring nothing interfered with the upcoming matches. There were no unnecessary speeches. Everyone present was knowledgeable in the matter, so the battles began immediately. The first battle was Lance's. Cain didn't know his opponent. The difference in level between the two was evident. Lance only needed his Kingdra to dispatch 3 consecutive opponents and claim victory. Many of those participants had been invited more as a formality, to make an appearance and gain experience. But even so, being summoned by the league to a tournament to determine the next Elite Four was an honor they could boast about for their entire lives. Yes, invited. Because the participants in this tournament were selected directly by the league, only those strong enough received the invitation. The second to go out was Koga. His opponent was also far below his level. There was no surprise. Koga won easily. Then came Flint's turn. Perhaps by arrangement of the league, all duels pitted strong against weak. It gave the impression that they wanted to eliminate the weakest first, give them the chance to show up and leave with some prestige. Only a few cases turned out exceptions. For example, Lorelei, who went in as the apparent weaker side, managed to impose herself on her opponent. Will and Karen also won, though with quite a bit of difficulty. That made it clear that even among geniuses there were marked differences. Lorelei, Will, and Karen would, without a doubt, receive greater attention from the League. That those 3 achieved victories didn't surprise Cain, but what did catch his attention was that another unknown participant, starting as the weaker side, one with much more ease than them. His name was Cain, a man Cain had never heard of, and who nevertheless had received an invitation from the League. That aroused certain suspicion in him. Cain didn't seem to specialize in a particular type, but in the way he directed his battles and in how he treated his Pokémon, Cain perceived a familiar feeling. It was like those members of Team Rocket he had met in his past life. Or rather, like those powerful trainers who saw their Pokémon as mere tools. Almost identical to the Cain of his previous life. That was why he seemed so familiar. But how could someone like that have received an official invitation from the League? Not only was Cain puzzled. Professor Oak, sitting right behind, also showed the same doubt. Someone with that profile should never have the chance to aspire to a position among the Elite Four. Was it Team Rocket who made a move? Did Giovanni send someone infiltrated? For what purpose? The Elite Four? But under the premise that Team Rocket had decided to retreat, that was clearly unlikely. Besides, with Giovanni's character, he also wouldn't choose to act at this moment. Probably Koga came only because he received the invitation and had no other option. Then, this Cain, what side does he actually belong to? Although Steven and the others didn't sympathize much with Cain's attitude, they didn't think as deeply as Cain. After all, they hadn't lived through what Cain had gone through. Cain extended his psychic power, trying to detect if there was anything abnormal in the entire venue. After a quick scan, he found nothing out of the ordinary. But the more normal it seemed, the stranger it felt. From Professor Oak's face, Cain understood that he also felt something wasn't right. However, Professor Oak had already left behind League matters, as well as battles. On this trip, he had only brought a few Pokémon, since he clearly hadn't expected anything special to happen at an internal League event. Even so, Cain calmed himself. If even Professor Oak had noticed it, then surely the upper ranks of the Kanto League would soon give it importance. If possible, it was best not to get involved more than necessary. Meanwhile, in the commercial district of MT Silver, on a bustling street full of people, inside a secluded cafe, a lady dressed completely in a white suit and a matching hat was sitting alone by the window, holding a cup of coffee and drinking slowly. From time to time, she glanced at her luxurious white wristwatch. Apart from her, at that moment there was no one else in that cafe. It wasn't long before a man in a black coat opened the door and entered. He looked around the place, saw the woman by the window, and quickly trotted toward her. He sat down in front of her. "White messenger," exclaimed the newcomer, and upon seeing the cup of coffee in front of his seat, without a second of hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp as if it were water. The lady in white frowned at his behavior, though she quickly regained her composure. After looking at her watch, she said coldly, "This time you arrived rather punctual." The man let out an awkward laugh, murmuring inwardly, "Knowing that it's you who summons, who would dare arrive late? Life is more important." "How did it go this time?" "Did everything go well?" asked the woman in white. The man in black nodded several times. "Trust us, we delivered. Only that this time it seems clearly to be a big league matter. For us to intervene like this, aren't we exposing our existence too soon? That's not your role to worry about. Just carry out this mission properly, and you will receive the corresponding reward," she replied coldly. Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement appeared on the man's face. "Yes! However, this mission has had some changes. Here is the mission card." Having said that, the woman in white slowly stood up and walked toward the exit. The man watched her back while taking the mission card. In his eyes appeared a trace of suppressed anger, even killing intent. But just when he was about to suppress those thoughts, he discovered he couldn't move his body. A layer of white energy enveloped his entire being. Psychic power. If Cain had been present, he would have identified it instantly. Evidently, the man in black understood it as well, and his face filled with terror, eyes wide open. He couldn't utter a word. The woman slowly turned back from the door. Her eyes were now completely white, overflowing with psychic energy. In an icy voice she said, "Watch that miserable look of yours. If I notice that look again, then you won't live to see the next sunset." Upon hearing this, a desperate plea appeared in the man in black's eyes. He couldn't move or speak, otherwise he would already be kneeling on the ground. "Consider this your punishment," said the lady coldly before disappearing at the doorway. Crack. The man's arm twisted at a grotesque angle. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but not a single scream came from his mouth. He clenched his teeth as thick veins bulged on his neck. Clearly the pain of a broken arm was unbearable. At that moment, the psychic control was released and he fell heavily to the ground. He no longer dared show even the slightest irreverence in his gaze. With his good hand he took the mission card and, staggering, left the place. Soon he disappeared into the crowd. At the instant the woman in white disappeared. Sitting in the stands watching the battles, Cain furrowed his brow. Was that a spatial fluctuation? He thought silently. At first he wasn't sure, but the unknown on his wrist confirmed that his perception hadn't failed. He already had 9 unknown, reaching a third of the total that existed. With such a number, his perception of space couldn't possibly be mistaken. Teleportation. Could it have a connection with this tournament? That was the first thought that came to his mind. What seemed to be only a formality, a trip for distraction, was now turning into something unknown and out of control. For someone like Cain, used to having the advantage of information and controlling everything, that was unbearable. It was as if a dense fog covered his vision, blurring what once seemed so clear. The morning round of battles came to an end. Lance, who had competed first, was already sitting with the others watching the remaining matches. It had to be admitted that Cain's predictions were quite accurate. After watching the battles of Koga, Flint, and Lorelei, Lance began to feel some pressure. When everyone was preparing to leave for lunch, "Cain!" A voice called him. Someone had stopped him. It was none other than Professor Oak, who had been sitting behind them watching. Everyone looked toward him. The professor smiled and said, "You all go eat first. I want to talk with Cain for a moment." The others didn't object and left together. When only Professor Oak and Cain remained. "You felt it too, didn't you?" asked the professor. "Was it Kagan?" Cain hesitated for a moment, still not entirely sure. It was rare to see such a serious expression on Professor Oak's face. "Yes. Although I don't know exactly what's happening, the appearance of that person is undoubtedly abnormal. With your capability, you should be able to notice certain details," said Oak. After all, Cain was a chief-level researcher. And in that place, aside from Lance, only he had that rank. But Lance was busy with the competition, unable to be distracted. So in this matter, perhaps it was necessary for Cain to dedicate some effort. Professor Oak, after a few brief words with Cain, left. With doubts in his heart, Cain had lunch together with Stephen and the others. The afternoon battles practically held no surprises. Only Kagan, like a dark horse, once again prevailed, being the weak against the strong. He drew the attention of many. At the same time, Karen and Will were eliminated in this round. Their level was still quite below. Lorelei won, and her next opponent would be Lance. But that battle would be held the next day. For Cain, the beginning of that destined duel was very interesting. That night nothing strange happened. The next day, in the stadium, Cain and the others once again sat in their usual places to watch the battles. But this time Professor Oak did not appear. Instead, it was Delia, accompanied by a naive Ash and a small Gary watching. The first battle was between Lance and Lorelei. Thanks to Cain's warning, Lance took her very seriously. The previous night he had even carefully reviewed Lorelei's information, concluding that the woman's Pokémon countered his quite a lot. Everyone knows their own weakness. Although he was known as a Dragon-type trainer, in fact many of his Pokémon were Flying-type, vulnerable to Ice-type. And Dragon-type Pokémon were also weak to Ice-type. A Pokémon like Dragonite, being both Dragon and Flying-type, suffered a quadruple weakness to Ice-type, a very serious effect. However, in terms of raw overall strength, Lance was far above Lorelei. At that moment, Lorelei's strongest Cloyster had only just reached Elite 4 level, still with a great difference compared to many of Lance's Pokémon. Who knows what went through Lance's head, but he showed not the slightest intention of holding back. Lorelai, aware that she couldn't win, only wanted to participate as a formality and measure her distance against an elite 4-level trainer. But what she thought, Lance did not share. He treated her as an example to test how to deal with ice-type specialists. And so, the battle was brutal. Lance did not hold back at all, and, with prior tactical preparation, his Charizard defeated 4 of Lorelai's Pokémon in a row. She was stunned, since she thought she would be treated with more consideration. It seemed that Lance wanted to sweep with a 6-1 using only Charizard. In this tournament, up until now, even with great level differences, there had always been shown a certain courtesy, holding back a little. But Lance wanted to humiliate her with a 6-0. Lorelai, with her temperament, could not accept such treatment. In truth, Lance had only been carried away by emotion. He had planned to battle seriously, but once he started, he didn't know how to stop. What he didn't know was that his attitude had just deeply wounded the pride of a woman. Especially of a strong woman. In the stands, Cain watched surprised. Was Lance looking for trouble himself? Lorelai had no intentions of giving her all. With a little consideration, it would have been enough. But he insisted on forcing her to bring out all her strength. Very well, now you won. And afterward? Didn't you think of the consequences when Lorelai grew and became stronger? With a cold face and burning rage, Lorelai sent out her trump card, Cloyster. Lance wanted a 6-1? Then go ahead. We would see if he could pull it off. But Lance didn't even realize, blinded in that moment, sowing trouble for his future. While the others were preparing to congratulate him, Cain showed a look of pity. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that if you seek your own ruin, no one else is to blame. Cain forgot that, had he not insisted to Lance to be careful with Lorelai, maybe everything would have been just a simple battle. With a little consideration, Lorelai would not have been so humiliated. TSK. The real culprit was there, enjoying the show. As expected, Lorelai, unleashed, made Cloyster defeat the already worn-out Charizard. For a moment, her expression improved. If Lance had stopped there, he still could have patched things up. After all, he had already lost 1 Pokémon, impossible to achieve a 6-1. But Lance, as if he had been waiting precisely for Cloyster, sent out his ace. Dragonite. He wanted to test how much Cloyster, with its ice type, could affect a dragon/flying type Pokémon. But acting like that, even Phoebe, from her seat, considered it excessive. Cain, don't you think Lance is going a bit too far? She asked. At his side, Cynthia, Diantha, and Drasna immediately nodded. Cain slapped his forehead, helpless. Very well, he had sealed his own fate. Look now at Lorelai's eyes. Cain then understood why, in the future, no matter how much Lance strove, he would never be able to overcome the obstacle of Lorelai to become Kanto champion. He had made her into his mortal enemy in this very instant. Did you treat her like trash? And think that afterwards she would just let it pass? Did you understand the level of a woman's grudge? No wonder that, in the future, Lorelai challenged him dozens of times in the Elite Four trial, bent on defeating him. Although at the beginning Lance was still stronger and didn't lose, over time, each confrontation became more difficult, until he was nearly defeated in the last occasion. The League, seeing that situation, couldn't allow Lorelai to keep challenging him. Otherwise, if Lance lost his Elite Four position while being considered a future pillar, it would be ridiculous. Thus, the League cancelled Lorelai's challenges and directly appointed her as Ice-type Elite Four. And was everything resolved there? No, it was only beginning. Later, not even Lance's private apologies were accepted. She summed it up in one phrase: if he wanted to be champion, he had to defeat her. But by then, Lorelai had already fully grown, and beating her was almost impossible. So it all started here. What a way to dig your own grave, murmured Cain with a sigh. But right after, he furrowed his brow. He had felt a gaze filled with malice directed at him. By now, Cain perceived those sensations with great clarity. Perhaps it was due to his psychic powers, or the experience acquired with Team Rocket, that made him so sensitive to such gazes. The fact was, while the others noticed nothing, he did. Without showing reaction, he raised his head and extended his psychic perception. To his surprise, when scanning the entire stadium, he found a dead zone. As if a cake were missing a piece, a void too evident. He looked toward that direction. He saw a middle-aged man, bald, dressed entirely in black. That man was also looking at Cain. Their gazes crossed in the air. Immediately, the stranger showed a mocking smile. Cain's brow remained furrowed, not relaxing. Could someone really be so brazen? Inside the League's territory? The malice of that individual wasn't only directed at him, but also at everyone around him. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't something Cain should handle. After all, he was an empty silver. It was enough to report to the League what he had sensed. But since it was merely an intangible gaze, even if he explained the other's intentions, the League wouldn't be able to do anything without proof. When Cain lowered his head to reflect and then raised it again, he discovered that the seat in front of him was already empty. "I'll step out for a moment," he murmured to Stephen and the others before heading straight for the stadium exit. They didn't question him too much, since at that moment Lance and Lorelei were locked in a heated duel. It was worth watching. They could better gauge the distance that still separated them from the Elite Four level. After leaving his seat, Cain moved without delay to the outside. The stranger had left behind a trail of psychic waves in the air, very obvious to a psychic. Clearly, he had done it on purpose, as if to say, "I went this way, come if you dare." Cain hesitated for only a moment before following. The one who masters an art may allow himself boldness. He didn't believe anyone could cause much trouble right there in empty silver, the League's headquarters. Following the psychic waves, he soon arrived at the mountain's commercial area. The pursuit led him to a cafe at the edge of the main avenue. There, right at the shop's entrance, the waves disappeared. Standing before the door, Cain looked through the window. No one was inside. The decoration was that of an ordinary cafe, nothing strange. Narrowing his eyes, he turned his palm, took a pokeball and hooked it to his belt. With firm steps, he approached the door and pushed it open. At the very instant he did, he noticed something abnormal. But it was already too late to step back. Fortunately, there was no real danger. Someone had manipulated the entrance so that, upon opening it, one immediately passed through a dimensional barrier. The unknown on his wrist transmitted to him that he wasn't at risk. He had merely been transported to an alternate space. After Cain crossed the threshold, the cafe and the street once again appeared normal, as if nothing had happened. He observed his surroundings and noticed how the space around him fluctuated, clear and uncertain. With his experience, it wasn't strange to him. This wasn't the first time he had created or traversed an alternate space with the help of the unknown. It was an ordinary secondary space. There, in the middle of that place, awaited a middle-aged man dressed in black, with a wide smile, as if he had been expecting him. "You're Cain, right?" asked the man. Cain's brow furrowed deeper, not answering immediately. That he could call him by name meant he had come prepared. He was the target. "Who are you?" Cain retorted. Don't try to buy time. As a psychic, perhaps you don't even understand where you are." "A lost psychic, how pitiful." The man's voice dripped with mockery. On his face was evident scorn toward Cain's condition as a psychic. "A lost psychic? You're a psychic too. What's your purpose?" demanded Cain. "An alternate space?" Inwardly, he found it laughable. Pure showing off. If not because he wanted to obtain information, breaking that space would be child's play for him. "Now I speak in the name of our organization to offer you an opportunity. Abandon that farce of pretending to be a so-called advanced psychic, leave behind your pathetic bond with the League, and return to us, the primordial psychics. Then you'll know what true mental power means. You're not like the others. You have the conditions for us to accept you. Otherwise, you would have died the very instant you stepped into this alternate space." At the mention of primordial psychics, a glint of madness and fanaticism shone in the man's eyes. "Primordial psychics?" Cain paused, feigning a trace of anxiety. "What are the primordial psychics? If you want me to join, you should at least explain what kind of organization you are." The man fell silent for a moment. He recalled the mission entrusted to him by that lady in white, attempt to recruit Cain into their group, and then eliminate Stephen, Cynthia, and the others before they reached their full potential. He was the group's first emissary, a symbol that they would soon emerge into the light. He reflected. What Cain said made sense. Why would anyone join an organization they knew nothing about? Besides, this was his alternate space. There was no way Cain could escape. Even if he tried to draw out information, he would remain trapped. As a psychic, you should know something of our history, the man in black finally said. Cain nodded. What you know must be the common version, that in ancient times psychics were arrogant, they wanted to enslave ordinary humans, and in the end they were overthrown. That the survivors allied with common humans, and thus the current relationship was born. Cain nodded again. That was what he had learned, both in the League's records and Team Rocket's. That was the official history. Nonsense. The man in black exploded in a shout, as if he had been deeply insulted. That's nothing but history twisted by the victors to make themselves look righteous. The truth is that ordinary humans voluntarily offered themselves as vassals to the psychics. But at a moment they themselves plotted, they betrayed and rebelled. Some cowardly psychics allied with them, and thus the entire psychic kingdom fell into ruin. Those were the lapdogs of ordinary humans. In the man's gaze burned an ever-intensifying fury, as if he had lived that era. Look at this alternate space. Has any psychic nowadays taught you to create something like this? In ancient times, anyone who reached the intermediate level learned this technique. And now, 90% of psychic arts have been lost. And you think a little telepathy is enough to call yourself a psychic? In those times, that was like a child's babble, a basic skill. Now you call it the hallmark of a psychic. You, a so-called advanced psychic, are nothing but a joke. You barely brush the intermediate level, and even then with no real mastery. Your control over your own psychic energy is pathetic. Looking at him, the man in black exuded disdain. In his eyes, Cain's abilities were worth absolutely nothing. His control and his methods of use were, to him, trash. Upon hearing the words of the man in black, Cain's heart skipped a beat. His mind spun rapidly. So what was now called advanced psychic power in ancient times had only been equivalent to an intermediate level? Could it be that Sabrina's powers were the ones that truly corresponded to the advanced level? And that man dressed in black in front of him, who revered ancient psychics so much. Cain found it hard to imagine how ordinary humans of that era had managed to overthrow the rule of the psychics. From his words, he seemed to be a descendant or heir of the survivors of those ancient psychics. If so, he must know many secrets about them. Cain felt a slight temptation. According to you, if I join your organization, will I be able to learn psychic control techniques? He asked. The man in black looked at him deeply, knowing he was trying to pry information out of him. But, confident in the advantage of the alternate space, he had no qualms about answering. Exactly. And that's only the tip of the iceberg. If you complete the organization's missions, you'll even gain divine power. The man's face lit up with fanaticism, like that of a devout believer. Then, what is the name of your organization? Cain asked, a mocking gleam in his eyes. The other didn't notice. With fervor in his gaze, he replied, the Sacred Church. Cain was speechless. I'd say more like, demonic church, he thought with irony. The man, as if he had sensed his disdain, insisted solemnly, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join us? You will possess supreme glory. Cain's expression was that of someone looking at an idiot. No, the name is too stupid. He refused immediately. The man in black choked on his own words, as if he had been struck by an invisible blow. He glared at him with hatred, suppressing his fury. Then stay here forever. You will have no chance to regret it. His voice dripped with venom. Perfect, I like this place. Although being alone is a bit boring, if you stayed with me, it'd be much better. Cain replied with a mocking grin. The man in black gave a cold sneer. How absurd. He waved his hand in the air, and a door appeared behind him. Just passing through it would return him to the outside. Stay here and have fun. I don't have time to waste on you. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't even have paid you any attention. His tone was full of disdain. Deep down, He felt resentful. The organization had given more importance to the mission of recruiting Cain than to everything he had done for years with loyalty and effort. They had even sent the White Messenger to mark him. That filled him with jealousy and rage. Recalling the pain of his broken arm, the fury in his eyes grew. Without hesitation, he reached out to open the door. Huh? Something was wrong. The door, which always opened as easily as drinking water, didn't move an inch this time. He exerted more force. Nothing. What's going on? Not leaving? Could it be you don't want to part with me? Cain's mocking voice echoed, dripping with ridicule. The man's face stiffened. He turned toward him, eyes wide. You did something. What the hell did you do? Why can't I control the space? His voice was tinged with disbelief and panic. Not only the door, but the entire alternate space had slipped out of his grasp. Didn't you say this was your territory, under your control? How would I know what's going on? Cain answered, with a smile that betrayed his words. Seeing that expression, the man realized he had been deceived. His face turned grim. Where did you learn to manipulate an alternate space? Could it be the lost psychics also received a legacy? Legacy? Cain's brow arched slightly. That sounded like something important. I think that's enough, he said calmly. What? The man was bewildered. You've said enough. What you knew, you've revealed. What you don't know is beyond your reach. The mockery on Cain's face was obvious. The man flushed with fury, unable to refute. Because, indeed, he was nothing more than a pawn. You. He didn't even finish before Cain interrupted. Enough. Now it's my turn. Welcome to my territory. He spread both arms, and his psychic power expanded in all directions. The unknown on his wrist shone brightly. In an instant, the alternate space multiplied 4 or 5 times, and the walls became firmer, as if reinforced. All at once, the space the man in black had been so proud of was shattered and rebuilt under Cain's control. The man stood stunned, rubbing his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Well? Surprised? Didn't see that coming? Cain smiled. After all, an alternate space wasn't such a big deal. The man's face darkened. At last, he understood why the organization valued Cain so highly. It was because he possessed this power. Then there's no choice. I'll have to defeat you. He took a deep breath, grabbed a pokeball, and threw it to the ground. From it emerged an alakazam, appearing inside the space. A psychic fighting alongside a psychic-type Pokémon? The most traditional method. Cain chuckled softly and also threw a pokeball. Tyrann. A roar shook the entire space. Standing over 3 meters tall, Cain's imposing Tyranitar appeared. Its very presence made the place tremble. Majestic and intimidating. The man in black looked at it in shock. Such a massive Tyranitar. But soon his expression turned to disdain. What a vulgar thought. Do you really think that a large, strong body is enough to be powerful? You're nothing but a simple brainless brute. The alakazam at his side also showed contempt. It didn't even consider Tyranitar a threat, despite it being a dark type. Cain used the system to scan the alakazam of that middle-aged man. Pokémon, alakazam, blue. Gender, male. Level, 65. Type, psychic. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, barrier, power trick, fire punch, ally switch. Basic moves, kinesis, teleport, confusion, disable, psybeam, miracle eye, reflect, psycho cut, recover, telekinesis, psychic, future sight. Learned moves, ice punch, magic room, focus punch, shockwave, iron tail, magic coat, wonder room, snore, trick, gravity, zen headbutt. TM moves, protect, psyshock, calm mind, light screen, safeguard, rest, energy ball, embargo, dream eater, trick room. Although this alakazam had reached level 65, when Cain looked at the data, he found nothing truly special about it. In fact, for the current Cain, it was simply ordinary. Very ordinary. So, where did his opponent's superiority come from? Just because it was a psychic-type Pokémon? Tyranitar, it seems this guy doesn't take us seriously. Show them a little color, Cain said with a smile. Upon hearing him, Tyranitar's gaze turned fierce. Tyrann. The roar, accompanied by a torrent of air, made Alakazam's mustache quiver wildly. The man in black showed a cold smile and placed his hand on his Alakazam. The psychic power of both began to intertwine. Alakazam's psychic energy grew more and more intense. Cain narrowed his eyes as he watched the scene. That method of channeling psychic power, is it something exclusive to them? The way that man and his Alakazam merged their powers was completely different from the symbiosis Cain had experienced with his Slowking. Under the system's scan, Alakazam's stats began to rise rapidly. Measured in levels, it was equivalent to a boost of 3. In other words, Alakazam could be considered level 68 at that moment. But even with level 68 power, it's still not enough, Cain thought silently. Tyranitar, give them a welcome gift, Stone Edge. Cain ordered. Bam! Tyranitar lifted a foot and slammed it against the ground. Immediately, fragments of rock rose up around him which, under his control, shot straight toward Alakazam. At that moment, Alakazam and his trainer had already completed telepathy. A luminous wall appeared in front of Alakazam. Reflect. The physical damage was reduced. The rocks pierced the barrier with diminished force, but Tyranitar did not stop and continued launching them again and again. At first it didn't seem like much, but repeated so many times, Alakazam began to feel it. Alakazam's eyes emitted a strange multicolored gleam. Miracle Eye. Black spheres of energy formed around him and shot toward Tyranitar. In an instant, they were upon him. With the move Miracle Eye, Psychic-type moves could hit Dark-type Pokémon despite type immunity. Boom! Boom! The Psychic move hit Tyranitar directly, but he remained unmoved, as if nothing had happened. The man in black was stunned. It made no sense. The smile on Cain's face never disappeared. Who said brute force wasn't an advantage? Tyranitar, Dark Pulse. Bang! A surge of dark energy condensed around Tyranitar, immediately engulfing Alakazam. Not even the psychic barrier could stop that attack. Alak! Alakazam shrieked in pain. Behind him, his trainer also cried out, clutching his head as if he had received part of the damage. Cain observed him carefully. Tyranitar, advance. Tyranitar charged forward with heavy, firm steps, surprisingly fast. Alakazam, barely recovering from Dark Pulse, saw the giant rush at him and grew alarmed. Against a brute force Pokémon, being cornered was certain defeat. Teleport. The spoons in Alakazam's hands twisted, and his figure suddenly vanished. However, upon reappearing, the ground beneath his feet burst open with a crimson spike that impaled him. He had no time to levitate. Precipice Blades. Alakazam tried to use teleport again, but Tyranitar was already beside him. Bang! He grabbed him by the neck with a gigantic claw. Dark energy coursed through Tyranitar's arm, making it impossible for Alakazam to escape. Around them floated sharp rocks, all covered with a dark halo. Stone Edge imbued with dark energy. Too weak. With so many grand words, and in the end, you're disappointing, Cain said coldly. Whoosh! Bam! With a look of disdain, Tyranitar hurled Alakazam toward his trainer. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping. With such a fragile body, the brutal strength of Tyranitar was more than enough to leave him battered. The Colossus then shook off his claws in disgust, as if he had touched something filthy. The man in black's face darkened. He had never heard of Tyranitar using such a technique. And furthermore, that Titan moved with greater agility than a normal Tyranitar. Just one careless moment, and his Alakazam ended up caught. No wonder the organization considers you so valuable. I admit I underestimated you. But you'll have to pay for your arrogance, he growled, full of rage. Alakazam, bloodied and exhausted, managed to float upright in front of his trainer. Then the man took a strange stone from his pocket and pressed it against Alakazam's forehead, while shouting, "Accept divine power, Alakazam." How ridiculous. Alak. Suddenly, a strange radiance burst forth from the psychic's body. Cain recognized it instantly. That energy. It was Mega Evolution energy. Cain watched, surprised, as Alakazam was enveloped by the radiance of Mega Evolution. That man. Could he really Mega Evolve his Pokémon? The energy of the Mega Evolution burst forth in an instant from the stone on Alakazam's forehead. After that, the entire Pokémon was enveloped by that force. Alakazam's cry carried a tinge of emotion, but much more of pain. His entire face twisted. But even so, the Mega Evolution proceeded normally. Cain observed it clearly. The stone that the middle-aged man had placed on Alakazam's head was not a Mega Stone. It wasn't even a keystone. And yet it could still carry out the Mega Evolution? That reminded Cain of the Mega Wave that Alva in the future would manage to develop. It was also capable of provoking Mega Evolution without depending on a Mega Stone or the bond between trainer and Pokémon. But upon careful comparison, he realized this was not that wave nor a Mega Stone, but a completely different method. Alack! Alakazam roared again with strength, absorbing all the energy of the Mega Evolution into its body. At the same time, the symbol of Mega Evolution appeared fleetingly in front of him, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Alakazam's appearance completely changed. The part of his body that resembled armor transformed into a purple robe. The overall color remained, but in the center of his forehead a red crystal emerged, sharp spikes sprouted from his head, and his small yellow mustache became a huge white beard. His two legs crossed in lotus position and, thanks to his psychic powers, he floated in the air. The spoons he wielded suddenly multiplied to 5. He no longer held them in his hands. Instead, they were suspended in the air by his powers, spread out behind him as if they were a peacock's feathered fan. There was a joking saying, the psychic strength of Alakazam's evolutionary line was tied to the number of spoons they could control. Abra was the weakest, Kadabra could handle 1, Alakazam controlled 2, and now this Mega Alakazam dominated 5. The number doubled at once. Though it was a joke, it carried some truth. The stone with strange carvings that the man had pressed onto Alakazam's head had disintegrated into dust, scattering in the air. It was as if that Mega Evolution energy had been stored inside the stone, and now had been completely absorbed by Alakazam. Mega Alakazam. Did that group have the ability to make Pokémon Mega Evolve? Had Mega Evolution already been discovered in such an early era? Suddenly, Cain felt a much deeper interest and curiosity toward that enigmatic sacred church. However, after scanning Mega Alakazam's data with his system, Cain noticed something strange. Although his form had changed and his power too, the increase was not as great as it should have been. It seemed to reach only half the effects of a normal Mega Evolution. It was a false Mega Evolution. Looks like this Mega Evolution is a defective product, Cain thought. Ha ha ha. Do you see? Do you see? This is the supreme divine power of our sacred church, the man shouted, laughing with exaggerated arrogance. As if, simply because Alakazam had completed Mega Evolution, victory was already assured. In fact, I'm starting to feel curious about that so-called sacred church you keep talking about, Cain said coldly. That incomplete Mega Evolution, could they mass-produce those stones? If they could, even if the increase was weaker than an authentic Mega Evolution, fabricating them on a large scale would still be terrifying. The most important thing was something else. Cain had long been secretly keeping information about Mega Evolution, still undecided on when to reveal it. But if at this moment that sacred church began using it recklessly, the impact for him would be enormous. Looking at Alakazam, the man in black let a flash of pain slip across his face, though he quickly concealed it. I already gave you the opportunity, but you didn't value it. Not even in the sacred church can just anyone receive the divine stone. Only by completing a mission for the sacred church does the emissary reward you with one. The man spoke with absolute arrogance. An emissary? Cain slightly raised his eyebrows. So they can't hand them out without limit. That's at least a relief. Let me show you the true power of Alakazam. Alakazam, calm mind. Psycho cut. Alack. With the order, Alakazam closed his eyes and upon opening them again, his psychic power surged with even greater force. Several blades condensed from pure psychic energy materialized, shooting at great speed toward Tyranitar. Tyranitar grew serious. He could feel the real threat in those blades. Boom. The first was blocked with his arms. Even so, Tyranitar instinctively stepped back a pace. He looked in surprise at his own arm. The power increase after Mega Evolution was truly dangerous. And that was only the first blade. What followed was a barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive strikes slammed into Tyranitar's arms, forcing him to retreat again and again. Normally, Alakazam could generate 3 or 4 blades at most, but now his psychic energy seemed endless, launching them in a frenzied volley against Tyranitar. The giant raised both arms to shield himself, enduring the impacts. At last, after firing 10 blades, Alakazam had to pause briefly to recover strength, giving Tyranitar a breather. His arms were numb. The quantity of psychic power had not changed, but the quality had increased. Tyran. The Colossus roared with fury. Were they underestimating him? Cain also sensed Tyranitar's anger. Being pushed back by a false opponent was not his style. Then, Cain drew a keystone from his pocket. In that case, I'll show you what it means to witness the true descent of the celestial god. Tyranitar, Mega Evolve. With the force of his spirit, Cain connected the keystone with Tyranitar's Mega Stone. At once, the dense energy of Mega Evolution erupted from the Colossus's body. The man in black opened his eyes wide, shocked at what he saw. Is that the arrival of divine power? He murmured incredulously. Cain ignored him. The energy around Tyranitar was far more intense than what had previously surrounded Alakazam. The gigantic beast, over 3 meters tall, was completely enveloped. The symbol of Mega Evolution appeared in total purity before him. All the energy fused into his body. In an alternate space, his imposing figure emerged. His body was covered by an even sturdier green armor with longer, sharper spikes. Tyran. The roar resounded, deep and savage. Mega Tyranitar unleashed a triumphant howl toward the sky. The celestial god had descended. The man in black stared in shock at Mega Tyranitar. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He only felt that everything was far too difficult. Why had he come to recruit Cain? First, he had shown the real way of using the alternate space. Very well, Cain had snatched it away as if it were his own and turned it into his personal domain. Then he displayed the special energy of the sacred church, painfully sacrificing one of his divine stones so that his Alakazam could undergo a special evolution. Perfect, Cain had that too. And what's more, it seemed even stronger than his. At least in terms of energy intensity, when Tyranitar performed its special evolution, the force was much denser. Too difficult. Really too difficult. The man in black revealed a bitter grimace. But soon, that bitterness was replaced by frenzy. Impossible. I don't believe it. You're using hypnosis to trick me. Alakazam, psycho cut, he shouted hysterically. But Alakazam did indeed feel the mortal threat emanating from Mega Tyranitar. Clenching his teeth, he formed dozens of psychic blades that tore through the air, hurling toward Tyranitar. Tyranitar, Dark Pulse, Cain said calmly. A field brimming with sinister energy exploded from Tyranitar, far more intense than before. Alakazam's psychic blades lost part of their strength even before reaching him, worn away by that dark aura. And when they finally struck Tyranitar, boom boom, the blades bounced off as if they had struck an indestructible diamond. Alakazam, suspended in the air, was immediately swept away by the wave of dark energy and sent flying. He rolled several times across the ground. Precipice blades. Mega Tyranitar's abdomen glowed red. While executing the move, the Omega symbol was not so visible, but the force was terrifying. From the ground emerged a stone column much thicker and sharper than before, even laced with traces of burning magma. Boom! The stunned Mega Alakazam couldn't react before being pierced by the move precipice blades. Kaboom! The explosion rumbled, with a power increasingly resembling Groudon's. The impact hurled Alakazam's body into the air, straight toward Tyranitar, who clearly controlled the trajectory. Dazed, with his head spinning, Alakazam could barely hold on. His psychic power was immense, but his body, weak, even after Mega Evolution. Bang! He was caught in one swipe by Tyranitar's hand. Like a helpless chick with no ability to resist. A slight shake of his arm was enough. The dark energy coursed through his body and Alakazam's last spark of consciousness faded. Alakazam fell unconscious. At that very instant, the energy of Mega Evolution dispersed, vanishing into the alternate space. And, whether by accident or intent, Tyranitar felt part of that energy flow into his body. Cain noticed it too. But since Tyranitar showed no abnormality, and his system detected no strange changes, he chose not to worry further. Perhaps that energy had found a better destination. The man in black stared blankly at his Alakazam, now in its normal form. Inside, he was in utter chaos. His face was ashen, hopeless. He didn't call out any other Pokémon. Alakazam was his strongest Pokémon, and yet it had been crushed by Tyranitar. His greatest card, Mega Evolution, had proven useless. Bang! Tyranitar hurled Alakazam at the man's feet, his partner's body falling limp like a sack. Cain frowned as he looked at him. The scan from his system revealed that Alakazam's physical condition was now even weaker than before. Almost as if he were malnourished. Could it be that a defective Mega Evolution consumes the Pokémon's body? Cain thought. No wonder he had seemed so frail from the start, even though he carried himself arrogantly and haughtily. Now he understood why. Tyranitar's rock energy activated, and layers of sand crept up to cover the man in black's body. Soon he was completely wrapped, unable to move anything but his head. Once certain he couldn't escape, Cain slowly walked forward until he stood in front of him. A few questions, Cain said. The first, Kagan, in this tournament, does he have any connection with your sacred church? He didn't ask first about Mega Evolution, but rather about Kagan's sudden appearance. The man looked at him with complicated eyes. In this situation, he was the fish on the butcher's block. He accepted without resisting, nodding. Yes. Is he an official member of yours? Does he have psychic powers? Can he perform that special evolution? Cain pressed. This was even more important than the explanation about Mega Evolution. Psychic powers didn't concern him, but if Kagan could Mega Evolve his Pokémon, then Cain would have to seriously consider when to publicly reveal the information about Mega Evolution. Otherwise, with the discovery of the fairy type already changing the world, adding Mega Evolution would be an enormous impact. But for his own benefit, Cain had to do it at the right time. The man in black hesitated for a moment, but chose to be brutally honest. If he suffered, then others should too. He was recruited recently. He's a hidden one with psychic talent, but he hadn't awakened yet. The emissary helped him awaken, but he cannot perform the special evolution. Perhaps, if he achieves good results in the tournament, he'll receive a reward. His certainty that Kagan could not Mega Evolve was absolute. The Sacred Church was extremely strict with the distribution of divine stones. Only after overcoming numerous trials and completing important missions would they be granted. He himself had only received 3 in his entire life. On this occasion, the White Emissary had promised him 2 stones if he succeeded in recruiting Cain, and 1 more for each genius on the list, like Steven and the others, that he eliminated. That's why he had come so quickly to find him. A mission with a reward of 2 stones was far too rare. Then why has Kagan's strength increased so much? Cain asked, intrigued. The man in black smiled coldly. He's ambitious too. He always hid his strength, that's why the emissary chose him. But even hidden, he wasn't this strong before. Surely the emissary used divine power to strengthen his Pokémon. He's a lucky one. Upon hearing this, Cain felt his curiosity toward this sacred church growing stronger and stronger. What kind of organization could even strengthen the power of other people's Pokémon? However, once he confirmed that Mega Evolution would not be revealed ahead of time, Cain felt a little more at ease. In his previous life, he had never heard anything about this organization, probably because his own strength had been far too low. But now that he knew of them, he had to pay them real attention. A group that took psychics as their core, that also possessed many of the lost techniques of psychic power users, and could even allow some of their members' Pokémon to Mega Evolve. Even if it was a unique form, and even if that kind of Mega Evolution could not unleash the full power of a normal one, while also damaging the very foundation of the Pokémon, It could not be denied that the emergence of such a mysterious and special group made Cain perceive a future full of instability. Just as Team Rocket was shrinking, they had chosen to act. Did Giovanni know about this organization? Did the League know of their existence? And what attitude would they take toward them? All of these questions made Cain, who had always believed he understood the course the League would follow for a while, begin to feel that he could not control everything. Second question: who are the members of this sacred church? Have they already absorbed many psychics into their ranks? Who is their leader? And what you mentioned earlier, who is this white messenger? Cain asked. At this question, the middle-aged man in black looked at him as though he were staring at an idiot. But upon meeting Cain's increasingly cold expression, he recalled his current situation. I am only a mission handler at this level, he replied helplessly. What I know of the sacred church is barely what I already told you. Aside from contact with my direct superior and my subordinates, I have never met any other members. With a powerless expression, he continued, I don't even know if a leader really exists. As for the white messenger, she is the superior I am in contact with. Besides her, there is also a black messenger. The mission to invite you to join was given to me by the white messenger. The divine stones I obtained before were rewards for completing missions from the black messenger. The man in black hid nothing. He spilled everything he knew. Even if he kept silent, Cain had 1,000 ways to make him talk, perhaps even inflicting inhuman suffering. It was better to confess frankly. Maybe that way he could preserve a sliver of hope. If not, at least he would die quickly and cleanly, better than after torture. He saw it with absolute clarity. Upon hearing this, Cain furrowed his brows even deeper. A system of strict hierarchy, where each member could only know their immediate superior or subordinates, so that if someone were captured, they would only reveal a small fragment of the organization. Such a disciplined group, could the League really have no knowledge of them? The founder had to be someone fearsome. Third question: why attack at this moment? Do you have a deeper objective? Hearing it, the man in black pondered for a moment, then answered, in part, we wanted to measure the strength of the new generation of trainers, in part, to try to eliminate some of the League's promising geniuses. If we managed it, all the better. If not, it didn't matter. Cain nodded. Then it was very possible that the base of this church was not in the Pokémon World, but in some secret space or alternate dimension. This attack was nothing more than a probe. They wanted to test whether, after so many years, the League's fangs were still sharp, whether they could still bite. Then show me what you know about the use of psychic powers and all the information about your superior, the white messenger and the black messenger, as well as your subordinates, Cain ordered. That the man's hands and feet were sealed did not mean he could not use his psychic powers. Cain was not worried. He had noticed that although the man had some special tricks, overall his mastery of psychic power was not superior to his own. And with Tyranitar present, there was even less reason to worry. The man in black closed his eyes and projected images in the air with his mind. He showed 3 of his subordinates, among them Cain, who was also participating in the tournament. The other 2 Cain did not know. But it was obvious that Cain possessed greater strength than this man. How could he be under his command? As if reading his doubt, the man gave a bitter smile. All new recruits become the subordinates of someone like me. They must remain in that state for 3 years and fulfill a certain quota of missions before they are eligible to contact the messengers. I also went through this. With that explanation, Cain understood. He memorized the faces of the 3. Then floating letters appeared in the air. They were the special techniques of psychic power that he knew. They included methods to expand mental power and ways to integrate it better with psychic-type Pokémon to achieve a greater increase in strength. But just as he was beginning to project the appearance of the messengers, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen something terrifying, and his head tilted to the side. He had stopped breathing. Cain was stunned. This resembled the psychic seed. But at the same time, not quite. The result was the same: immediate death. He signaled Tyranitar to release the sand that held him trapped. He checked the Pokeballs and the spatial storage gear of the corpse. He poured out all the items, in case the organization had placed trackers in such devices. He kept the valuable ones, as well as a mysterious white card and a book. The Pokémon in the Pokeballs were not weak, but they had clearly been forced to grow through external means. Because of that, they had no room left to evolve or improve. Their physique and foundation were deficient. A perfect example of someone raised by force. They could never reach the level of the Elite Four. The same surely applied to Cain. His strength had been artificially inflated, sacrificing most of his Pokémon's potential. This man, aware of it, had invested all his resources into Alakazam, a Pokémon that combined solid strength and potential, and that could also Mega Evolve. But after repeatedly using the Divine Stones to force that transformation, Alakazam's body was already deteriorated, incapable of displaying its full power. And Alakazam, intelligent as it was, surely had seen everything its trainer had done. It was not worth keeping. Cain gave the corpse one last glance, and after making sure nothing strange remained, recalled Tyranitar and left. As soon as he left, the alternate space completely collapsed. No trace remained. Just as Cain was interrogating that middle-aged man in the alternate space, somewhere in the Kanto region, a woman in white who was slowly drinking coffee in a cafe stopped the cup she had just raised. In front of her, a young man dressed in a black tuxedo, wearing glasses and with extremely elegant manners, also paused his cup. The two looked at each other. With just a glance, they understood they had both felt the same thing. "Looks like he's been caught," the woman in white said slowly. Her voice sounded somewhat soft and sluggish, as if she hadn't slept well, carrying a lazy air. The young man in the black tuxedo took a sip of coffee, smacked his lips at the bitterness, and commented, "I really don't understand how you can enjoy this stuff. It's bitter, not tasty at all." Though he said that, in truth he drank it with great relish. The woman in white didn't call him out. "They're short one person in the group. Make sure to replace them," she said, then calmly savored her coffee. The flavor was even better than the coffee on empty silver. It's not about the taste, it's the atmosphere. In a quiet place like this, it's much better than those chaotic places you love to go to. She also explained why she liked drinking coffee. The young man in the tuxedo set down his now empty cup. "I'll replace the person, but this time it was your mission. Remember to inform those above," he replied as he stood up. "Ah, right. Since he was caught, it means some of our things may have been exposed. Whatever needs to be abandoned, abandon it. It's still not the time for us to appear." With that, he headed for the door. Outside it was pouring rain. The young man walked casually through the storm, but the water didn't touch him at all. Or rather, it didn't even come close. A thin invisible membrane covered him, repelling every drop. As soon as he left the cafe, he flipped his hand, and a bottle of liquor of unknown brand appeared. He drank straight from the neck. In his other hand, he spun a black card. He tossed it casually behind him. "Hick, this does taste better. Once you complete this mission, you'll rise in rank," he murmured before vanishing into the downpour. Before the card touched the ground, a hand reached out from the shadows. A man dressed in black emerged from a corner, caught the card, and with eyes glowing with excitement, said reverently, "Yes, Lord Black Messenger." After dealing with the middle-aged man in black, Cain returned to the stadium deep in thought. The battle between Lance and Lorelei had already ended. Even Koga's match with his opponent was nearly over. Although Koga wasn't skilled in head-on clashes, that didn't mean he was weak. Of course, he was somewhat older than Lance. But when it came to age, Flint was without a doubt the most senior of all the tournament participants. At that moment, Lance was already with Steven and the others. Several girls, with Phoebe in the lead, accompanied by Cynthia, Diantha, and Drasna, were reproaching him for the ruthless treatment he had given Lorelei. Although most of the words came from Phoebe's mouth, the looks from Cynthia and the other two toward Lance weren't exactly favorable either. How to put it? It was as if they saw him as some kind of hopeless bachelor, the kind destined to be alone forever. But soon the scolding was interrupted by Cain's arrival. Phoebe, who had been speaking passionately, saw him and her eyes lit up. "Cain, why did you take so long? Didn't you see what happened at the end?" Lorelei was in such a bad state. I'd never seen her with that expression. In the end, In the end, she almost started crying. Tears this big were about to fall, she said, exaggerating the size of the tears with her hands. Lance showed a bitter smile. At last he understood what it meant to be considered the enemy of the girls. It was only after winning against Lorelei and seeing her expression that it hit him. Yes, he had gone a bit too far. For a woman, maybe it really was excessive. But in the middle of battle, he had gotten carried away, and by then there was no turning back. He had wanted to take advantage of the final handshake to apologize, but Lorelei, after finishing, collected her Pokémon and left just like that. Lance couldn't do anything. And to make matters worse, when he got there, Phoebe dragged him along with the other three to lecture him. They painted him almost like a villain out to destroy the world. Desperate, Lance looked to Cain for help. Cain could only sigh. Brother, you brought this on yourself. Do you think this will pass quickly? Your dark future is already calling you. Ahem. Phoebe, that's enough, Cain said, coughing. Phoebe shot an angry glare at Lance. She could ignore anyone else, but not Cain. Ever since they left MT Pyre, she only listened to 2.5 people. One was Juan, another was Cain, and half was Steven. Well then. Cain continued. Lance, you really did go a bit too far. Even I couldn't watch it. You'd better go find Lorelei and apologize. After all, you're from the same region. Sooner or later you'll run into each other again. He spoke with a faint tone of mockery. Lance nodded. He thought so himself. With Lorelei's potential, it wouldn't be hard for her to become part of Kanto's Elite Four. And then, yes, he understood the seriousness of the matter. Steven and Wallace, sitting to the side, kept the usual, this has nothing to do with us attitude. Better not to get involved in these things. Lest the fire reach them too. Steven remembered well Phoebe's strength in these situations. That's why both of them simply kept their eyes fixed on the battlefield. Wow, Koga was really strong. Those moves were, yes, very impressive. Koga claimed victory. Then, during Flint's turn, the result was no surprise either. In this tournament, Lance, Koga, and Flint were all at a very similar level. Finally, Kagan once again showed his Dark Horse status and won his battle. But this time, Cain watched him with particular attention. He noticed something strange in his Pokémon. After the battle, they seemed drained, without energy. The same had happened the previous time, though by the next day they recovered as if nothing had happened. That confirmed that Kagan had surely received something from that sacred church. Cain thought that, if the opportunity arose, he should get a bit closer. For now, however, he needed to focus on examining the items recovered from the man in black's storage space, a white card and an unopened book. Back in his room inside the League building, Cain took out both the white card and the book. The white card showed no information, and Cain didn't know exactly what it was for. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and he activated his system. He discovered that the white card was actually a small computer, but to turn it on required a special password. That, of course, was no obstacle for the system, which cracked it in no time. The content was very simple, a few mission lists, and after each one the corresponding reward was specified. The very first was an invitation for him to join their organization. The reward for completing that mission would be 2 divine stones and an enhancement of a Pokémon's strength. The following ones consisted of assassinating Steven and the others. For each one eliminated, the reward was a divine stone. From that, it could be deduced that the organization valued him quite a bit, although to Cain all of that seemed too childish. Realistically speaking, with the strength of that man in black, not even using an alakazam with Mega Evolution would have been a match for Steven and company. That mission was nothing more than sending him to his death. Or rather, that guy was already a disposable pawn, placed there only to test the League's reaction, or perhaps to test him instead. Cain's heart tensed slightly. He then opened the book with no title on the cover. It wasn't thick, barely the thickness of a finger. Upon opening it, he realized it was about techniques and methods for using psychic energy. Many of them were quite novel. Cain's psychic energy until now had been characterized by being abundant, but lacking proper application methods. Most of what he had learned came from the manuals Sabrina had given him, without having had contact with other psychics, so he only mastered a handful of techniques. Up to that moment, the greatest use he gave his powers was telepathy, as well as a rudimentary spatial slash as a survival resource. However, this book completely opened a new perspective for him. Sabrina's manual came from psychics who, in ancient times, had allied with common humans to survive. Their writings already differed greatly from what psychics of antiquity once practiced. Even the basic rank system varied enormously. According to this work, strictly speaking, Cain couldn't even be considered an advanced-level psychic. He barely reached the intermediate level. Just like that man in black whom he had faced, both, deep down, were intermediate-level psychics. Even so, the book recorded multiple ways of applying the abilities. Among them was even the technique that Sabrina used to turn humans or Pokémon into toys, although that required a very high level of energy and control. With his current power, Cain couldn't go that far. If it were small objects, maybe he could achieve it, but even then he still lacked sufficient control. Nevertheless, several things managed to tempt him. The first, a formal method to train psychic energy control. It was said that by following that practice, skill would increase rapidly without leaving after effects. It was much better than the method of concentration pearls that Cain had used until now. Without a doubt, that was the most valuable thing for him in that book. From his point of view, he already had enough power. Even if he increased it more, it wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, this world was still a world ruled by Pokémon, and a trainer's special abilities could only serve as support, never as the definitive key to winning a battle. As long as it sufficed, it was enough. As for the other techniques described, though interesting, they weren't the most important. Cain would never admit it, but deep down he knew his psychic talent was limited, and that's why he wasn't enthusiastic about continuing to refine it. The second thing that caught his attention was one technique in particular. It allowed one to completely conceal one's presence. Except in front of another psychic who had mastered that same ability, it was undetectable to extrasensory perception. That's why, during the previous battle, when he scanned the stadium with his perception, he didn't detect anything unusual. It was only in the second encounter, when the man in black presented himself head-on, that he slipped up and Cain managed to notice him. And even then, it wasn't that he located him precisely. He simply perceived a strange void in that area, which drew his attention. This method was really useful. Not so much for using it himself, but because if the people of that mysterious organization mastered this technique, he could rest assured they wouldn't just appear out of nowhere to attack him without prior warning. The mission list on the white card showed that this group had already set their eyes on him. If I have the chance, I should ask Boss Giovanni if he knows of the existence of such a force, Cain thought silently. If they really hid so well, they would represent a threat to all ordinary humans in the Pokémon world. After studying the card and the book, he decided to put it into practice. He used his psychic powers to envelop himself. To the eyes, he was still there, but under any extrasensory perception, he had completely vanished. Not even with radars or heat sensors could he be detected. It was as if he had become a ghost. In essence, it was a special application of psychic energy. The book called this technique the law of dissolution into the gloom. Could it be that now he too could become an expert in assassinations? He changed into a completely black outfit and jumped out the window. Doing something like that in the League headquarters on MT Silver was quite thrilling. Silent, he reached the area where the competitors were lodged. He found Kagan's room. Confirming that there was no one around, he used his powers to open the balcony window and slipped inside. "Who goes there?" a voice rang out the instant he opened it. Once inside, Cain didn't hide his figure and presented himself directly before Kagan. He was accompanied by a Pokémon and was holding 2 Pokeballs in his hand. But upon seeing it was Cain, he slightly lowered his guard and asked cautiously, "Sir?" Hearing him, Cain relaxed. He signaled with his hand not to speak, and with a gesture, he opened an alternate space in the wall. He entered it without hesitation. Upon seeing this alternate space, Kagan immediately let go of all the distrust in his heart. Being able to use this kind of ability could only be done by someone from the sacred church. Although it gave him some doubt as to why it wasn't the same person he had been in contact with before, he hadn't been in the sacred church for very long and therefore didn't know many of its rules in depth. All of this should have been under the responsibility of that middle-aged man in black who had faced Cain. But now it seemed there was no longer any opportunity for that. Cain and Kagan walked together into the alternate space that Cain himself had created. "Give me the mission card," said Cain, calmly extending his hand. Kagan didn't suspect anything and immediately took out a black card from his storage space. A black card, huh? Cain received it and, using the system, deciphered the mission contained in it. There was only one: to obtain victory in the current tournament, challenge an Elite Four, and take their place. The prize for completing the mission would be rare Pokémon and a Divine Stone. Once finished reading, he slid his palm over the card and completely modified its content. This is the new mission. The current one is suspended for now. The plan has changed. From now on, your contact will be me. When you complete the task, I will meet you again, said Cain, returning the card to Kagan. He left the alternate space and, without saying anything more, leapt through the window, disappearing into the night. Kagan remained in the room, watching as Cain's silhouette moved away. Then he passed the black card through a special machine. He confirmed that the content had indeed changed. The tournament mission had been cancelled, replaced by the task of assassinating 2 people. Both names and details were written there. If that middle-aged man in black had been present, he would have immediately recognized them as 2 of his other subordinates. Now Cain was ordering Kagan to kill those 2, which meant provoking an internal struggle. At best, the mysterious group would end up divided. Although, being only 3 minor figures, they probably wouldn't cause a great storm. Leaving no trace, Cain returned to his room, sat on the bed, and began to test that new method of training his psychic powers. The next day, the matches continued as usual. Kagan, however, for special reasons, suddenly withdrew from the competition, disappointing many who saw him as the dark horse of the tournament. That way, Lance went directly to the final without needing to fight. The second battle between Koga and Flint was extremely exciting. Both fought back and forth, but in the end the victor was Koga. Although he didn't excel in frontal confrontations, poison-type Pokémon were incredibly troublesome in prolonged battles. Not even Flint's rock-type Pokémon escaped from it. Koga's poison types had exceptional mastery of their poison-type energy. Even rock types, after a long battle, ended up giving in. That's why Flint lost. However, despite the defeat, Flint smiled happily. Being the oldest of all the tournament participants, he felt he had already done all he could. He planned, after the tournament, to return to Pewter City to spend time with his wife and children. That's why he wasn't sad about losing. The pace of the competition quickened. That same afternoon, the match between Lance and Koga was held. Since Lance hadn't fought in the morning, he had the advantage of being fresh. Koga, although he had defeated Flint and, thanks to the effort of the Nurse Joys, his Pokémon had recovered their optimal physical condition, mentally they were still exhausted. So, to everyone's eyes, Koga barely held out a little before surrendering. But to Cain, Koga had been smart. He knew that achieving second place was already the best possible result. Defeating Lance was unthinkable. It wasn't just about strength. Anyone could see that this tournament was staged as a spectacle for Lance. The rest were merely companions. Whatever the Draco family had arranged with the League, Lance's rise to the title of champion was inevitable. Even Master Seiji, who had held a seat among the Elite Four of the Kanto region for more than 30 years, was willing to hand over the place. If Koga had ruined the League's plans, he would never have been considered for entry into the Elite Four. Neither now nor in the future. But by surrendering in the end and letting Lance shine, the result was different. He obtained second place, proved his strength, and showed that he had the capacity to aspire to the position. At the same time, he didn't destabilize the League's plans and, even more, strengthen ties with the Draco family, granting them a favor. In the next vacancy in the Elite Four, Koga would be one of the first candidates. It couldn't be denied. He had thought everything through very clearly. Time proved him right. When the Kanto League split, he was the first to become an Elite Four of the Johto region. One of the most influential families in the Johto region was, precisely, the Draco family. Who could say they hadn't intervened in that? By then his strength was greater, but what he had done in this tournament had undoubtedly laid the foundation to achieve it. Thus, another day passed. The spectators were excited. After such a long wait, the most anticipated showdown was finally arriving. Especially for Steven, Cynthia, and Cain, whose main interest was to measure the difference between themselves and the Elite Four. The next day would bring the battle between Lance and Master Seiji. On their way back, Cain and the others ran into Professor Oak, whom they hadn't seen for several days. At his side was his own teacher, Matsuda Takashi, chatting cheerfully. They seemed to be waiting for them. Master, Professor Oak, greeted Cain, stepping forward. The others also bowed respectfully. Very good, very good. Lance, tomorrow do your best, smiled Professor Oak, nodding and then addressing Lance. From a strict point of view, Master Seiji even had more seniority than Professor Oak and old Matsuda. For that reason, even they showed him respect. Yes, Lance nodded, seriousness reflected on his face. He had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Ever since he returned from Kalos and accepted the support of the Draco family, his third uncle, the current head of the family, had warned him to prepare for this battle. Why his third uncle? Because Lance's father was the eldest brother, although he had left very early. The second son had disappeared, leaving leadership in the hands of the third. As for Master Seiji's Pokémon and data, Lance had memorized them all. Although the master hadn't fought in a long time and no one knew his current strength for sure, the fact that he was giving up the position meant he wouldn't put up obstacles. Moreover, he probably wouldn't even use his main Pokémon. Master, what are you doing here? Asked Cain after everyone had finished greeting. Upon hearing him, the smile on old Matsuda's face grew even wider. Why, for you, of course. For me. Cain was a bit puzzled. Professor Oak coughed to the side. Old Matsuda glared at him, but still explained to Cain, it's so that you can take the evaluation for the title of Advanced Level Breeder. Advanced Level Breeder? Phoebe exclaimed in surprise. Steven and the others, however, didn't seem too astonished. Only Diantha and Drasna showed a hint of surprise, while Cynthia, who had already received Advanced Level Pokeblocks from Cain, remained completely calm. The moment Cain had been able to craft customized advanced-level Pokeblocks for her, Cynthia knew he had the qualities of an advanced-level breeder. Advanced-level breeder? What's that? Asked Ash, the smartest of the group. Gary pulled him aside and whispered in his ear, explaining. On such basics, Gary knew much more than Ash. But even after explaining what a breeder was, what the profession entailed, and what it meant for someone as young as Cain to aspire to that title, Ash ended up even more confused. In the end, he was left with only one idea. If Cain could be an advanced-level breeder, then he was truly amazing. A brainiac, as he saw it. Gary, on the other hand, after explaining to Ash, looked at Cain with eyes of growing admiration. Precocious as he was, Gary fully understood what it meant to reach that title at such an early age. No wonder his grandfather and Cain's master smiled with such pride. Master, is it mandatory? Can't I just not take it? Asked Cain with a hint of resignation. Old Matsuda's eyes went wide. No. You must. I know what you fear, but don't worry. Professor Oak added, that's right, Cain, listen to your master. Take the advanced level breeder exam. Since you're here, it's easier and the league will back you up. Cough cough. Your master. Let's just say he had to pay a rather high price to get this arranged. A high price. Old Matsuda coughed heavily and looked away, his expression a bit unnatural. No one dwelled too much on that detail. But with both veterans insisting, it was obvious everything was already set. Resigned, Cain could only nod. Tomorrow, after Lance's battle, I'll take care of organizing the rest, concluded old Matsuda. Once decided, Cain said no more. The group went out to dinner. MT Silver. League headquarters, main stadium. A challenge to an Elite Four was beginning. The challenger, Lance, from Viridian City. The defender, Master Seiji, Grass-type Elite Four, who had held his position in the Kanto region for 39 years. On the field, both stood at opposite ends. Master Seiji, with kind brows, still stood tall despite his age, a faint smile on his face. He twirled a rosary between his fingers, calm, not looking like someone close to retirement. Part of it was that he willingly yielded the spot to Lance, another, that the bell tower required his return to watch over it. In front of him was Lance in his signature black outfit, cape billowing behind his back, with his dark red hair. Both had the dignified presence befitting an Elite Four. Just by looking at Master Seiji's demeanor, Cain understood Lance's promotion was practically guaranteed. Master Seiji would grant him victory. Master Seiji's first Pokémon was Meganium, starter of the Johto region. Lance answered with his own starter partner, Charizard. Both at intermediate Elite Four level, and both belonging to regional starter trios, which made the match even more spectacular. But the Fire/Flying type had a clear advantage and Meganium fell under Charizard's fierce assault. Master Seiji's second Pokémon was Jumpluff. After a prolonged battle, both it and Charizard were knocked out. The battle was intense, proof that Lance had prepared thoroughly. It was clear he already knew in advance which Pokémon Master Seiji would use and some of his special tactics. Thanks to his solid and patient style, Lance took the lead. Until Master Seiji sent out his strongest Pokémon of the day, a Venusaur. At the peak of Elite Four level, Venusaur defeated Lance's Aerodactyl and Kingdra in succession. Finally, Lance was left with only his trump card, Dragonite. It had already appeared against Lorelei, but back then it hadn't faced such a powerful opponent. Today was different. Even though Dragonite fought with everything, it struggled to push back Venusaur. Cain's eyes gleamed as he watched the special combat techniques Master Seiji used to guide Venusaur. They were an invaluable source of learning. In truth, the battle could have gone on much longer, but Master Seiji decided to end it, forcing a direct clash with Dragonite. Venusaur fell. Dragonite could barely remain standing, but the victor was clear. Before everyone's eyes, Lance completed the challenge, defeating the Grass-type Elite Four of the Kanto region. As he recalled Venusaur, Master Seiji smiled in relief, eyes closed as though finally freed from a heavy burden. Then, the League's high officials came onto the stage, among them Professor Oak. The handover of the position between Master Seiji and Lance was formalized. Thus, Lance officially became a member of the Kanto region's Elite Four, choosing Dragon-type as his specialty. The Dragon-type Elite Four Lance. His promotion also marked the beginning of a generational shift within the league. The youth would gradually take the front line. And Lance's induction shook his contemporaries among the spectators. Steven and Cynthia felt challenged. Even Diantha, who wasn't fond of battles, couldn't suppress the impulse. Lance was a few years older than them, but at such levels of strength, age was no excuse. No one could claim, "You beat me, but you're older, so it doesn't count." A trainer should never worry about age. That day, with Lance's consecration as an Elite Four, began the era in which the League's new generation would take the reins of the future. Lance became one of the Elite Four. A long season of duties awaits him. He needs to gradually get familiar with the responsibilities and powers of an Elite Four, and he still has much to learn. Once he's more or less adapted, according to the League's style, they'll surely send him on a tour of all the regions under the nice title of Friendly Exchange. In reality, it's nothing more than a way to show off. So, if anyone wishes to challenge Lance at that time, right now they'll have to work very hard. Lance's investiture ceremony officially came to an end. As he stepped down from the stage, a medal exclusive to the Elite Four already hung on his chest. His Pokémon were Dragon-type, so the medal was shaped like a fierce dragon's head. This had been designed by the League long beforehand. Lance approached Cain's group. Even his stride looked imposing, full of vigor. "Congratulations, Lance." No. My mistake, now I should say. Sir Lance, the great Dragon-type Elite Four," Cain joked. Yes, the Dragon-type Elite Four. Sounds really good. Seeing Cain set the tone, everyone started laughing and joking. Everyone knew Lance would choose Dragon-type, and that he really had no other option. But in private, making such jokes wasn't a problem. Deep down, they were all aware of the debate whether he should be called Dragon-type Elite Four or Flying-type Elite Four. At those jests, Lance showed a slightly helpless expression. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted to choose Dragon-type, since he really only had a handful of such Pokémon. But there was no choice. It was a decision made in advance by the Draco family. That was the responsibility he had to bear as a descendant of a great family. The same went for Steven. Half of his Pokémon were Steel-type, the other half Rock-type, but in the end he could only choose Steel-type. Because Steel-type represented the Stone family. In the same way, Dragon-type represented the Draco family. While everyone congratulated Lance in a joking tone, the improvised stage in the arena hadn't been dismantled yet, and instead another group of people appeared, dressed differently. At the front was an old man with completely white hair and beard. Cough, cough. I hope you don't mind. The Breeders' Guild will temporarily occupy the space. Consider it as us riding the favorable wind of our new Elite Four to do something important, said the old man with a kindly smile. Seeing him, those who were about to leave stopped in their tracks. Those with some rank knew that man was the current vice president of the Breeders' Guild, Old Eisen. His real name, almost no one knew. The lower ranks called him Old Eisen, while his peers simply called him Eisen. Noticing everyone sit back down, the old man smiled even more satisfied. Good, everyone gave him face. The Breeders' Guild, if nothing else, carried prestige. They had to be treated like kings. Although with this we steal a bit of spotlight from Elite Four Lance, we must still proceed. Because, very soon, we will be holding right here an advanced-level breeder evaluation, announced Old Eisen, grinning from ear to ear. At the mention of advanced-level breeder, everyone present immediately became interested. Every advanced-level breeder was a true treasure for the league. However, occupying an entire stadium and keeping so many people just to evaluate one person seemed a bit excessive. No one spoke, waiting for the explanation. As expected, Old Eisen continued, it just so happens this candidate is quite special. That's why we decided to do it this way, with everyone as witnesses. Because this advanced-level breeder candidate is only 17 years old. What? At once, the entire stadium burst into exclamations. The crowd began murmuring. Those who knew who the examinee would be turned their eyes toward Cain. He was completely stunned. Originally, after Lance's ceremony, he had thought he'd quietly go to the Breeders' Guild to take the exam. Yes, there would be an audience, but mostly internal members. Who would have thought they'd turn it into something like this? The moment he saw the insignias the newcomers wore, he already felt a bad premonition. They had tricked him. Could it have been his own master who dragged him into this? So, when everyone looked at him, Cain was left speechless. Did it really have to be this ostentatious? Advanced-level breeder. 17 years old. That can only be Brother Cain, suddenly shouted a voice, snapping him out of his daze. It was Ash, who had stood up and was pointing exaggeratedly at Cain. Gary, next to him, covered his face with his hand. He didn't want to sit next to someone with such slow reflexes. Very soon, the rumor spread like wildfire, and the entire audience focused on Cain. Those who knew something about him began recounting his feats. The youngest to become an intermediate-level breeder, the new rising star of the Breeders' Guild, a genius that appears only once in a century. And deeper details also leaked. Semi-finalist in the Sinnoh tournament, gym leader of Leafy Town, chief-level researcher of the Hoenn League. Almost everyone present had some degree of connection to the league. Of course, there were exceptions. But investigating Cain's public records was very easy. Right away, his entire background came to light. What surprised people most was, he was a civilian. Aside from being a disciple of Matsuda Takashi, he had no other major backing. He only kept good relations with heirs of powerful families like Stephen of the Stone family or Lance of the Draco family. Precisely because he was a civilian, many present became even more interested. The improvised stage was once again modified by the Breeders' Guild to accommodate the evaluation. At the center, 10 chairs were placed, one facing the other 9, which would be where the examinee sat. In the others, the judges took their seats, all veteran advanced-level breeders of great prestige. Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, sat in the chair at the far right. At the center presided an elderly woman with silver hair, the president of the guild. To her left sat old Aizen, and to her right another slightly younger old man. The remaining seats were filled by other old experts of the guild. A whole row of white-haired figures. Matsuda Takashi blended in perfectly among them. "Cain, come take the evaluation." Old Aizen beckoned him with his hand. Again, all eyes fell upon him. It was the feeling of being in the absolute center of attention. With a face full of helplessness, Cain looked at his master, who gave him a slight nod in return. To gather such an imposing panel of judges, he had made promises and signed disadvantageous agreements. All with one goal, to make the ceremony as loud as possible, and for Cain to become a name known to all. With so much spotlight on him, who would dare lay a hand on him? Helpless. His own master was selling him out like that. Now, even if he wanted to refuse, he no longer could. With the cheers of his companions all around him, Cain directly placed one foot on the railing at the side and, with a jump, leapt forward. Covered by his psychic power, he slowly descended onto the platform that had been prepared and enhanced for the occasion. The elderly woman seated in the center, upon seeing Cain's display of powers, let a glimmer appear in her eyes. She seemed to believe a little more in the words of old Matsuda. When old Matsuda had come to her, telling her that a 17-year-old boy intended to take the advanced breeder exam, she had not believed a single word. That was until old Matsuda showed her the entire process in which Cain had managed to detoxify Drake. And besides, old Matsuda had guaranteed with his own name that, if it didn't work, well, ahem. Anyway, considering old Matsuda's face, she waved her hand decisively and ordered the entire Breeders' Guild to take action. If what old Matsuda said was true, for the Breeders' Guild this was truly an extraordinary event. If that was the case, better make it grand. After so much time staying discreet, it was time to go out and show off a little. So all the old men and women who had been immersed in their research were summoned with a single order. In short, to give presents. If they were going to do it, they would do it seriously. That was why the scene had taken place. Not even old Matsuda had foreseen it. That showed that, although that old woman was advanced in age, her determination and character were unquestionable. "Master, respected masters," said Cain, bowing respectfully toward the 9 elders. Many of them didn't even know who Cain was. The one most familiar with him, aside from old Matsuda, was old Aizen. He, as the vice president of the Breeders' Guild, was the one currently handling all the guild's internal affairs. More than a year ago, upon learning that a 16-year-old boy had passed the intermediate breeder exam, he had already set his sights on Cain. In fact, it had been his decision to promote Cain as the representative of the new generation of breeders. That was why, upon learning that the one being examined today was Cain, after old Matsuda, he was the most interested. "You are Cain?" asked the elderly woman seated in the center. Although her hair was already completely white, her face had few wrinkles. In her youth, without a doubt, she would have been an incomparable beauty. "That's right," replied Cain respectfully, bowing his head. The old woman nodded. "When Takashi came to me, I thought he was joking with me. But now it seems you do have something. However, on an occasion like this, if you fail your exam, it won't just be a blow to your master, but also to yourself. Are you prepared?" Hearing her, Cain reflected for an instant, took a deep breath, and made sure to show a little nervousness. He had to look nervous, otherwise it would seem fake. He nodded again, showing that he was ready. "Look, for your master's sake, we all set aside our occupations. If you fail, your master has committed himself to more than one unequal treaty. I hope you understand what it has cost him and that you won't let him down," continued the old woman, throwing a sidelong glance at old Matsuda, who was seated at one end pretending to be absent. There was a special undertone in her gaze. Seeing that look, Cain's expression turned strange. Could it be that his master had so much influence? Could it be that, with the president, there was some kind of relationship? No wonder he could move about in the Breeders' Guild as if nothing. "By the way, my name is Sylvia." Some call me Sil, you may call me Grandma Sil, said the old woman. Grandma Sil, replied Cain, bowing once more respectfully. That title had to be said. Who knew, perhaps one day she might even become his political master. Hearing him, Grandma Sil nodded, and a spark of tenderness appeared in her eyes as she looked at Cain. The story between her and old Matsuda was far too long to go into detail. Then Grandma Sil turned her gaze toward old Aizen. Old Aizen immediately caught the signal. Ahem, we now officially begin the exam. First part, questions of professional knowledge, he announced. Each of those present, except for old Matsuda, had to pose 2 questions. In total, 16. To pass, he had to answer at least 12 correctly. Although all of them were advanced-level breeders, in truth they had long since surpassed that category. It was just that no higher standard had been established, no defined limit, so they were still recognized as advanced-level breeders. The first question came from President Sylvia. When an ice crystal berry comes into contact with a spicy vine flower, what kind of reaction occurs? It was a fairly standard question. Grandma Sil had clearly shown some consideration for the relationship with old Matsuda. But in truth, for Cain it didn't matter what question was asked. After reflecting for 3 seconds, he replied calmly and accurately. If the ice crystal berry is in greater proportion, the spicy vine flower will freeze instantly and can be used to treat burns gradually, reducing the formation of scars. On the other hand, if the spicy vine flower is in greater proportion, the ice crystal berry will melt immediately and can be applied to alleviate internal burns with very rapid recovery, though there is risk of relapse. When both are in equal proportions. And so, for 2 minutes, he explained in detail all the possible effects of that combination. Hearing his response, several of the elders nodded. After all, even though they had been dragged out of their research by order of the president, none of them dared to complain. Who didn't know the president's temperament? Even so, regarding Cain, they were ready to put him to the test harshly. They were a group of elderly men and women, but with hearts still mischievous like children's. However, after hearing such a detailed response, even more precise than the official standard, they began to take interest. One after another, they fired their questions. Cain, always after 3 seconds of reflection, responded with total accuracy. Sometimes he even gave a more complete answer than what the examiners themselves expected. The audience, without technical knowledge, at first understood nothing. But they saw that such complex questions were being answered effortlessly, and they were impressed. Those with higher cultural education, so as not to remain silent, would simply let out a wow, 3 letters that expressed surprise, didn't make them seem dull, and also helped warm up the atmosphere. 3 in 1, perfect. It was the first time that examiners, after hearing a response, were left in silence thinking. Or even showing an expression of sudden comprehension. Cain had completely captured their interest. Smart, huh? Let's see how he answers this one that has me stuck in my research, some thought. And still, Cain maintained his style. 3 seconds of reflection, then the exact answer. Perhaps others didn't notice, but they, as experts, understood well. Those answers went far beyond an advanced-level breeder exam. Little by little, the number of questions surpassed the initial 16. But the examiners no longer cared. Each one threw at him the problem that had them stuck in their research. Each time more difficult. And in the exchange, they no longer used a paternalistic tone. They treated him as an equal. The spectators perhaps didn't understand the content, but they did notice the change in attitude. At that moment, a simple murmur full of amazement spread through the place. Amazing. Cough, cough. In the end, all that commotion was stopped by Grandma Sil. Even her face showed a faint blush. How embarrassing. But soon enough, those present managed to play it off and move on. After all, they were all old foxes. What value did face still hold? Meanwhile, old Matsuda sat with a calm expression, enjoying the show. If he didn't have absolute confidence in Cain, how would he have dared to sign so many unequal agreements? Ah, my foolish brothers, he thought to himself. With the first round of the exam concluded, none of the judges dared to underestimate Cain anymore. Even those in the stands sensed that something unusual was going on. The second test followed the usual rules, the making of Poke blocks. As a breeder, the most valued skill was, of course, the creation of poke blocks. Although poke block making actually covered much more, such as the mixing of antidotes like the one Cain had prepared to cure Drake, as well as the preparation of all sorts of potions and tonics. Grandma Sil, who had witnessed with her own eyes how Cain crafted that antidote, had a particular interest in seeing his poke blocks. And after watching him shine in the question round, her curiosity was even greater. What would he be capable of in this test? The exam consisted of the Breeders' Guild providing a sample Pokémon, and the candidate needed to create a suitable Pokeblock. If it reached the quality of an advanced-level Pokeblock, it was considered a pass. And if he also managed a customized Pokeblock, that counted as extra merit. The guild already had a Pokémon prepared for the exam, but after what had happened in the first test, Grandma Sil had an idea. Is there any trainer present who would like to offer their Pokémon for the test? Don't worry, we'll make sure it suffers no harm, she said, raising her voice so that the entire audience could hear. Cain was a little surprised because the old woman had unconsciously used her psychic power when speaking, ensuring everyone could hear her. The president of the guild is also a psychic? Cain thought, with new conjectures in mind. I volunteer. Let me. At once, many in the audience stood up enthusiastically. But Grandma Sil, after scanning the room with her gaze, ended up choosing none other than Stephen, who had been sitting next to Cain. There was no denying it. Good looks always drew attention. Stephen was instantly delighted. No one knew Cain's abilities better than he did. At first, Cain had even tricked him, making him believe the poke blocks came from his master. Later, he discovered they had been Cain's own work all along. That meant that, already at 16, Cain had secretly possessed the abilities of an advanced-level breeder. How could he possibly fail now? Stephen naturally chose his Metagross. Oh, boy, your Metagross has been trained excellently. I'd wager the poke blocks you use for it are advanced-level customized versions, correct? Grandma Sil observed with an expert eye. Stephen nodded. And who was the master who crafted them? It's impressive how he corrected Metagross's natural shortcomings, she remarked with sincere admiration. Before Stephen could respond, Grandma Sil added, Don't worry. If the poke blocks he makes don't meet the standard, we won't allow your Metagross to eat them. That's... Stephen tried to speak, but was interrupted again. It's fine, trust our judgment. Cain, you may begin. The old woman didn't notice Stephen's odd expression, but old Eisen did catch that change in demeanor. Would something unexpected happen? Although Cain had just solved a complex problem in the previous round, old Eisen knew that theoretical knowledge didn't always translate to practice. And poke block making depended, above all, on manual dexterity and experience. But Cain showed no change in expression. He was already familiar with Stephen's Metagross. Sooner or later, he would have to make it a special poke block anyway, so he might as well do it right there. Are the requirements the same as before? Asked Cain. Stephen, calm, thought for a moment and replied, In addition to the previous ones, I'd like you to strengthen its physical power. Its base strength is a bit behind the current pace. Cain examined Metagross, felt several areas of its body, and nodded. Indeed, it has fallen behind. You should have switched poke blocks long ago. Grandma Sil and the others watched the exchange attentively. Old Eisen gave a smirk of I knew it. And old Matsuda, sitting at the side, smiled like a chrysanthemum in bloom. Are the materials ready? Asked Cain. I think so, and if something's missing I can fetch it immediately, Stephen replied. Cain shook his hand dismissively. What Stephen didn't have, he had already prepared himself. Ahem. Cain, the materials will be provided by the guild, Grandma Sil clarified. But Cain and Stephen no longer had time to pay her any mind. Cain took out his entire set of tools. Although he didn't feel comfortable working in front of so many people, as if it were a circus act, he decided that if it had to be flashy, he'd make it flashy until the end. He placed the materials one by one on the table. As soon as Grandma Sil saw Cain's tools, she knew they weren't ordinary. They weren't the kind found on the market, but rather instruments custom-made by master craftsmen, designed to Cain's own requirements. They were tools commissioned from Team Heaven, built to his specifications, and they were extremely practical. Cain set to work. His hands moved between the instruments, manipulating each piece of material until it was transformed into a refined ingredient. Each component separately was recognizable to Grandma Sil and the others, but seeing them combined in that precise sequence, they couldn't guess what Cain intended to create. However, they weren't just anyone. They soon understood what effects would result from the sum of all those elements. And the more they understood, the greater the surprise on their faces grew. Was he creating an advanced-level customized poke block? And with such a complex mixture of ingredients? The result had to be extraordinary. Grandma Sil's expression grew brighter and brighter. And she noticed something even more astonishing. Cain wasn't using psychic power at all. He was doing everything purely with technique. That meant he wasn't even showing his true limit. Because a psychic could rely on their powers to perfect the crafting process. Grandma Sil had assumed Cain had reached advanced level thanks to that advantage. But now she saw otherwise. It was entirely the result of pure skill. Watching him craft a poke block was like witnessing the birth of a work of art. Each movement of his fine, long fingers was like a note in a sublime melody, which together transformed into a grand symphony. With poke blocks, Cain was composing a dazzling concert. In less than half an hour, the customized poke block for Metagross was complete. And in that same span of time, Grandma Sil and the others had already calculated its effects from the combination of those ingredients. A single thought crossed Grandma Sil's mind, an eccentric genius. Truth be told, a poke block like that was something they could also make. Eventually. But how long it would take them to do so was anyone's guess. And seeing those white-gray, crystal-clear, perfectly shaped poke blocks neatly lined up on the table in just half an hour made it obvious how deeply they had been impacted. At that moment, Grandma Sil realized something else. Cain and Steven had known each other from before, and the poke block that Steven's Metagross had used in the past had been made by Cain. So, since Cain already knew Metagross so well, he had probably thought in advance about how to improve the poke block. With that explanation, Grandma Sil could just barely accept Cain's result. Otherwise, she might not have been able to resist opening it up to uncover its secret. What she didn't know was that Metagross's poke block had been designed by Cain right there on the spot. Or rather, at that very moment, it had been analyzed and calculated by his system. The result was the same. Cain had passed this round of the exam. And not only that, he had done so while dazzling every single examiner. The final test, the most uncertain of all, was about to begin. From several options, Pokémon Companionship, Pokémon Massage, Move Analysis, and another 7 or 8 categories, one would be chosen at random. In theory, all were skills a breeder should master. But since there wasn't enough time to evaluate them all, passing just one was sufficient. Cain randomly drew one he wasn't as skilled in, Pokémon Massage. Although saying not as skilled was only in comparison to his poke block making level. Every so often, Cain would give his own Pokémon a full massage. It helped ease the fatigue in their bodies. Of course, with Pokémon like Tyranitar or Aggron, just massaging one could take him an entire day. In the end, after voting, Cain received unanimous approval. He had passed the Advanced Breeder exam. Like Lance, he was met with thunderous applause from the entire audience. That day, the spectators were more than satisfied. Not only had they witnessed the passing of the torch between the old and new Elite Four members, but they had also seen the birth of the youngest advanced breeder in history. Without a doubt, attending had been worth it. The old Matsuda's plan, to organize everything with such grandeur, had paid off. Among those who saw Cain pass the exam were many trainers from powerful families. Some even possessed truly terrifying overall strength. Cain's talent and skill had already drawn the attention of the Jenny family, who had once offered him marriage with one of their own, along with a promise to cover all the resources he would ever need in the future. Now that Cain had become the youngest advanced breeder of all time, what do you think those influential families would decide? A true Magikarp turning into a dragon, a young man with no lineage but immense potential. Many families wouldn't sit idly by. Moreover, with his newfound fame, his background was sure to be investigated. And there his close friends would appear, Steven, Lance, Cynthia, who among them didn't come from an imposing background. Cain completing the advanced breeder exam before so many eyes made him far too significant a figure. The Breeders' Guild knew that well, and so did everyone else. You wanted to touch Cain? Go ahead. But be prepared to face the wrath of the Breeders' Guild afterward. These days, it was old Eisen who handled the guild's development. Many had long forgotten how fearsome the so-called witch Sylvia could be. The fact that old Matsuda had brought her there that day had a clear purpose: to back Cain. Who would dare make a move against him? Anyone who tried would risk awakening the witch Sylvia's anger, and the next day, they'd find themselves isolated, living a life worse than death. Even great families like the Jennies or the Joys wouldn't want to become enemies of witch Sylvia. Did they really think years of silence had dulled her blade? That was the path old Matsuda, Cain's only master, had paved for him. The road was laid out. It all depended on how Cain chose to move forward. Would he be able to resist the temptations wrapped in sweet promises from those powerful families? Although, joining one of them wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing either. With the guild's backing, he would always have a certain degree of autonomy. Cain received the Advanced Breeder Medal from Grandma Sill's own hands. He didn't fully understand what it meant, but those who knew did. The president of the Breeders' Guild rarely awarded that medal in person, only when they saw in someone the potential to become president one day. In other words, Cain was now an official candidate to inherit the guild's leadership. Those who knew of the bond between old Matsuda and Grandma Sill understood immediately. And upon looking at the old master, many couldn't help but show strange expressions, accompanied by a thumbs-up of approval. Some even murmured under their breath, full of admiration, "Amazing." Of all this, Cain, as the disciple, was completely unaware. And even if he knew, he'd probably just congratulate his master. After all those years alone, wasn't it nice that he'd finally found a place to belong? Grandma Sill didn't seem like a bad person, right? Cain had officially become an advanced breeder. The next day, the front page of every newspaper in the region would bear the same headline: The Birth of Two Stars. Lance as the new member of the Elite Four. Cain as the youngest advanced breeder in history, shattering the previous record several times over. A record that might never be broken again. Both would share the headlines the next day. And as the protagonists, neither of them was surprised. Appearing in the press, that was nothing new by now. That night, they sat around a table, celebrating with a dinner prepared by Cain, celebrating Lance's rise to the Elite Four and Cain's recognition as an advanced breeder. They ate, drank, and, like any group of friends, stayed chatting after dinner. Cain, what did President Sylvia and Master Matsuda tell you at the end? Stephen asked curiously. Cain smiled mysteriously, imitating his master's solemn style. He patted Stephen on the shoulder and said, "Stephen, from now on, your master won't be able to live so freely anymore. He might not be able to return to Hoenn. When that time comes, the fate of the Breeders' Guild in Hoenn will rest in your hands." Pfft. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed around the table. "Looks like Master Matsuda finally found his place in the world," Phoebe commented, not quite understanding, but carried away by the mood. Then Lance began recounting the passionate and moving love story between old Matsuda and Grandma Sill, just as he'd heard it from his elders. And after seriously describing who that woman was, everyone's expressions grew even stranger. Cain, in silence, could only think, "Master, you're incredible." By the way, Lance suddenly changed the subject. "Cain, do you remember my younger cousin, Claire?" Cain nodded, feeling a bad premonition. And as expected, Lance looked at him mischievously and added, "What do you say? Why not consider my cousin? You're about the same age. Her temper's a bit strong, yeah, but she's a real beauty. If you're interested, I can help you out." With all the attitude of an experienced matchmaker. PFF. Cain had just taken a sip of water and spat it all out. Everyone stared at Lance, who was trying to play matchmaker, not knowing what to say. Ahem, ahem. Lance, you went a bit too far. Stephen coughed to ease the awkwardness. The others nodded in agreement. Having outsiders come to recruit Cain was one thing, now even his own companions? Lance clearly looked uncomfortable. But he had no choice. It was something his family had asked him to mention, so he had to. Ahem, ahem. Well, I'm only saying it out of obligation. Don't take it to heart, Lance explained. While we're at it, Steven spoke up suddenly. He looked at Cain. Cain, you already know my cousin, right? Why not consider it? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is a household treasure. Cain didn't know how to respond. If there was one downside to what old Matsuda had arranged, it was precisely this. From now on, marriage proposals would surely pour in without end. Although no one could force him, it was annoying. The others looked at Steven, unsure what to say. One by one, they began thinking of their own families, remembering whether they had any female relatives of appropriate age. Ahem, ahem. Like Lance said, I'm only saying it to oblige, don't take it seriously. Steven was uncomfortable too. Anyway, later, come to my room. Collect all the data on your Pokémon for me. Cain clarified just as the others began to look at him strangely. Thus, the meal ended in a very awkward atmosphere. The challenge against the Elite Four had finished. Lance officially became the Dragon-type Elite Four member, announcing the arrival of a new generation. The next day, Cain, Steven, and the other two boarded a plane immediately. The Hoenn region was far from stable. Because of Cain, old Matsuda would surely not be able to return to Hoenn for a long time. So the Elite Four seat he was temporarily covering was vacant, and Juan was worriedly looking for candidates. Moreover, the Breeders' Guild in the Hoenn region was left in chaos after old Matsuda's departure. They had only just established a basic structure. It still wasn't operating stably. Cain and the others had to return to help. After they left, Cynthia, Diantha, and the others also decided to depart. Lance's influence motivated them to return to training with greater effort. The four went straight to the Hoenn League headquarters. As soon as they got off the plane, they noticed a tense air everywhere. Many acquaintances, upon seeing Cain, forced a smile to congratulate him. But those congratulations failed to cheer him. The four headed immediately to Juan's office. Drake, the true dragon master, fully recovered, was also there. Juan and Drake's expressions were serious. Seeing the group's return, Juan showed a mixture of surprise and relief. Cain, I didn't expect you'd come back so soon. We didn't even manage to prepare a celebration ceremony for you, Juan said with a smile. Drake also stood and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. But on Cain and the others' faces there were hardly any smiles. President, what exactly happened? Cain asked. Juan was surprised for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Did you notice? Actually, I wasn't planning to hide it either. Team Magma and Team Aqua have moved. Just last night, both acted as if they'd planned it together. Juan's face turned grave. Last night they attacked an external league base. Drake, however, did not seem very worried. No need to panic. Didn't we already send Glacia and Sydney? If they want war, let them have it, he said firmly. To him, Team Magma and Team Aqua were not heavyweight rivals. Maybe Maxie and Archie deserved some caution, but the others didn't worry him at all. They weren't like Team Rocket, which had a solid foundation after so many years. Team Magma and Team Aqua were relatively young, with less experience and real strength. It's more complicated. Two organizations that had been silent for so long suddenly attacking. Surely something appeared that they value too much. One shook his head. Hearing them, Cain was a little startled. Where did they clash? He asked. At Meteor Falls. Just as he suspected. Cain checked his communicator. He hadn't received any messages. That meant Professor Cosmo still hadn't found the two orbs. Or that he had found them, but they had fallen into the hands of Team Magma and Team Aqua, preventing him from sending news. Either way, it confirmed that both teams somehow knew the red orb and blue orb were at Meteor Falls. Is something wrong? Drake asked, seeing Cain's expression. Cain shook his head. It was something he couldn't explain. Still, he had to go. Although he couldn't rush in recklessly. He needed a valid reason to intervene. President, allow me to go as well, Cain said. After 3 months of recovery, and seeing Lance become an Elite Four member, I feel I can no longer stay idle. Me too, Steven added. Same here, /me too, Phoebe and Wallace said. At their words, Juan's face turned serious. It's very dangerous. Nevertheless, he did not refuse them. After all, The four had reached a level close to that of an Elite Four member. The new generation was ready to take part in major events. Also, with old Matsuda gone, there was an empty seat among Hoenn's Elite Four. Perhaps one of these four young people would fill it. The uprising of Team Magma and Team Aqua could be the opportunity. President, don't worry. We're no longer the fragile kids we used to be, Cain assured him. The other three nodded firmly. In that case, since you just returned, rest one day and depart tomorrow. Half a day won't make a difference, Juan concluded. Cain and the others agreed. Indeed, they had to prepare. Cain also had to give instructions to Team Heaven, and his Pokémon needed to be readied. After they left, Juan told Drake, accompany them tomorrow to provide support. Glacia and Sydney are new in the post. It's better if you're there. And what will happen here? Drake asked. Juan replied with a flash of cold in his eyes, relax. I'm not finished yet. Those clowns have had too much freedom, but that doesn't mean I can't crush them. Whoever dares to step out will fall. Cain and his companions found some rooms within the League headquarters to stay in temporarily. The sudden uprising of Team Magma and Team Aqua had come at a very opportune moment. And with old Matsuda having to remain in the Kanto region for some time, there wasn't even anyone in Hoenn immediately available to take his place as one of the Elite Four. It wasn't that there weren't trainers strong enough for the role, but some simply didn't want to be confined to that position. For example, Norman from Petalburg City. The departure of old Matsuda, after all, did bring consequences. Once inside his room, Cain opened an alternate space in the wall and summoned his Pokémon there. The upcoming mission carried a high risk of combat, and he needed all his Pokémon to be in their best possible condition. Although Cain always kept his Pokémon active and motivated, this time was different. A large-scale battle could break out, so it was necessary to review some basic team tactics. As for the safety of the operation, Cain didn't have many doubts. The presence of Kamao was his last trump card. After a while of training, he exited the alternate space with a communicator in hand. He hesitated a bit, but ended up dialing Professor Cosmo's number. No one answered. Even though he had already been prepared for that, he couldn't help but feel a weight in his chest. The fact that Team Magma and Team Aqua were acting with such determination meant they had reliable information. And the only thing capable of mobilizing them was data about Groudon and Kyogre. This expedition to Meteor Falls would be no easier than that journey through Celebi's space. Cain then sent several messages to Rose and the others, ordering that until they heard from him, Team Heaven was to remain in complete silence and not expose themselves. The League, in addition to fighting Team Magma and Team Aqua, would also be keeping an eye on the second-tier groups. If any of them showed themselves, they wouldn't even know what hit them. Did they really think the League didn't exist? The next morning, early, Cain and the other three gathered punctually at the League airport. Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four member, was traveling with them. Cain understood well the reason for his presence. Partly, it was to act as their guard, but also because Glacia and Sydney might not command enough authority. Although they were also members of Hoenn's Elite Four, their reputations weren't as solid. In practice, they had spent more time assisting Juan with the League's internal affairs, and not many had actually seen their true power in battle. Drake, on the other hand, was an Elite Four member who had earned his position through combat. The group boarded an emergency transport plane, which quickly ascended into the skies. Inside the League building, Juan watched them depart. For too long without lifting a finger, some have started to believe I'm finished. His presence turned sharp as a blade. He pulled out a special communicator and gave a single order, gather everyone, it's time to act. The special aircraft carried Cain and the others to Rustboro City before sunset. That was Steven's territory. With the help of the Stone family, they traveled from there to the vicinity of Meteor Falls. Before nightfall, they arrived at the League's camp in front of the waterfall. There, alongside Drake, they met with Glacia and Sydney, as well as several other powerful League trainers. Among them was Norman, the gym leader of Petalburg City, someone Cain had long wanted to meet. After brief greetings, Drake immediately assumed command. Glacia, Sydney, what's the current situation? He asked from the main seat. Cain and his group sat farther back as listeners. Sydney, a dark-type specialist, and Glacia, an ice-type specialist, were the most prominent figures of the generation before Cain. Their strength was unquestionable, though they lacked experience. In any case, they far surpassed the newly promoted Lance. Team Magma and Team Aqua attacked the League's temporary camp by the waterfall. Afterwards, both groups entered the cave one after the other. The trainers who were training inside were expelled, except for a few who had gone too deep and might still be inside. Most have already been evacuated, reported Sydney. Before Drake's arrival, he had been the one in command. For now, we don't know if both groups have made contact or even what their real objectives inside the cave are, added Glacia. Drake listened to their reports with a serious expression and nodded. We must find out soon what they're after. Even if it seems unlikely, we can't rule out the possibility that Maxie and Archie intend to cooperate. If Team Magma and Team Aqua join forces, the situation changes completely. Upon hearing that, everyone present grew serious. Separately, both were large forces, but not unmanageable ones. Together, however, they would pose a real threat to the League. Many wondered why the League hadn't eliminated them earlier and instead always reacted in moments like these. What they didn't see was how complicated the situation truly was. Although Team Magma and Team Aqua were rivals, their leaders weren't fools. They understood that if one fell, the other would be next. Attacking only one would provoke the reaction of the other. And the League had no guarantee of defeating both at once without paying a huge price. That was why things had reached this point, organizations growing far more than they should have. However, now that they were acting together, it also presented the League with an opportunity to finally solve both problems at once. We need to send someone in to investigate first, said Drake, scanning the room for a suitable candidate. If he could, he would have gone himself. But that wasn't possible. He was too well known, and Juan had brought him precisely to hold the outer defense. His gaze fell on Norman. He had strength comparable to Glacia and Sydney, but drew less attention, making him a good infiltrator. Just then, Cain spoke up, "Mr. Drake, allow me to go." Everyone turned their eyes toward him. Drake frowned. Before he could speak, Cain explained, "I've been to Meteor Falls before and know the terrain and its peculiarities well. I've also had contact with both Team Magma and Team Aqua. I understand their methods. Moreover, I possess psychic powers that allow me to better protect myself. Telekinesis is very useful when exploring unknown areas." As he spoke, Cain demonstrated his psychic ability with a gesture, moving an object with his mind. Upon hearing Cain's words, Drake showed a hint of hesitation. Compared to Norman, Cain's strength was slightly inferior. However, when it came to Cain, Drake had complete confidence in his abilities. In Drake's opinion, Cain was someone with great vision and the power to turn those ideas into reality. After several collaborations between them, it was clear that Cain was not like those League trainers, flowers raised in a greenhouse. He possessed real skill. "Are you sure?" Drake asked seriously, without rejecting him outright. And given Cain's current level, in that improvised meeting room, he was already among the most outstanding there. Aside from Drake, Sydney, Glacia, and Norman, probably no one else could guarantee a sure victory over him. Cain nodded, his gaze firm. "I'll go too," said Steven suddenly. Phoebe and Wallace also wanted to volunteer, but Drake interrupted them directly. "No. In this kind of mission, the fewer people, the better. Cain has psychic powers, and his Slowking can teleport to ensure his own safety. If you all go together, it won't help. On the contrary, you might become a burden," Drake declared sharply. Although his tone was stern, Steven and the others fully understood the reasoning behind it. For a moment, silence filled the air between them. Cain smiled and patted Steven's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Trust me." Since they had decided to send Cain, taking advantage of the night's cover was without a doubt the best option. "Are you sure I shouldn't go?" Norman asked, watching Cain as he left. Hearing that, Drake smiled and shook his head. "That boy is truly skilled. When it comes to survival ability, I'm not even sure I could surpass him." "Oh." Norman was surprised by Drake's evaluation. "Such a high appraisal of Cain?" One had to remember that Drake was the leader of the Elite Four and a dragon-type specialist. How could he claim Cain's survival skills might exceed his own? In fact, if this had been before the Kanto League tournament, Cain wouldn't have agreed to take on this mission. But after learning the concealment technique from the sacred church, he had gained great confidence in his ability to hide himself. As long as there weren't any sacred church infiltrators within Team Magma or Team Aqua, his safety was completely assured. Moreover, after leaving Shelebi's dimension last time, Cain had secretly placed a psychic marker on Shelly, the Team Aqua executive, and on Tabitha, the Team Magma executive. If nothing unexpected had happened, those markers should still be there, making it easy to locate their positions. After saying his farewells to Steven and the others, he summoned Slowking and vanished directly into the forest. Upon reappearing, Slowking informed Cain that both psychic markers still existed, though they seemed to be slightly blocked by something. Even so, he could sense their direction. It wasn't Cain's first time entering Meteor Falls. The tunnels behind the waterfall, formed by the erosion of meteorites, were a labyrinth of interconnected passages. To move more efficiently, Cain also summoned Drapion. With just Slowking and Drapion, his safety inside Meteor Falls was assured. It was well known that no wild Pokémon in that place could pose a threat to him. As he advanced, Cain ordered Slowking to leave psychic markers every few intervals. At the same time, by combining his own psychic powers with Slowking's, they could greatly expand their detection range. In one of the books he had studied, there was mention of a method to superimpose a trainer's psychic power over that of their Pokémon. That enhancement could only be maintained for a limited time, and it placed some strain on both trainer and Pokémon, so it couldn't last too long. The strength of the effect depended directly on the trainer's level of psychic power and their control over it. As for the duration, it depended on both their physical endurance. That middle-aged man in black, whose power Cain had once witnessed, had managed to boost his Alakazam's strength by 3 levels, though Cain didn't know for how long it lasted. Cain and Slowking had performed simple experiments of their own. Slowking's power was greater than that of that Alakazam, but Cain's control over his psychic abilities wasn't as refined, so at best, he could grant a 2-level boost for no more than half an hour during battle. However, at that moment they weren't in combat. In a non-combative state, they merely overlaid their psychic power without causing fatigue, though they didn't gain any real boost in strength either. For others, the place would have been an impossible maze. For Cain, it was like having a mini-map. Moreover, thanks to his system, every passage within Meteor Falls was being gradually recorded into a digital map. That map was drawn in Cain's mind as he progressed. He moved step by step toward the locations of the 2 psychic markers. When he encountered walls blocking his path, Drapion took care of clearing the way. Its digging ability was unmatched. As long as the rock wasn't extraordinarily hard, nothing could stop Cain and Drapion for more than 10 seconds. As for the wild Pokémon, under the subtle pressure emanating from Drapion, none dared to approach. Elsewhere in the cavern, 2 groups dressed in uniforms of different colors stood face to face within a wide underground chamber. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. On one side were the blue uniforms of Team Aqua. On the other, the red uniforms of Team Magma. At the front of each faction stood their leaders. Team Aqua's leader, Archie, a burly, middle-aged man with a thick beard and blue outfit. His prominent muscles were clearly visible beneath his clothes. Opposite him stood Team Magma's leader, Maxie, wearing a red coat, glasses on his face, and his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of intellect. No one dared underestimate them. Well, it's been a long time. Didn't expect to see you here. What's wrong? Not hiding anymore? Archie said with a loud laugh. Maxie adjusted his glasses and replied coldly, "And you leaving the sea to act on land? Aren't you afraid the League will wipe you out?" Although Archie and Maxie now represented rival factions, they came from the same place, a small village on a remote Hoenn island. As children, they had been good friends, but their ideological differences had led them down separate paths. Who would have imagined they would one day become leaders of 2 massive organizations capable of shaking the entire Hoenn region? The village they came from had its own ancient history and myths. It was there that their obsession with Groudon and Kyogre had been born, the desire to dedicate their lives to those beings as a way to fulfill their ideals. But that village was destroyed by a tsunami, leaving only Maxie and Archie alive. It was as if they had been chosen by fate. After a moment of silence, Maxie spoke. Staying at odds like this is pointless. In the end, it's the League that will benefit. Why don't we talk about cooperation? Oh, really? Speak, said Archie. Indeed, with both sides stuck here, the only one who would end up benefiting was the League. We both know well why we're here. Those two things won't be buried separately. It's better if we join forces to find them first, then you take what you need, and I take mine, Maxie replied. We all know the items are here, but Meteor Falls has so many branches. Even if we mobilize everyone, how long will it take? According to my intel, the League is already outside. Archie raised an eyebrow. So, you know the League is outside too. If we come out of this empty-handed, the cost of our failure will be huge. I'm sure you understand that. The fact that you came all the way here means you're also willing to take that risk. So we'd better find them first, and talk after. After saying this, Maxie clapped his hands. Immediately, two members brought forward a middle-aged man dressed like an archaeologist. This is Professor Cosmo, a leading researcher of Meteor Falls. I'm convinced that with his help, we'll find it quickly. But until we do, no infighting. Once it appears, we'll discuss it then. Maxie cast a glance at the slightly disheveled Professor Cosmo, smiling with narrowed eyes. A smiling tiger. Among them all, Archie was the one who knew best what kind of person Maxie was. Then let's search for what we came for. Shelley, keep an eye on this. Archie ordered the tall woman standing behind him. No problem, Shelley nodded. In that case, Tabitha will take charge on our side, Maxie added. It wasn't their first time working together. They knew each other well, which made cooperation smooth. Drapion, Shadow Ball. At Cain's command, two black orbs the size of a head instantly formed in Drapion's pincers. He hurled them toward two Pokémon that shone like small suns, radiating an orange glow down the tunnel. Boom! Boom! With both explosions, the Pokémon fell to the ground. They were two Solrock. Deep within Meteor Falls, Solrock and Lunatone were abundant. At the intersections of multiple tunnels and in larger chambers, their presence was quite common. Moreover, these Pokémon, formed from celestial bodies, after living underground for so long without contact with the outside world, though psychic type, didn't possess true intelligence, only strong mental power. Upon seeing Cain and Drapion as intruders, they naturally attacked without hesitation. But all of them fell under Drapion's assaults. These psychic-type Pokémon had virtually no resistance against a dark-type Drapion. Although in this area, the Solrock and Lunatone were higher level than usual. Most were at the peak of the advanced rank, and some had reached quasi-elite level. After all, this was the deepest area of Meteor Falls. Few ever came here, so they had grown in peace. Not much farther now, Cain thought silently. Standing atop Drapion's back, he perceived through Slowking two coordinates of psychic energy. Earlier they had been fuzzy, likely because the large number of Solrock and Lunatone interfered with his senses. He recalled Drapion. A Pokémon that large would draw too much attention. Then, together with Slowking, he used the technique to hide from the sacred church's perception. And he secretly headed toward the coordinates. Gradually, he began to see several Team Magma and Team Aqua members examining the walls and ground with instruments. Seeing them working together without conflict made Cain's heart sink. Team Magma and Team Aqua had ended up cooperating. Better test first whether they're keeping constant communication between them. Cain made a bold decision. He slipped instantly behind some of them, using the tunnel's dim light and the aid of psychic energy. In such an environment, Gengar and Mismagius were the true masters. His two Pokémon appeared at once, one targeting the enemy Pokémon, the other directly the humans. There was no battle, only hypnosis. Thud. One after another, they collapsed unconscious. Cain hid immediately, waiting to see if chaos would ensue. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, nothing happened. That gave him confidence. He put the sleeping ones, both humans and Pokémon, into the alternate space, then advanced silently toward a wider area. There, he saw a group of people surrounding a man in a white lab coat, pointing and arguing about something. The moment he saw him, Cain recognized him. It was Professor Cosmo. Team Magma and Team Aqua were clearly prepared. They had even captured Professor Cosmo. But how did they know the two orbs were here? And stranger still, if Team Magma had mobilized something this major, why hadn't Eric informed Drake? Cain's mind was filled with unanswered questions. He decided not to get closer, instead circling stealthily around them, using the shadows along the walls to move deeper in. Shelly's and Tabitha's coordinates were very close to Professor Cosmo's, but neither Maxie nor Archie were in sight. Cain decided to keep investigating. After passing through a short tunnel, he arrived at two huge tents, one blue and one red. The light from inside revealed a crowd of people. Cain hesitated a moment, then headed toward Team Magma's tent. Quietly, he circled to the back. He used psychic energy to open a small slit and peeked inside. What he saw made his pupils shrink sharply. Maxie was seated at the main chair, holding a metallic box of unusual design. Inside, a red-yellow orb glowed like a tiny flame, casting a sinister light across Maxie's thin face, making him look even more chilling. The energy of Groudon. But what shocked Cain most wasn't that. It was the bloodied figure kneeling before him. Barely recognizable, it was Eric, the one Drake had sent as an infiltrator. And judging from his condition, Maxie had discovered his true identity. Several people standing beside him looked on with cold smiles. Two of them even held metal bats stained with blood. Eric's hands were tied behind his back, and his eyes were fixed on both the metallic box and the 6 Pokeballs lined up before him. They were his Pokémon. So you're not going to talk, huh? Courtney had been warning me there was a mole within Team Magma, but I refused to believe it. In the end, I had to use this as bait, and I didn't expect you'd actually bite the hook, Maxie said with a cold smile, staring at Eric. Bang! His hand slammed hard on the table. I trusted you so much, and you turn out to be a spy from the League. Maxie's face darkened instantly. With Eric's position, he knew too much. And now that his identity was exposed, Team Magma was practically laid bare before the League. For Maxie, who had always prided himself on his cunning, this was an unbearable humiliation. Or worse, an insult. Eric's face, completely disfigured by the beatings, still showed a faint smile. In the end, I fell into your trap. But it doesn't matter. Everything the Team Magma has, the League will know about it. He forced a grotesque grimace, revealing a twisted, ugly grin. Even so, one could still faintly recognize the shadow of the handsome face he once had. Bang! A blow from a metal bat struck him squarely on the back. His face slammed against the ground. Lying on the floor, Eric couldn't get up right away. His gaze became slightly glassy. He still didn't understand why the League, even knowing that in some ways it was acting wrongly, insisted on pressing forward. Team Magma, though an underground organization, couldn't be said to be purely evil. More than a group of thugs, they were zealots who worshipped Groudon as a god. There wasn't much difference between them and religious devotees. What Maxie held in that metallic box was precisely the reason for Team Magma's existence. It was the item he had unearthed from that small fishing village on the coast. Archie possessed something similar. Eric's consciousness faded, and he fell into unconsciousness. Finish him, Maxie ordered with a wave of his hand, not bothering to drag the matter out. He had managed to plant pieces within the League, so naturally, the League had spies within his ranks as well. That was the chess match between him and the League, with no absolute good or evil. What truly enraged him was that the infiltrator had reached such a high position within Team Magma. Eric was, undeniably, a talent. What a waste. Upon hearing Maxie's command, the Team Magma members guarding Eric immediately displayed cruel smiles. They were elite officers who had always dreamed of reaching executive rank, but had never had the opportunity. Now that Eric had fallen from grace, they saw an open door. Moreover, the Pokémon he left behind were anything but ordinary. Although some had been gravely injured while trying to protect him and wouldn't survive, several Elite Four level Pokémon still remained. Both their potential and strength stirred immense greed. If they could earn Maxie's favor, they might receive one of those Pokémon as a reward. With just that, their path to becoming elite-level trainers would open wide. But what they didn't know was that, hidden behind the tent, Cain had witnessed everything. His eyes flickered with hesitation, but he finally made a decision. He took a deep breath, and from his shadow silently emerged Gengar, who began sliding from the back of the tent toward the front. However, at the exact moment he appeared, the Mytiana lying beside Maxie opened its eyes. It rose slowly, sniffing the air. It couldn't detect any scent, but it sensed something. Maxie noticed Mytiana's movement and narrowed his eyes, immediately closing the metallic box in his hands. Mytiana fixed its gaze on the tent's main entrance. Everyone present noticed the tension as well. They all stood up and grabbed their Pokeballs. Boom! The front of the tent exploded with a thunderous crash. In an instant, Cain and Slowking appeared, revealing themselves from their hidden state. Slowking didn't move alongside Cain. Instead, it began preparing a teleport on the spot. "Who's there?" roared Maxie. But as he shouted, he felt a sharp tug on his hand. His expression changed drastically. The Mytiana, which had lunged toward the entrance, immediately rushed back. Its fangs charged with dark energy, it slashed through the psychic energy that had been trying to ensnare Maxie. At that moment, a black shadow burst through the entrance. While everyone's attention was fixed on Maxie, Eric's body, which had been lying on the ground, was swallowed by the shadow. At the same time, dozens of Pokeballs shot into the air, releasing powerful Pokémon that filled the tent. But by then, Gengar was already gone. Maxie reacted instantly, throwing out 2 Pokeballs. A Crobat and a Camerupt appeared in the middle of the tent. "Crobat, Air Slash." "Camerupt, Flamethrower," shouted Maxie. His face still showed a trace of panic as he clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers. If his Mytiana had reacted a second later, he would have been dead. The enemy's attack had been brutal and precise. The force that wounded him was sharper than any blade, and not even the special fabric of his red uniform, designed with Team Magma's most advanced technology to resist any weapon, had been able to block it. The culprit was Cain. The attack that injured him was a spatial slash. Of course, Cain knew he couldn't and shouldn't kill Maxie here. His true target had always been the metallic box. Wounding him was merely to distract and allow Gengar to complete its task. Just as he had planned, Maxie focused entirely on defending himself, unaware that the real objective was the object he carried. Although the slash had torn through his uniform instantly, it had also consumed a great deal of Cain's psychic energy. That was why it only managed to cut skin, nothing more. Fortunately, neither Maxie nor his Mytiana knew that. Inside the tent, the only one who could truly stop Gengar was that Mytiana. Even so, Gengar managed to rescue Eric and return to Cain's side. The only unexpected twist was Maxie's reaction speed. Without checking anything, he immediately hurled out 2 Pokeballs, sending his Pokémon toward the rear of the tent. The entire operation lasted no more than 2 seconds. Though Maxie appeared physically weakened, his mind was sharp, and his command ability in battle was formidable. It was no coincidence he had become the leader of Team Magma. That miscalculation from Cain prevented Slowking from completing its teleport. With no other choice, Cain waved his hand and opened an alternate space within the rock wall, hiding inside. When Maxie burst out of the tent, he caught a glimpse of the portal rapidly closing. Through the opening, he could make out a dark silhouette inside. Cain then had an idea and shouted loudly, "This man is under the protection of our sacred church. Leader Maxie, we'll take this item as compensation." And he finished with another shout, "Our sacred church will return." After that, the portal sealed shut completely. The Team Magma members, along with their Pokémon, furiously attacked the rock wall, but found nothing. Maxie lowered the hand that had been covering his neck. A red, blood-stained mark was visible beneath it. By now, it had already clotted into a scar. His recovery ability was truly extraordinary. But Maxie's face was as dark as the deepest water. That they had rescued Eric, that he had been ambushed, those were things he could still accept. The only thing he could not stomach was that the metal box had been taken from him. It had been a long time since he had shown that box to anyone, because he knew very well how important it was to him. However, when Courtney suggested revealing something no infiltrator could possibly resist, the only thing Maxie could think of was that box. And indeed, everything had gone just as he expected. By displaying it and explaining the value of what it contained, he managed to expose the mole. Though the surprise had shocked him, he also felt a certain sense of pride. He thought that in the game of chess he was playing against the League, he had just scored a point. But right at the peak of satisfaction, someone poured a bucket of cold water over him. He had lost both the man and the treasure. That was exactly his situation now. Hence, his expression was as grim as it was. That so-called sacred church, he muttered through clenched teeth. However, with Maxie's intelligence, there was no way he would believe Cain's excuse so easily. Besides, he had never even heard of such a sacred church. How could he believe such an organization existed? In his mind, it was nothing more than an improvised lie made up by the enemy. Cain, of course, never expected Maxie to believe him right away. But if Maxie ever happened to encounter genuine members of the sacred church, he would have no doubts about the truth of what Cain had said. Psychic power, mastery of alternate space, the ability to hide in complete silence. Even if the sacred church dove into the river Styx itself to cleanse their sins, they would never wash away suspicion. And even more so considering that such a river didn't even exist in the Pokémon world. The last words Cain had improvised served as the perfect trap to divert blame. His talent for incriminating others was already well honed. Not long after the explosion in Maxie's tent, Archie arrived with his men. When he saw Maxie's expression and the state of the camp, he couldn't help but be surprised. "What happened here?" he asked, frowning. At that time, Team Aqua and Team Magma were still cooperating. If something bad happened to Team Magma, it brought no benefit to Team Aqua, especially since neither of the two artifacts had yet been found. Maxie shot him a glance and immediately struck him off his list of suspects. With Archie's intelligence, there was no way he would do something like this. He shook his head slowly. Right now, he was like a mute forced to swallow bitter grass, unable to explain a thing. To tell Archie that what had been stolen was something he had taken from his home village, he'd only laugh at his misfortune and mock him cruelly. There was no benefit in saying a word. Since Maxie said nothing, none of his subordinates dared to speak either. With an icy face, he stepped back into his tent. Beside him, 3 Pokémon radiated such a menacing aura that no one dared underestimate them. As he passed by Archie, he suddenly stopped. "Have you ever heard of the Sacred Church?" Maxie asked. "The Sacred Church?" Archie frowned, thought for a moment, then, certain, shook his head. "No, never," he said flatly. Just as Maxie expected. He knew Archie wasn't lying. But precisely because of that, his face grew even darker. With no clues to avenge himself or recover what was lost, the rage in his chest was indescribable. When he returned to his tent, he looked at the table, where 6 Pokeballs had once been neatly arranged. They were gone too. Instantly, fury exploded within him. Bang! He slammed his palm violently on the table. "Useless. Useless. All of you damned useless fools." His roar echoed throughout the cavern. Archie heard it. Although he didn't know why someone as composed as Maxie had lost his temper, deep down, he was delighted to see him lose control. What a great day. Misery loves company. While Maxie raged with fury, Archie was secretly pleased. "Come on, everyone. Work harder. Find those things as soon as possible. When this mission's over, you'll all get a big reward," Archie shouted. "Yes, sir," his men replied. 2 clear contrasts emerged at once. Team Aqua's members wore barely concealed smiles, while Team Magma's faces were tense and grim. With Maxie in such a rage, no one dared provoke him again. The moment the alternate space portal fully closed, Cain collapsed heavily to the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was close. So close. If not for Sloking's psychic support, he wouldn't have lasted even a second after my Tina reacted. Luckily, he managed to hold on until the end, though it slightly delayed the teleportation, preventing an immediate escape. Still, Cain already had a backup plan. If he couldn't run, the best option was to remain in the alternate space for a while. He didn't believe Maxie could possibly guess which dimension he had entered, much less keep watch on the exit 24 hours a day. He exhaled a long sigh. Jengar emerged from his shadow, carrying the gravely injured Eric in his arms. The shadow Jengar inhabited could also be considered a form of alternate space. Eric had lost consciousness long before being rescued. He probably wouldn't even know that someone had saved him. Cain glanced at the body lying on the ground. In truth, what had driven him to attack first wasn't rescuing Eric, but the contents of the metal box in Maxie's possession. Eric was little more than an extra bonus, though admittedly quite a useful one. Mismagius, Cain called softly. Maius, the Pokémon, floated out from his shadow. It brushed gently against his cheek. Cain had summoned it to create a dream. And what kind of dream? Very simple. To recreate all the experiences he himself had gone through before being taken to Trial Island by Team Rocket, to show Eric, a member of the League Elite, the suffering and misery of those struggling to survive at the very bottom of the world. For that, Cain didn't even need to invent scenarios. Every night, when he closed his eyes, the first things he saw were memories of his childhood, scavenging for food in dumpsters, fighting to survive in the slums. Now he would let Eric live it firsthand. As Mismagius received the memories projected by Cain, her red eyes gleamed. She cast her spell on Eric and pulled him into the dream realm. Then, Cain drew from his storage the metal box he had taken from Maxie, made of some unknown material. He slowly opened it. Inside was an object marked with black, yellow, and red stripes, upon which the symbol Omega could be faintly seen. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the key to awakening Groudon's primal form, Cain thought silently. Cain observed the orb that now lay inside the box, radiating a faint warmth. Even if that object wasn't the key to Groudon's return to its primal form, it was undoubtedly inextricably linked to it. The problem was that, for now, it was impossible to deduce exactly what it meant. Perhaps Eric himself, lying unconscious on the ground, knew otherwise. He wouldn't have fallen so easily into Maxie's trap. System, analyze this, Cain ordered as he sat cross-legged. For the moment, it was best not to leave. Since he had time, he might as well find out exactly what this object was. While the system carried out the scan and subsequent evaluation, Cain took the opportunity to tend to Eric's injuries. During his escape, he had taken the 6 Pokeballs that had been on the table. Upon checking the Pokémon inside, he confirmed that they belonged to Eric. Of those, 2 were already on the verge of collapse. If they didn't receive immediate treatment, they would lose their lives within half an hour. This showed that the enemies, when facing Eric, had had no intention of holding back. His face was so swollen it looked as if he had been beaten twice over. Cain released the 2 unconscious Pokémon and administered emergency treatment. He couldn't allow Eric to lose too much combat strength. That would interfere with Cain's plans. After great effort, he managed to stabilize their injuries. At that moment, the system completed its analysis. Object name, unknown. Description: an energy body containing a massive concentration of ground and fire-type energy. It displays a strong, violent nature and seems to possess a connection to something or someone else. Effect: can stimulate a Pokémon state, with a certain probability of helping it find its original power. Warning: not recommended for use without preparation. May cause uncontrollable phenomena. Just as he suspected, it was closely related to Primal Groudon. A gleam flashed in Cain's eyes as he drew a Pokeball and released Tyranitar. Tyron. Upon appearing, Tyranitar looked around. Seeing no enemies, it relaxed slightly. Then its gaze landed on the energy sphere inside the metal box. It froze. Cain immediately understood that Tyranitar had sensed something emanating from that orb connected to Groudon. In truth, given the density of energy it contained, it was more accurate to call it an energy crystal than a sphere. Tyranitar, can you feel something? Cain asked. Tyran. The Pokémon nodded, a doubtful look on its face. Clearly, there was no trace of energy similar to its own in that crystal, yet it felt an enormous pull toward it. It was as if the crystal were waiting to be absorbed. However, Tyranitar hesitated. What would it truly gain by absorbing such energy? Since Cain hadn't given the order, it didn't dare attempt it on its own. Cain realized his hypothesis was quite accurate. Even so, he hesitated. He couldn't risk having Tyranitar absorb something so unstable. Cautiously, he extended his psychic power toward the crystal. But as soon as it touched it, the energy was instantly absorbed, without any reaction. He decided to put it away. The situation with Team Magma and Team Aqua was at a critical stage, and he might need Tyranitar's strength at any moment. It was better to save it for later. Curiously, Tyranitar itself seemed relieved to see Cain store the crystal away. With a snort, it suddenly plopped down on the ground. From some hidden place in its body, it pulled out a pink diamond and began to chew on it happily. Crunch! Crunch! Delicious! Cain couldn't help but sweat at the sight. It was a lifelong habit. Even though it no longer had its little backpack, Tyranitar always hid food somewhere on its body. Where exactly? That remained a mystery. It was like a magic trick. A magician Tyranitar? Well, with nothing else to do, Cain released the rest of his Pokémon to train for a bit. The place didn't matter, training was training. Meanwhile, at the League's camp. In the main tent where Drake was stationed, the atmosphere was tense. 2 days had already passed since Cain entered Meteor Falls. Normally, with Slowking's teleport, even if he hadn't found Team Magma or Team Aqua, he should have returned by now. His prolonged absence was becoming worrisome. Sir Drake, shouldn't we send someone to check? Steven asked, visibly anxious. Drake was worried too, but as commander, he had to keep a cool head. He couldn't allow emotions to affect the League's entire strategy. There were too many trainers under his command. He was responsible for all of them. We've already sent scouts to map out the intricate tunnels behind the waterfall. If we go in without information, we could fall right into Team Magma or Team Aqua's traps, he explained firmly. Steven understood the reasoning, though his anxiety kept growing. Phoebe and Wallace felt the same. Let me go, Norman said, standing up. That mission had originally been his, but Cain had taken it instead. If he himself had fallen into an ambush, Norman was confident he could escape. Drake looked at him, tempted, but finally shook his head. We'll wait until tonight. If Cain hasn't returned by then, Norman, you'll go in. Everyone else, prepare for full alert. As soon as we receive the maps of the waterfall's perimeter, we march, he declared, cutting off any further discussion. Everyone fell silent. They all began preparing for the imminent war against Team Magma and Team Aqua. If the enemy had used the terrain to set an ambush, entering recklessly could cost them dearly. A price the League could not afford, nor one Drake was willing to bear alone. But once the safety of the entrance was confirmed, he would personally lead the charge. Drake, Sydney, and Glacia had long been restraining their anger toward those organizations. Even if they couldn't completely destroy them, they had to deliver a crushing blow. Still, an uneasiness gnawed at him. The informant he had inside Team Magma hadn't sent any word. According to their agreement, Drake couldn't reach out first to avoid exposing him. But this time, Eric hadn't sent even a single message. Drake was worried. For his safety, and for the possibility that he had switched sides. It was a painful contradiction. In their last meeting, Drake had noticed something strange in Eric's mindset. A bad premonition was starting to take shape. My Nakamas, I want to inform you about something important regarding the story chronicles Audiobook Fire. Officially, the novel has 1,467 chapters. It may vary by one chapter more or less, but it is definitely over 1,450. Starting from chapter 1373, which is now translated directly by me, we are moving in exact sequence with the original version. Now comes the serious part, and a slightly chaotic one grinning face with sweat from chapter 1374 of the original. Each chapter in Chinese has around 8,000 words. When translated, depending on the content, They end up being between 3,000 and 6,000 words in either Spanish or English. To maintain a good translation pace and, above all, quality, I made the decision to split those chapters. The goal is for each published chapter to have approximately 900 to 1,200 words. So, where will we actually end up chapter-wise? Backhand index pointing I honestly don't know. And yes, we are sailing through uncharted territory waterwave compass. I tried translating them without splitting, but to be completely honest, the result was a monumental disaster. I kept getting lost and felt that, even after hours of work, I made no real progress. On top of that, it wasn't comfortable to read and didn't do justice to the story. So, for everyone's sake, and for my own mental health, I've decided to stick with this format, just as you saw in the chapters uploaded today. Thank you for your patience, your support, and for continuing to accompany me on this journey. All of this is done so that Chronicles maintains the level it truly deserves. Flex biceps fire. Campai clinking glasses. In the alternate space, Cain watched calmly as his Pokémon trained. Off to the side, Eric, his wounds already treated, was still sleeping deeply. Mismagius stood beside him. Creating dreams wasn't just a skill Mismagius practiced, it was also a form of training in itself. Under Cain's conscious guidance over the past few days, Mismagius had managed to make the construction of dreams more and more natural and coherent. Almost no flaws or inconsistencies appeared anymore. If conditions allowed, Mismagius could even keep a person living inside a dream for their entire lifetime, so long as their real body survived long enough in the outside world. And since Cain was present in that alternate space, he obviously wouldn't allow Eric to die there. 2 days had passed outside, but inside the dream, Eric had practically lived half a lifetime. A life in the lowest strata of the Pokémon world, struggling in misery under the shadow of the League. As a mere commoner, humbly and disadvantageously facing the sons of powerful families, the direct descendants of the League. To change one's fate, they had to pay a price far greater than the privileged ever would. Sometimes, they even had to risk their lives trying to forcibly capture a weak and low-potential Pokémon, like some ordinary bug type, just to get started. But that path was almost always a dance with death. Recklessly entering forests full of wild Pokémon usually meant ending up as prey. And even if they were lucky enough to find a weak bug type, a Pokémon was still a Pokémon. Human flesh couldn't withstand even their most basic powers. A single dose of venom was enough to end a life. Meanwhile, the children of wealthy families could obtain a Pokémon simply by asking for one. What was easy for them was an unattainable luxury for a commoner. And even if by luck a commoner managed to capture one, without the resources to train it, sooner or later it would be easily defeated by the heir's Pokémon. For a commoner to reach the position Cain now held, 2 things were essential: exceptional talent and miraculous luck. Without both, it was impossible. That was why, throughout the League, most positions were controlled by those born into influential families. They were born into privilege, benefited from it, and when they grew up, were bound to repay that investment. Thus began a vicious cycle. The powerful families became even more powerful, while commoners had fewer and fewer opportunities to stand out. And even if one of them did manage to rise, sooner or later they'd be recruited by a family and end up becoming one of them. Who then remembered that they had once been a commoner? It was in that context that organizations like Team Rocket emerged as a glimmer of hope. After all, capturing a wild Pokémon on one's own was a gamble with death. Joining Team Rocket was also a gamble with death. So why not do it there, where at least the starting point was higher and resources were available? It was better than crashing like a helpless insect, unable ever to find an entrance. In Team Rocket, that door was clearly marked. Didn't they know that joining Team Rocket meant opposing the League? That they would become criminals, doomed to live forever in the shadows? Yes, they knew. But there was no other way out. Eric's dream had been created based on Cain's past life, with some modifications. To join Team Rocket was to truly understand life in the lowest layers of Pokémon society. When the dream ended, Mismagius obediently returned to Cain's shadow. Eric held his head and slowly sat up. He opened his eyes little by little, his original memories flooding back all at once. He remembered how he'd been beaten by the Team Magma members, fighting until he passed out. Is this hell? He murmured, looking at the gray walls around him. His eyes reflected conflicting emotions. The dream he'd just lived had been so real that it truly felt like he'd experienced it. Commoners. Team Rocket. He repeated in his mind. At the end of that dream, he had clearly felt the closeness of death. This isn't hell, Cain's voice sounded behind him. Eric flinched and turned around instantly on guard. Cain, he exclaimed in surprise. The young man smiled. You finally woke up. I had to go through a lot to save you. I almost got wiped out by Maxie. Maxie. Eric repeated, recalling everything that had happened. You were the one who rescued me from his hands, he asked, incredulous. Didn't you see it yourself? Cain replied with a faint curl of his lips. It was then that Eric noticed his body was wrapped in multiple layers of white bandages. His wounds had improved considerably. Though moving still hurt, they were no longer serious. He immediately thought of his Pokémon, and also recalled the dream, where he had treated them as mere tools. A shadow of sadness crossed his eyes. My Pokémon, he whispered. He wasn't sure if he was referring to the ones in the present or those in the dream. Here they are, said Cain, showing him a tray with 6 Pokeballs neatly arranged. At the sight of them, Eric couldn't contain his emotions. His hands trembled as he took them. Through the transparent glass windows of each Pokeball, he could see that his Pokémon were relatively well. I already treated them. Don't worry, added Cain. Eric looked at him with a mix of feelings. All the words he wanted to say condensed into a single phrase, thank you. Cain waved his hand dismissively and began recalling his own Pokémon into their Pokeballs. No need. But we're not safe yet. Now that you're awake, get ready, we need to retreat. Retreat? To where? The League? I don't think I can go back, Eric replied, his face growing darker. He remembered the last time he spoke with Drake. He had asked how he could change the course of the League, and the old man's expression had been complicated, tinged with doubt toward him. As a spy, Eric knew how to read those looks. Drake no longer fully trusted him. And he himself had begun to feel disappointed in the League. The peace he once admired was not the same as that shallow peace the League showed the public, while secretly hiding turmoil beneath. He was lost. You won't return to the League? Then where? Team Magma? You can't go back there either, Cain said, frowning. Eric shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked at Cain intently. Cain, you, being a commoner, what did you go through to get this far? My nakamas, I want to inform you about something important regarding the story chronicles Audiobook Fire. Officially, the novel has 1,467 chapters. It may vary by one chapter more or less, but it is definitely over 1,450. Starting from chapter 1373, which is now translated directly by me, we are moving in exact sequence with the original version. Now comes the serious part, and a slightly chaotic one grinning face with sweat from chapter 1374 of the original. Each chapter in Chinese has around 8,000 words. When translated, depending on the content, they end up being between 3,000 and 6,000 words in either Spanish or English. To maintain a good translation pace and, above all, quality, I made the decision to split those chapters. The goal is for each published chapter to have approximately 900 to 1,200 words. So, where will we actually end up chapter-wise? Backhand index pointing I honestly don't know. And yes, we are sailing through uncharted territory waterwave compass. I tried translating them without splitting, but to be completely honest, the result was a monumental disaster. I kept getting lost and felt that, even after hours of work, I made no real progress. On top of that, it wasn't comfortable to read and didn't do justice to the story. So, for everyone's sake, and for my own mental health, I've decided to stick with this format, just as you saw in the chapters uploaded today. Thank you for your patience, your support, and for continuing to accompany me on this journey. All of this is done so that Chronicles maintains the level it truly deserves. Flex biceps fire. Kampai clinking glasses. Me? Cain let out a self-deprecating laugh. Did Eric really think a commoner could reach this point through mere talent and luck? Cain waved his hand. Forget it. Better not talk about that. But precisely because of that evasive answer, Eric could sense how difficult Cain's path must have been. With a serious face and a complex look toward Cain, he took a deep breath. I want to go out and walk, to see the outside world. All these years I've been working for the League or infiltrating different organizations. I've almost forgotten why I wanted to become a trainer in the first place. Cain nodded calmly. If you need help, you can look for me. And if there's something you don't understand, you can also come to me, he said firmly. Hearing that, Eric didn't continue the topic. He truly wanted to see with his own eyes. Although the dream had felt too real, in the end, it was still just a dream. His experience within Team Magma was merely the tip of the iceberg. He wanted to travel through different regions to see if things were any different elsewhere. His first destination would be the Kanto region. Cain didn't stop him. He had already done what he needed to do, the rest depended solely on Eric's choices. In that case, let's head out and get you ready to leave, said Cain. Eric gripped 2 Pokeballs tightly in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. Cain, accompanied by Slowking and Jengar, raised his hand and opened a passage through the chaotic gray wall of the alternate space. Without hesitation, they passed through the corridor and exited. As expected, after 2 days, Team Magma was no longer waiting in that same place. The sudden appearance of Cain and Eric caused a bit of commotion, but didn't draw too much attention. It wasn't until Slowking's psychic power began to surge intensely, preparing to use teleport, that a loud bark echoed. A muscular Mytina shot out from one of Team Magma's tents, tearing through the newly repaired canvas. Along with it appeared a Crobat and a Camerupt. But it was already too late. This time, Slowking didn't disperse his power to shield Cain. Instead, he focused entirely on activating teleport. Because of that, the speed was much faster. Psychic energy enveloped the two of them, and they vanished in an instant. Moments later, Maxie slowly emerged from the tent and realized he had been deceived. The enemy hadn't fled immediately, but had stayed hidden until Team Magma lowered its guard, only to reappear and escape again. In that brief instant, he caught sight of Eric's bandaged body, and his fury erupted. However, what he didn't know was that Eric, who was still uncertain about his future, had already made his decision, thanks to Cain's intervention, not to return to the League. And as for Maxie, Eric didn't feel much hatred. He wasn't seeking revenge against Team Magma. He had already let go of all burdens and attachments. Nothing bound him anymore. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the forest outside Meteor Falls. Eric placed the 2 Pokeballs he held back onto his belt. The fact that they hadn't fought was for the best, his Pokémon still hadn't fully recovered. Cain remembered the red and yellow energy crystal he had taken from Maxie's hands and asked, "By the way, do you know what was inside the metal box that Maxie valued so much?" Hearing the question, Eric looked at him in surprise. A strange light flashed in his eyes, but after thinking for a moment, he answered, "With your identity, you should already know that Team Magma has always sought Groudon, right?" Cain nodded. "Actually, what I'm about to tell you is something Maxie told me as part of a trap, a secret." Maxie and Archie were once residents of a small village on an island off the coast of Hoenn. The villagers there worshipped the gods of land and sea, Groudon and Kyogre. In the village's shrine, 2 energy crystals were kept. That's how Maxie and Archie, after hearing the elders' legends about Groudon and Kyogre, began to worship those Pokémon with fanatical devotion. Maxie believed that since humans and many Pokémon lived on land, the power of Groudon should be used to dry the seas, thus increasing habitable space. Archie, on the other hand, thought that most living creatures existed in the oceans. His desire was to turn all land back into sea, so that everything could return to nature. And that's where the difference between their ideals began, Eric explained, recounting part of their past. "And what's the connection between them and those 2 energy crystals?" asked Cain. Eric continued, "According to the elders, the energy within those crystals came directly from Groudon and Kyogre themselves. When the 2 gods, now in slumber, awoke, they would seek those gems. With the crystals, both would become even more powerful. One night, Maxie and Archie stole them. When they touched them, they witnessed firsthand the magnificence of the two deities. It was precisely thanks to those crystals that Team Aqua and Team Magma were born. You could say the origin of both teams lies there. Maxie always proclaimed himself the chosen one, destined to awaken the god of the land. Upon hearing the explanation, Cain finally understood the true value of the crystals. Do you know why Team Magma and Team Aqua previously sent people to investigate meteor falls? It was because they received instructions through those crystals. It wasn't coincidence, nor any prior agreement between Maxie and Archie. Both had simply sensed that mysterious signal transmitted by the crystals. That was, in fact, the main reason I decided to steal the crystal Maxie carried, Eric concluded. Could Groudon and Kyogre still maintain some kind of link with those crystals? Cain was a bit astonished. Had they been asleep too long, waiting for Maxie and Archie to find the red orb and the blue orb to awaken them? Or was it merely a personal delusion of both leaders? Or perhaps someone else was manipulating them in secret? Now that Maxie had lost one of the crystals, what fate awaited Team Magma? Cain wondered with interest. That's all I know. I didn't get the chance to tell the old man. If you return, do me a favor and pass it along, said Eric, preparing to leave. You really won't go back? Asked Cain. Without looking back, Eric waved his hand. But just before departing, he stopped and suddenly asked, Cain, you're not just a commoner, nor just a league member, are you? That question caught Cain off guard. Though Eric couldn't see his face, he clearly sensed his reaction. That alone was enough to confirm what he suspected. Thanks for the dream. If what I see out there turns out exactly like what I saw within it, I'll come back to follow you. No matter if you're with the League, Team Rocket, or any other organization. I want to see how far you can go, he said with determination. He mounted his Pidgeot and disappeared into the night. When Eric was finally out of sight, Cain smiled. Did he figure it out upon waking? Or perhaps, long before that? Either way, he's definitely an interesting candidate. Eric's departure was within Cain's expectations. The only thing that surprised him was that Eric seemed to have sensed something about his true identity. It wasn't a particularly important detail. What truly mattered was that doubt had already begun to grow within him. Cain was certain that once Eric saw with his own eyes certain things he both longed for and feared to witness, he would eventually return to seek him out. By then, Team Heaven would gain another valuable general. That was what Cain appreciated most about Eric. Upon returning to the League camp, the tension immediately eased. Not only Cain's close friends, like Steven, but also other League trainers breathed a sigh of relief at his return. His prolonged absence had made the High Command uneasy, to the point where they were already considering storming into Meteor Falls and directly confronting Team Magma and Team Aqua. Many League trainers were nervous. After all, the interior of the falls was completely unknown. Entering blindly could mean facing unimaginable dangers. Fortunately, Cain had returned. Even if they had to fight, at least now they wouldn't be charging and completely blind. Upon hearing of his return, Drake summoned everyone for a meeting. Inside the main tent, he asked, Cain, what happened? Why did it take you so long? Did you manage to find anything? The others looked at him expectantly. Nearly 3 days had already passed. If Cain hadn't come back that night, they had planned to break in by force. Cain nodded, then scratched his head. It took me quite some time to locate both Team Magma and Team Aqua inside the falls, but I drew a detailed map of the tunnels. This way, when we advance, we won't be going in completely blind, he explained. Everyone immediately assumed that was the reason for his long absence. Let's see it then, Drake urged excitedly. A detailed map of Meteor Falls was priceless. Cain took out his communicator and projected the map he had recorded into the system. Of course, he concealed certain parts. The exact area where Team Magma and Team Aqua were located was only shown in general terms, without full detail. It was better not to over-explain. Excellent. With this, we can plan a strategic strike, Drake said with a satisfied smile. But we must proceed with caution, Sydney interjected. Drake nodded. He understood that as well. Cain added, from what I observed, Team Magma and Team Aqua seem to have formed an alliance. They're searching for something, and to avoid being discovered, I didn't get too close. Drake frowned. Did you find their location? He had only expected Cain to bring a map, not such precise information. Yes, Cain replied. They're in a rather deep area. Waiting here outside is pointless. My suggestion is that we move further in and occupy 2 strategic points, he said, pointing at the map. If we station ourselves here and here, we can trap them like iron in a vise. They were 2 large caverns, not far apart, and both served as mandatory passages to exit to the surface. As long as the League secured those points, Team Magma and Team Aqua wouldn't be able to escape unless they dug new tunnels. The short distance between the caverns would allow for quick support in case of emergency. And since both areas were spacious, there would be little risk of ambushes or cave-ins. Are you sure? Glacia asked. Cain looked at her. Although they had crossed paths several times before, it was the first time they spoke directly. Yes. We can advance gradually, sending a small group first to confirm there are no ambushes, then have the main force follow. Team Magma and Team Aqua are taking a huge risk. Whatever they're after must be crucial, and I suspect it's closely tied to those 2 legendary Pokémon, he said seriously. At those words, the room grew heavier with silence. If they truly found them, the consequences would be unpredictable. It seems time is not on our side, Drake muttered, studying the points marked on the map. Everyone fell silent, waiting for his decision. As commander-in-chief of the camp, the final word was his. After a moment of reflection, Drake finally decided, all right, we move out tonight. Everyone must be ready before nightfall. He then began assigning tasks. Sydney, Glacia, you'll each lead a division and advance toward Meteor Falls. Yes. Norman, Cain, you 2 will scout the main routes to ensure there are no ambushes before the others proceed. Norman exchanged glances with Cain. Understood. Stephen, Phoebe, Wallace, you'll support Norman and Cain. Check the secondary tunnels to prevent Team Magma or Team Aqua from flanking us. The 3 nodded eagerly. Yes. Everyone, pay close attention to safety. Each captain is responsible for the protection of their own members, Drake ordered. Yes, SIR, the room answered in unison. The League had assembled over 300 people for this operation, 3 members of the Elite Four, 1 gym leader with strength nearly equal to that of an elite, effectively making it 4. Cain, Stephen, Phoebe, Wallace, and 3 other elite-level trainers were present, 7 in total. In addition, there were 20 quasi-elite trainers, 80 advanced-level trainers, and the rest were soldiers distributed under their command. Each squad was organized according to the League's wartime military structure. In other words, the operation against Team Magma and Team Aqua was now officially recognized as a war. And everyone faced it as such. As night fell, the League mobilized. Cain and Norman led the way, acting as scouts. Mr. Norman, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, said Cain as they advanced together toward the falls. Oh? What is it? Norman looked at him with interest. In truth, he didn't know Cain very well. But ever since Drake had spoken of his admiration for him, Norman had started paying closer attention. Cain took a deep breath and asked the question that had been troubling him most. It might sound bold, but how can one make slaking overcome its true inability after evolving? Regarding the question Cain had asked, Norman wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, he was a trainer specialized in normal-type Pokémon, and what he excelled at most was training the slaking evolutionary line. He possessed a slaking capable of unleashing its full strength without being limited by the truant ability, and this was no secret among the League's high command. Many had asked Norman the same question before. Because a slaking unaffected by truant's restrictions could unleash a truly terrifying power. However, it wasn't something easy to reproduce. If such slaking could really be raised reliably, wouldn't he be invincible? He himself had only raised one, purely by coincidence. And even that one wasn't completely free. That slaking could only break its limitation under specific preconditions, and the requirements were quite strict. Norman smiled faintly and didn't hide anything. In truth, it was pure coincidence that I managed to raise that slaking. I don't even fully understand the principle behind it. What I think is that most people try to find a way to eliminate slaking's truant ability, but no one has ever tried to train it while embracing that same nature. Laziness is part of its essence. If it wants to be lazy, then why not let it be lazy to the extreme? Perhaps, when it reaches that limit, a transformation of opposites might occur. Norman's words made Cain feel as though a window had suddenly opened before him. It was true. Why did slaking have to be forced to abandon its truant ability? He and everyone else had always thought, if only slaking weren't bound by truant, it would be perfect. That's why they searched for ways to fix it. For instance, having another Pokémon use skill swap to change its ability. But when laziness has already sunk into a Pokémon's very bones, how could it be erased so easily? Besides, truant was precisely slaking's defining trait. Why not make use of it in its training? If it's lazy, then let it be lazy. Push that laziness to the extreme, and maybe the opposite would emerge. Then, Mr. Norman, was your slaking able to unleash its full power precisely because it was too lazy? Cain's eyes lit up as he asked the question. It was rather impolite and intrusive to ask so directly about someone's strongest ace, but Cain could no longer hold himself back. The answer was right in front of him. Even so, Norman wasn't offended. How many in the league had asked him about his slaking over the years? And yet, aside from him, had anyone ever managed to raise a slaking like that? No, not even one. That alone made both Norman and the league doubt whether his theory was truly correct. Because even he had never managed to raise another one. The best he had achieved afterward was a half-finished one, his second slaking. If anyone managed to reproduce that method, it would be proof of his theory, and a great boon for the league. Yes, I didn't expect that result at first, either. I just thought, if it wants to be lazy, let it. Until one day, during a league mission, I found myself in a dire situation. A pack of enraged wild Pokémon surrounded me. All my Pokémon had fallen, only my slaking remained. I sent him to fight as a last resort with no hope left. But that desperate act turned into my salvation. Slaking completely broke the chains of the truant ability and unleashed a power that scared off all the wild Pokémon. That's the only reason I'm still alive. A glimmer of remembrance shone in Norman's eyes, and a faint smile crossed his lips. He was surely recalling that moment, his slaking descending onto the battlefield like a god. After that battle, slaking slept for 2 whole days and nights before recovering. That's when I discovered that the time he could fight directly depended on how much he had rested beforehand. The more rest he accumulated, the stronger the eruption of energy, and the longer it lasted. From there, I began a study on slaking and Vigoroth. But unfortunately, after all these years, I only managed a half-finished one. The rest of the slaking I trained were no different from ordinary ones, even if I let them follow their lazy nature. Norman sighed with a trace of melancholy. He had devoted over a decade to that research, yet never managed to reproduce a second perfect case. Something was missing. There was a key factor he still hadn't discovered. Half-finished. Cain couldn't help but grow curious at the term. Norman chuckled with a hint of irony. Yes, a slaking that approached that state, but its power and duration were fixed. Unlike the first one, it didn't gain strength the longer it stayed lazy. It could only maintain 3 minutes of freedom from the truant ability. After that, it reverted to its normal state. That was his second slaking. And even as a half-finished one, it was already far stronger than any normal slaking. It was thanks to those 2 slaking that the League had taken such interest in him. The power they could unleash was truly terrifying. Even against Drake, during its maximum outburst, only he could barely withstand it. If it weren't for the time limit of that eruption, one would have already pushed Norman to take a position among the Elite Four, perhaps even considered him for champion. Hearing the explanation about the half-finished one, Cain asked again, if a half-finished one appeared, doesn't that mean, Mr. Norman, that you already touched upon the key to that transformation? Norman fell deep into thought, as though trying to recall something, though not with full certainty. The truth is, even now, I'm not completely sure. When I was still a young trainer, I captured a Slacketh that later evolved into a Vigoroth. But my Vigoroth was restless, brimming with energy, and possessed remarkable strength. I wondered, if Vigoroth was already this strong, why make it evolve? So I spoke with it, and we agreed to delay its evolution. Each time I suppressed it, it was torment for him, but after each suppression, his energy grew even greater. In the end, he could no longer contain it and evolved into Slaking. Like an extreme transforming into its opposite, he spent all that energy and became immensely lazy. I felt guilty and never forced him to fight against his own nature. Perhaps that was the key. Later, I tried to repeat it with another Vigoroth, delaying its evolution for a long time. But the result diverged, and I couldn't achieve the same success. I tried several more times, all without success. In the end, I came to sense a possible decisive factor. But even now, I still can't confirm it. A forced suppression? Not letting it evolve? Gradually building up Vigoroth's energy until it could no longer be contained, and then allowing it to evolve into Slaking? Cain pondered the feasibility of that idea in his mind, until he finally heard the decisive condition Norman mentioned, snapping him back to reality. "What condition?" asked Cain. "When I raised my first Slaking, I had just become a trainer, so the suppression was something Vigoroth and I went through together. But when I raised my second one, I was already a gym leader and had certain resources, so I bought an Everstone. At first, I thought the difference only lay in the order of evolution, but later I discovered that wasn't the case. If one wants to suppress evolution, it has to come from Vigoroth's own will, not from external objects. Because every act of suppression is training for its spirit. Only if Vigoroth undergoes that kind of mental tempering during its stage can it, after evolving into Slaking, have the strength of will necessary to temporarily overcome the influence of the truant ability. The Everstone is not the way." "So, you mean that if Vigoroth suppresses its evolution on its own before becoming Slaking, afterward it'll have the capacity to restrain the truant ability for a while?" Cain immediately thought of the Vigoroth he had captured in Ho-Oh's space. Wasn't it exactly like that? "If that's exactly how it is, then it's still just my conjecture," said Norman. "Because this method demands a lot from Vigoroth's own will. Even if you wanted to test it, you wouldn't see results quickly. After so many attempts, I never reached a definitive conclusion. My second Slaking, in which I'd placed so many hopes, ended up being just a semi-finished product. There must be other factors at play, but I wasn't able to find them." Norman said that as he slightly quickened his pace. Cain understood they couldn't delay any longer and also sped up. Then, after it evolves into Slaking, how can it be trained to increase its strength? If it has to remain lazy to maintain its burst power and duration, wouldn't that make training impossible? Hearing that question, Norman smiled. "Don't get trapped in rigid thinking. Laziness is laziness, but training must still be done. Otherwise, where would its explosive strength come from? Of course, compared to other Pokémon, its training requires much greater involvement from the trainer, sometimes even direct, real-time supervision. And remember something very important. Never try to replace Slaking's truant ability through special methods during training, like using skill swap. That would only make them dependent, weakening their will. In the end, when the time comes to unleash their full power, they wouldn't truly be able to do so," Norman warned. After hearing those words, Cain had a much clearer idea of how to train his own Vigoroth. "Then, Mr. Norman, are you saying that the longer Vigoroth suppresses its evolution and the higher its level before evolving, the greater the power and longer the duration of Slaking's unleashed state?" asked Cain. "In theory, yes. But it also requires some intervention from the trainer. Otherwise, the Pokémon won't develop that awareness on its own," Norman nodded. Cain felt a flash of understanding. "Mr. Norman, then, what level was your Vigoroth before evolving into Slaking?" That wasn't an answer worth hiding. "Peak quasi-elite level. My old partner and I held out until we reached the limit of the quasi-elite level. Only when it was no longer possible to contain it did he evolve, and upon evolving, he reached the elite level," Norman confessed. Cain nodded, not asking further. "Peak quasi-elite, huh? That was quite the barrier." But his own Vigoroth had already reached the elite level. Didn't that mean it had even more potential waiting to be tapped? After finishing this mission, Cain would have to dedicate himself to deeper training for all his Pokémon, including Vigoroth. If possible, the ideal goal would be to raise a Slaking as imposing as Norman's. That would bring him far more confidence. Norman had told him almost everything he needed to know, hiding nothing. Of course, even he wasn't entirely sure, so Cain would have to explore the path alongside his own Vigoroth. At least now he had a reference point, a direction. By the way, Cain, I heard you passed the Advanced Breeder exam, didn't you? The youngest in history, Norman said with a smile. Cain smiled and nodded as well. After having passed the evaluation in front of so many people, he knew it was impossible to hide it, nor did he intend to. When all this is over, could you take a look at my Slaking? If possible, I'd like to commission a batch of advanced-level Pokeblocks. Don't worry, we'll follow the formal process, Norman said. The formal process involved paying an initial deposit, then the breeder evaluating the difficulty of preparing the Pokeblocks and requesting the necessary materials before paying the remainder. And hiring an advanced breeder to make Pokeblocks wasn't cheap. No problem, replied Cain. For him, making Pokeblocks wasn't difficult. And it would also give him the opportunity to observe Norman's slaking up close, which could only benefit him. In any case, he simply wouldn't charge the service fee. When he prepared advanced Pokeblocks for Stephen or Cynthia, Cain never charged labor, only the cost of the materials. Although Stephen was never stingy and always paid much more than the ingredient cost as compensation. In fact, if Stephen's Pokémon hadn't been at such high levels requiring extremely expensive materials, Cain might have even done it for free. Helping Norman craft Pokeblocks would be a good way to strengthen their relationship. After that brief exchange, Cain and Norman stopped talking and focused on advancing quickly. Soon, they reached the entrance to Meteor Falls. The wild Pokémon in the surrounding area weren't particularly strong. Cain let Shelgon and Seadra take the lead. Against the Pokémon inhabiting the outer zones of Meteor Falls, the two didn't feel much pressure. Within a single day, the League managed to establish itself inside Meteor Falls. In the two open spaces that Cain had previously marked, camps were set up. One was under Drake's supervision, and the other under Sydney and Glacia. The distance between them wasn't great. They could reach each other in just a few minutes. Afterward, the other League members received their tasks from Drake, organized into the pre-assigned teams. The main mission was to clear the tunnels near the camps of wild Pokémon to ensure there were no problems. Upon learning from Cain's information that Team Magma and Team Aqua had allied, Drake immediately reported to Juan. Juan made a quick decision. He dispatched over 300 League trainers as reinforcements. This second wave didn't include any elite-level experts, but it did bring a considerable number of quasi-elite trainers, true elite forces. They formed the League's permanent core, managed directly by the regional chairman. Individually, their abilities might not have been outstanding, but their teamwork and coordinated combat was exceptional, nearly flawless. Considering the permanent troop count of the Hoenn League, the more than 600 trainers deployed represented roughly one-third of its reserve forces. That alone made clear how powerful the League truly was. And that wasn't even counting the militarized trainers stationed in various cities, nor the strength of families like the Jennies or the Joys. Along with these reinforcements came several Joys and their Pokémon, who set up a makeshift medical post to ensure the safety of the League's trainers and their Pokémon. For the League, the actions of Team Magma and Team Aqua were nothing less than a military operation, treated as an open war. When the massive machinery of the Hoenn League began to move, its power was terrifying. In addition to maintaining a defensive force at headquarters, Juan redistributed part of the permanent troops across various cities under direct military command and his personal orders. Each city had the support of the officer Jennies, League police, gyms, and even League researchers. Juan was truly furious this time. Any faction or individual daring to take a wrong step would be mercilessly crushed. Not only did the League keep the underworld groups in check, but the influential families in each city also restrained their own members, forbidding any action. Some initially thought it was an opportunity, but after witnessing how the League completely wiped out 3 small underworld organizations with overwhelming force, everyone stayed quiet. Even in Malville City, base of Team Heaven, the League stationed troops. The retired Watson returned to the front lines once again. Fortunately, because Cain had ordered Rose and Sky to gather Team Heaven a few days earlier, the League had no excuse to attack them. The Malville City black market also chose to shut down temporarily. Everything in Hoenn had to yield to the League. The reckless actions of Team Magma and Team Aqua had triggered a chain reaction. The main battlefield was now located in the underground tunnels of Meteor Falls. For some, it was their first time there, and they hadn't imagined how complex the terrain would be. If one looked at a map at that moment, they would see the League members moving like an army of ants, carrying out the Central Command's assignments with perfect order. This wartime operation system was not only efficient, but also rewarded every participant with mission points, crucial for their future progression. The first tasks involved clearing the surrounding wild Pokémon. Others worked on widening the tunnels that connected the two camps. And, if possible, they were to excavate a large artificial chamber midway between them to establish the League's main base and prevent ambushes from Team Magma or Team Aqua. The strongest trainers were sent deeper into the tunnels, following the map Cain had drawn, to gather intelligence on enemy movements and prepare the battlefield. The more than 600 League trainers moved like a perfectly oiled machine under Central Command. Trainers with greater strength, like Cain, could take on solo missions and obtain first-hand information. Depending on the difficulty and reliability of the reports, the League classified missions by rank, with corresponding point rewards. The detailed map Cain had drawn when venturing alone into Meteor Falls, along with his discovery of the alliance between Team Magma and Team Aqua, had been classified by Drake as an S-rank mission. All missions, clearing Pokémon, expanding tunnels, collecting intelligence, had their own levels of difficulty and rewards. Shortly after the League's entry, Team Magma and Team Aqua noticed the intrusion. Maxie and Archie had originally planned to finish their operation quickly and avoid contact with the League. But the search had turned out to be far more difficult than expected, and they ended up trapped inside. With no other choice, they ordered their men to patrol the tunnels and prepare for battle. Fortunately, they had brought significant reinforcements from both organizations before starting, just in case this situation arose. But things weren't that simple. While both teams were locked in a standoff against the League at Meteor Falls, the very thing one feared most came to pass. Although he had crushed several minor groups to intimidate the rest, there were still external forces waiting for their chance. It was the Hunter Guild. After being expelled from Hoenn like flies, their ambition had been fully exposed. They couldn't give up such a rich prize. Several of their top executives entered the region openly and brazenly. The members who had remained hidden in Hoenn emerged from their hideouts, and various hunter groups that made a living capturing Pokémon to trade with the guild also appeared. A single thread moved and the entire web trembled. The appearance of Team Magma and Team Aqua was the fuse. The Hunter Guild was the spark that ignited it. And all of Hoenn's underworld forces became the bomb ready to explode. Except for Team Heaven, all other factions began to stir. One, as the head of the League, couldn't leave in person. He had to coordinate with Drake, Sydney, and 2 other Elite Four members, along with the Jenny and Joy families and 3 chief-level researchers, to contain the Hunter Guild. A few days later, inside the League's camp in Meteor Falls, only Drake, Glacia, Norman, along with Cain, Steven, Phoebe, Wallace, and another League member remained. A total of 8 trainers with elite-level strength or higher. Drake gathered everyone for a brief meeting. The conclusion was unanimous. They could no longer delay. Otherwise, they wouldn't just be giving Team Magma and Team Aqua more time to find what they were searching for, but also granting the Hunter Guild more opportunities outside. After remaining silent for so long and always giving the impression of prioritizing money and neutrality, the Hunter Guild had made many believe they weren't a real threat. But when they truly mobilized, their power was terrifying. Even now, Team Rocket itself wouldn't completely trust them. That was why the sooner this situation was resolved, the sooner they could turn to face the Hunter Guild. Thus, the League's missions became increasingly aggressive, and infiltration and intel gathering assignments multiplied. That day marked the fourth since the League's entry into Meteor Falls. Cain, alone, advanced deep inside with his Pokémon, completing reconnaissance missions and clearing out wild Pokémon. Because several rounds of cleaning had already been done, to find new wild Pokémon, one had to venture quite far in. Moreover, the Pokémon appearing now were at a considerably higher level. For others, that could be a difficult task, but for Cain, it wasn't a problem at all. Shelgon, Dragon Pulse. Seadra Brine. These past few days, Cain had focused his training on having Shelgon and Seadra battle. Both were growing rapidly. Shelgon, thanks to Kamo-OS help, accumulated energy quickly, even faster than Pupitar. Meanwhile, Seadra, after evolving from Horsia, had finally shown worthy combat power. Her coordination with Cain improved day by day. Perhaps soon, it would be the right time to make her evolve once more. Boom! Right after Shelgon and Seadra defeated several golem in the tunnels, a loud rumble shook the place. The ground trembled and stones began to fall from the ceiling, but Cain stopped them with his psychic powers. He frowned. At such depth, they shouldn't yet be encountering members of Team Magma or Team Aqua, nor wild Pokémon of such dangerous strength. He extended his psychic senses. He searched for the source of the tremor. He recalled Shelgon and Seadra, releasing Drapion and ordering it to move toward the source of the disturbance. It wasn't far from his current exploration range. According to the mission layout, there should also be several League teams operating nearby. Cain guided Drapion at full speed, taking advantage of his detailed knowledge of the map. 5 minutes later, upon reaching the area near the epicenter, he confirmed through his psychic perception that League members were involved. But it wasn't an offensive assault, it was a desperate defense. 2 League squads, 8 members in total, including 2 quasi-elite trainers and 6 advanced level ones, had fallen into an ambush by Team Magma and Team Aqua. The teams assigned to such deep-level missions were the elite among the elite, with far stronger configurations than average. Unlike greenhouse-trained trainers, these were the League's regular combat forces, used to dangerous missions. Their battlefield discipline was on par with that of criminal organizations like Team Rocket. Now, the tunnel was covered in debris and showed clear signs of an explosion. They had fallen into a hidden bomb trap, explaining the loud blast Cain had heard earlier. The state of the 8 League members was dire. 3 were already unconscious and being dragged away by teammates who retreated slowly. Several Pokémon lay on the ground, either fainted or showing no signs of life. The 2 captains were bleeding, but still commanded their Pokémon, struggling to resist and buy time. The others, while carrying the wounded, also tried to maintain the defensive line. On the other side, 8 members from Teams Magma and Aqua, also organized in squads, had them cornered. The difference was brutal. Their leaders weren't quasi-elite, but true elite-level trainers. The rest of their members were near that level too. Combined, their strength far outmatched that of the League. Adding the advantage of the ambush and the explosions, the gap was even greater. Still, the League members fought tooth and nail. The tenacity of their training was unquestionable. Even so, they had barely managed to hold on for 5 minutes, and their Pokémon were already at their limits, all severely wounded. "Captain, let's finish them off quickly. If someone else shows up, it'll be trouble," said a woman from Team Aqua. Her leader nodded. "Right. The sooner we're done, the better. Captain Mackley, let's end this already. Delaying will only cause more problems," proposed the Team Aqua leader to the Team Magma captain. But the Team Magma captain, Mackley, sneered disdainfully. "Don't worry, Kevin. The boss's orders were to clean out these League scouting squads so they don't stick their noses too deep. I bet all the teams they sent here are of the same level. Perfect bait to draw in more. That way, we can wipe them all out at once. Elite League members? Huh." He spat toward the exhausted trainers. His Team Magma comrades cheered, emboldening him further. He threw Kevin a mocking glance, as if to say, "What, are you afraid?" Kevin frowned, but said nothing. He had to admit Mackley was right, and he couldn't let anyone think he feared the fight. Still, he hastened his commands. The pressure on the League captains increased. The entire scene reached Cain clearly through his psychic perception. His expression darkened. Boom. Following his order, Drapion smashed through the wall separating two tunnels. Who's there? Mackley and Kevin shouted in unison, watching as a cloud of dust burst from the shattered rock. A silhouette emerged through the haze. A cold voice echoed from the opening. You take joy in bullying the weak. Let me see just what you're capable of. Standing atop Drapion, Cain threw several pokeballs. Tyrannin, Grara, Swamp, Blasksk, Flit, Tyranitar, Agron, Swampert, Blaziken, and Florges appeared around him, along with the Drapion beneath his feet. 6 Pokémon in total, ready for battle. Lord Cain. Lord Cain. Cain. Upon recognizing the figure emerging through the dust, the 2 captains and the remaining standing league members, though battered, showed expressions of relief and joy. Cain's appearance made the 2 league teams feel as though, after a raging storm, they had finally glimpsed a rainbow. Florges, use grassy terrain. Cain ordered. He nodded to the 2 captains in acknowledgement. To have endured for 5 minutes under the combined assault of 2 elite-level trainers, and in an ambush no less, showed that these League Elite members truly deserved that title. Seeing Cain arrive, and with the grassy field spreading beneath their feet, the 3 members still standing and conscious, though utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground immediately. Under Florges' healing, some of the visible wounds on their bodies began to mend rapidly. Recall your Pokémon. Florges will give them emergency treatment, Cain said as he slowly advanced toward them. The 2 captains could barely contain their emotions. One of them said, Lord Cain, there are too many of them. Please allow us to help you. Even though they were calling Lord someone much younger than themselves, it didn't feel awkward. On the contrary, it came naturally. With Cain's arrival, their safety was practically guaranteed. Hearing their words, Cain shook his head. He glanced at the injuries covering their bodies and at their Pokémon, who also bore severe wounds. Now, immediately, take your Pokémon and get treatment. I'll handle things here. That's an order. Cain's expression hardened, his tone firm. But that was precisely the kind of command those 2 captains preferred. Ignoring their own pain, they straightened up and answered in unison, yes, sir. Both led their Pokémon away, limping and supporting each other, moving toward the grassy area. The increased number of Pokémon to treat didn't put much strain on Florges. She waved her hands, and green energy began to shimmer across the field at greater speed. That energy flowed into the trainers and Pokémon's wounds, aiding their swift recovery. Cain's arrival also made the members of Team Magma and Team Aqua hesitate, afraid to act rashly. After all, Tyranitar and the others were watching them closely. Any suspicious movement, and Tyranitar would attack without hesitation. Once the wounded were secured, Cain walked to stand beside his Pokémon. He looked at the 8 members of Team Magma and Team Aqua waiting not far away. 2 squads. So they had decided to strike together? You're Cain, shouted Mackley, the Team Magma captain. Cain raised an eyebrow. What, you even know me? Upon hearing him acknowledge his identity, both Team Magma and Team Aqua cast aside their caution, replaced now by unrestrained greed. Kevin, the Team Aqua captain, licked his dry lips and said with a crooked grin, so it is you. Your head's worth quite a lot. After Shelley and Tabitha's return, they had reported Cain's critical role in those incidents. Added to that was the League's constant propaganda about Hoenn's star duo, so naturally, neither Maxie nor Archie underestimated him. They had even issued a bounty. Anyone who brought back Cain's head would receive a massive reward. Such a tempting offer that even elite officers like Mackley and Kevin couldn't resist. At those words, Cain smiled, pointed to his own head, and said, "Here it is. If you've got what it takes, come and take it." Then his face turned cold in an instant, faster than flipping a page. Even facing 2 elite-level trainers, plus 6 quasi-elite and advanced-level ones, Cain didn't flinch in the slightest. To him, those trainers looked like nothing more than mud chickens and clay dogs. Tyranitar, raise the sandstorm. Cain gave the command. Tyron. The Pokémon, which had been suppressing its power until now, unleashed its strength at once. In this underground terrain, surrounded by stone and soil, Tyranitar needed only a moment of control before sand began to surge from every crack and crevice. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm filled the tunnel, sparing only the area protected by florages. Agron and Swampert were also unaffected by the sand. Drapion, with its sturdy natural armor, endured the impact of the grains effortlessly. Blaziken ignited in golden flames, enveloping itself in a blazing mantle that incinerated the sand before it could touch him, reducing any damage to a minimum. Under Tyranitar's conscious control, the storm intensified until the members of Team Magma and Team Aqua could barely make out the hazy outlines of Cain and his Pokémon. The Pokémon of the two captains still withstood the storm, though every grain that struck them stung sharply. But the subordinates couldn't endure such force. To them, Tyranitar's sandstorm was a merciless tide that swept away the weak and left only the strong standing. In an instant, their supposed numerical advantage vanished. Cain's eyes began to glow with a faint blue aura. He activated both his psychic perception and telepathy. The sandstorm did not hinder him at all. Through telepathy, he coordinated every move in battle. When the storm reached its peak, Tyranitar and Agron charged directly into the swirling sand. Boom! Boom! Their heavy footsteps thundered, followed by the sound of fists smashing against bone. In this environment, Tyranitar and Agron were in their element. Under Cain's direction, their fists surged with different waves of energy before striking. They focused first on the weaker Pokémon. Each punch, one less enemy. Not a single Pokémon could withstand even one blow from Tyranitar or Agron. Swampert and Blaziken did the same. At that level of power, their opponents weren't even in the same league. Drapion burrowed underground and emerged to strike from below. It was a one-sided massacre. Group up. Everyone together, don't let them pick us off one by one. Ugh. Cough, cough, shouted Mackley, choking on the sand pouring into his mouth. The disoriented members of Team Magma and Team Aqua regrouped around their two captains. But as they drew near, they realized the truth. Out of 8 people and around 50 Pokémon, more than half were already down. Aside from the Pokémon of Mackley and Kevin, the rest were practically out of commission. Both captains' faces darkened. Wasn't Cain's strength supposed to be limited, barely having reached the elite level? Wasn't he supposed to be a breeder with limited combat capability? Utter nonsense. Mackley's and Kevin's minds spun wildly, desperately searching for a way to counterattack. Faced with that situation, in the end, everything depended on the Team Aqua captain, Kevin. A water-type Pokémon trainer. Poliwrath. Crawdaunt. Sharpedo. Use Surf. Kevin ordered his Pokémon. Upon hearing their trainer's command, the 3 Pokémon reacted immediately. A dense water-type energy began swirling beneath their feet. Seeing their captain take action, the other 3 Team Aqua members also ordered their Pokémon to use water-type moves. The goal was simple. With the moisture from the waves, they hoped to weigh down the sand, preventing it from rising again. The grains of sand that cut across their cheeks left bleeding marks on their faces. Their eyes could barely open. But with the effects of surf and other water-type moves, the sandstorm slowly began to subside. Seeing results, the Team Aqua members rejoiced. Once the sand disappeared, they would no longer be so passive. But soon reality showed them that, storm or no storm, the difference was minimal. Tyranitar's sand had only served to clear the field of weaker Pokémon, saving time. Even in the face of raging torrents of water, Tyranitar could still control the dry sand of the ground, not only holding his own but knocking out several lower-level Pokémon. If Cain deemed it necessary, the earth itself would supply him with endless sand, emerging far faster than the water-type moves could moisten it. In any case, the few Pokémon still standing could no longer be handled with just a sandstorm. It was too slow. Besides, in such a dense storm, even Blaziken and Drapion would be affected. It was better to fight head-on. So, when the enemy thought they were gaining the upper hand, it was actually because Cain had ordered Tyranitar to stop drawing up more sand. It was enough. The terrain was already under control. The storm gradually dissipated. Just as the two captains thought they might finally shine, Tyranitar and Agron, two colossal beasts, were already standing right before them. Had they ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Tyranitar had trained for some time with Vigoroth. Although he hadn't reached the level of turning every joint in his body into a weapon like Vigoroth, he had refined specific parts for combat. Like his tail. Now Tyranitar had discovered that the strongest part of his entire body was, in fact, his tail. A single swing of that tail would sweep away any Pokémon in its path, leaving it severely injured or outright knocked out. Agron was even more terrifying. Ever since mastering the move Autotomize, he was no longer a slow, lumbering shield, but a fast and lethal steel beast. Who could possibly stop an armored metal bull charging at full speed? With his rock head ability, Agron pushed head smash to its extreme. No matter what Pokémon he faced, none could withstand a single impact. As for Blaziken, his style was entirely different from Tyranitar and Agron's. With graceful movements and an agile body, it was nearly impossible to follow his trail. Moreover, the longer the battle lasted, the faster he became. He attacked whenever he pleased, while his opponent couldn't even land a hit. And worst of all, his flames were not something just anyone could withstand. Macleys Camerupt from Team Magma, relying on its resilience as a fire-type Pokémon, believed it could withstand Blaziken head-on. But Blaziken taught it a harsh lesson. This was what it meant to show the true difference between their flames. Thanks to the Taichi philosophy Cain had taught him, and the concept of precise, directed power, Blaziken focused all his energy into a fire punch. With a single blow, he not only sent Camerupt flying several meters, dragging it across the ground, but also left a perfectly blackened, heat-burned imprint of his fist on one of Camerupt's humps. A dark mark as if it had been scorched. Camerupt tried to stand 3 times, each attempt ending in failure, racked with unbearable pain. It felt as though one of its humps was ruined forever. Swampert, on the other hand, had a very simple style. Earth Hammer. He had managed to fuse Hammer Arm and Earthquake, incorporating both into each strike. Sometimes, when the situation didn't allow it, he replaced Earthquake with Earth Power. Although in a narrow tunnel like this one, an earthquake could endanger everyone, so he rarely used it. Drapion, however, felt out of place. Not because he was weak, but because he was too strong. The opponent's Tyranitar was grabbing and tossing around like toys seemed unworthy of his attention. Too weak. If they couldn't even withstand Tyranitar and the other 3 Pokémon, what was the point of him intervening? So, after using a triple attack and instantly defeating a Team Magma member's Pokémon, Drapion lost interest. Curling his lip, he emerged from the ground and stood beside Cain. Nothing to do, too many warriors, too few prey. Cain understood what he was thinking. Drapion was about to reach the Elite 4 level. He needed real opponents as whetstones, not these chickens and clay dogs. Cain patted his arm, signaling him to be patient. The war against Team Magma and Team Aqua was just beginning. His turn would come. Macley from Team Magma and Kevin from Team Aqua, staring at Tyranitar and the others in their full, fearsome might, turned pale. Their Pokémon were practically powerless against Cain's. It was a one-sided massacre. Every strike from Tyranitar or Agron left their Pokémon reeling, while their own attacks barely tickled the steel armor or the rocky hide of the giants. They were simply on another level of power. And Blaziken was even worse. Throughout the entire battle, they hadn't even touched him. Their Pokémon only took blows without ever landing one in return. The most unfortunate was Camerupt. For provoking Blaziken even slightly, it received a brutal punishment. Now, its 2 humps looked like 2 huge, charred black buns. A pitiful sight. Camerupt was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Blaziken strutted proudly, admiring his own handiwork. The only one who could actually inflict damage was Swampert, striking left and right like a madman. Yes, his blows hurt, and the results were clear. But the cost of harming him was far too high. With fists imbued with yellow energy, any Pokémon he touched was sent flying. The tunnel walls were covered in dents, all caused by him. Just 4 Pokémon. With only 4 Pokémon, they had swept away nearly 50 of the enemies. Mom, I want to go home. 8 members of Team Magma and Team Aqua divided into 2 squads. All of their Pokémon were defeated by Cain with overwhelming force. The League members standing behind him, watching Cain's battle, were completely stunned. Was this the power of a League genius? With talent like that, the League could ensure its stability for the next 100 years. Under Florge's treatment, they gradually regained basic mobility. Their external wounds had almost completely healed. As for the internal ones, more complicated to treat, they would have to leave those to the nurse Joyce once they returned. The 3 who had been unconscious also woke up. Seeing Cain standing tall at the front and hearing their comrade's explanation, they felt an immense sense of relief. But what came next was bitterness. Although they had survived the surprise attack, their Pokémon had suffered devastating losses. The luckier ones had lost 1 or 2 Pokémon, the less fortunate 4 or 5, who had died protecting their trainers. For a trainer, that was a crushing blow. Their entire fighting strength was reduced to nothing. The only consolation was that Cain had avenged their Pokémon. Over the past few days, they had accumulated a fair amount of points, enough to raise new Pokémon, and the League offered compensations as well. With some time, they could recover their strength. But time itself was an enormous cost. For rising talents like Cain, every minute was invaluable. For them, not so much anymore. What hurt the most was the loss of their partners. Everyone more or less recovered? Cain asked, looking at them. Yes, the 8 League members replied in unison, standing straight and saluting, deep respect in their eyes. Seeing that they still held on to good spirits, Cain nodded. Still got strength left? Tie them all up and take them away, he ordered firmly. Yes, they responded immediately. With the help of the Pokémon still able to move, they tied up all 8, the 2 captains and the 6 subordinates from Team Magma and Team Aqua, who were now pale as ash. They took away their belts containing empty Pokeballs and collected the fallen Pokémon from the ground. Most were only unconscious, out of combat, though some had truly died. No one said anything. After all, this was war and casualties were inevitable. They themselves had lost so many Pokémon to Team Magma and Team Aqua that Cain killing a few enemies didn't shock anyone. As regular League troops, this wasn't the first time they had witnessed Pokémon deaths. They didn't dwell on it. Can you move? Cain asked, watching them finish tying up the prisoners. The 2 captains, both elite level, were, within Team Magma and Team Aqua's structure, at least elite officers. Maybe not the highest ranked among them, but certainly individuals who knew important secrets. Bringing them back could yield crucial intelligence. No problem, Sir Cain, one of the captains replied, stepping forward. Their Pokémon were injured, but thanks to Florge's efforts, they had regained some strength. A human, unless psychic, fighter, or of another special profession, had almost no resistance against Pokémon. Then you're in charge of escorting them back. With that, Cain turned to leave with his Pokémon. Sir Cain, aren't you coming with us? Asked the other captain. Capturing 2 elite officers was a huge achievement. How could Cain not return right away? Cain waved his hand. I'm guessing there are still more Team Magma and Team Aqua squads around. I know this terrain well, I'll see if I can track them down. Then, remembering something, he pulled 2 small bottles from his pocket and tossed them over. Medicine I prepared myself. If anyone can't continue, give them this. It'll keep them going until you reach camp. You may go. With that, he vanished into the tunnels along with his Pokémon. The 2 captains and 6 soldiers stood firm, saluting in Cain's direction until his figure completely disappeared. This time, Team Magma and Team Aqua had truly gone all in. Their goal was to assault the League squads. Their intent was clear, to keep the League from spreading its influence too far, to buy time, and to locate what they were searching for as soon as possible. Each organization had sent 2 officers with elite troops as their spearhead. In addition, several quasi-elite captains led small teams to harass and disrupt. In Maxie and Archie's eyes, it was a flawless plan. Perhaps they wouldn't destroy many squads, but at the very least, they would force the League to hold back and keep them from advancing deeper into their territory. But when the mission time expired and the survivors returned, Maxie and Archie's expressions turned dark. Losing almost half their manpower was acceptable. They assumed the League had taken heavy losses as well. What they couldn't accept was that 2 squads led by elite officers had never returned. Losing 2 elite officers was an enormous blow to both Team Magma and Team Aqua. And the other 2 who had survived came back alone, their Pokémon severely injured. What happened? Maxie asked, frowning. Leader, at first everything was going smoothly. The League squads were no match for us. But suddenly someone appeared in the tunnels. He was incredibly strong. We barely escaped with our lives, explained one of the Team Magma elite officers, covered in dust and with a look of pure fear. Who? Archie's expression was like that of a beast ready to devour. He knew all too well how hard it was to raise an elite officer within Team Aqua. Some didn't even have the natural talent to reach that level, and only through massive resource investment were they able to be pushed up. Team Magma and Team Aqua had remained in the shadows for so many years, quietly accumulating strength. All of their resources, beyond what was needed to survive, were devoted to empowering their members. That was why each elite officer was an invaluable asset. Now, without even having gained any true advantage, before the war with the League had properly begun, they had already lost 2. And those who survived were in terrible condition. "CA. In," murmured the Team Aqua elite officer, his voice trembling. They had been defeated by someone far younger than themselves and utterly crushed. It was humiliating. Cain. Maxie and Archie locked eyes. Of course, they knew who Cain was. They had been keeping an eye on him for quite some time and had placed a very high bounty on his head. No need to ask, it was clear they had underestimated his strength, and that was why those elite officers had recklessly rushed in for the reward. "What's his current level?" asked Maxie. "He should be around initial Elite 4 level," replied a Team Magma officer hesitantly. "He's already reached the Elite 4 level. Increase the bounty again and clearly indicate his power. Anyone without enough strength or confidence, if they encounter him during a mission, they may retreat immediately," Maxie ordered. Archie did not object. The initial Elite 4 level was a major threshold. Even within Team Aqua, very few had reached it. That was the realm of the truly powerful. But those 2 idiots were captured. Now all our troop deployments and internal relations are probably already on the League's desk. "We have to prepare for full-scale war at any moment," Maxie added. "My men report that the Hoenn League is already overstretched. They don't have that many forces available here. The Hunter Guild has also entered the fray. They're not willing to give up a piece of such a big pie as the Hoenn region. The best move for us is to drag this out. In the end, they'll be the ones who can't hold out," said Archie calmly from his chair. Though he looked rough and brash, he was actually meticulous. Otherwise, he would never have brought Team Aqua to its current level of power. "As long as we find what we're looking for first, we can use the Hunter Guild as scapegoats later," Maxie added. After a short pause, he continued, "The transport device has already been installed. Have the officers stationed outside gather materials as soon as possible. If they can buy trained Pokémon, bring those as well. Given the situation, a clash with the League is inevitable. We must maintain our level of strength. Anyone who completes missions and earns merit can exchange for materials and Pokémon. The exchange price will be reduced by 30%. At this, the members around them showed clear delight. 30% less in exchange cost. If they could survive without suffering too many losses, once this was all over, everyone would have the chance to raise their strength to another level. For the members of Team Magma and Team Aqua, this was an enormous gamble. If they won, they would rise to the top. If they lost, they would lose everything. But for many, joining these organizations had been a gamble from the start. Now the chance to soar high stood right before them. How could they not be excited? Archie didn't object to Maxie's words either. After so many years of accumulating resources in the shadows, what they had stored should be enough to sustain this war. War. Both a danger and an opportunity. Their goal was clear, to find the 2 orbs and, through them, contact the 2 great legendary Pokémon. That was the very reason Team Aqua and Team Magma had been born. So even if they had to sacrifice their entire organizations, they would not hesitate. At this point, Maxie and Archie were in complete agreement. Meanwhile, At the League camp, inside the main conference room, Drake sat at the head of the table, holding two reports in his hands. One was the report of human casualties caused by the counterattack of Team Magma and Team Aqua. The other contained the information obtained from the captured officers, troop deployment, power levels, and the number of members of both teams. Drake's expression was grim. This time, Team Magma and Team Aqua had gone all in, except for a few who stayed behind as reserve. Practically everyone had been deployed. The situation was even more serious than he had imagined. He looked around at those seated at the conference table, mentally comparing their forces with those of the enemy. Sydney and two other elite-level members had been withdrawn, which significantly affected the camp's current strength. Finally, his gaze settled on Cain and a faint, relieved smile appeared on his face. "Cain, it's thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the losses would have been much worse." Maxie and Archie's counterattack was fierce. But even though we took heavy damage, they lost even more. And best of all, we obtained all the information we needed. That's excellent. I'm classifying this mission as Rank S. With that, Cain now had 2 Rank S mission rewards to his name. Upon hearing this, Cain remained serious. Even so, I reacted too late. I could have saved more people, and I failed to prevent 2 elite officers from escaping. The fact that 2 elite officers had managed to flee from him bothered him deeply. But there had been no helping it. They had chosen to sacrifice their own Pokémon to break through and escape. Moreover, they weren't like the first 2 he had faced, who underestimated him. After seeing a glimpse of his strength, they chose to retreat without hesitation. The League had suffered much, for full squadrons gone, 16 people dead, and another 7 or 8 teams severely injured, with a large number of fallen Pokémon. For quite some time, many would only be able to serve in rear-line duties. You've already done more than enough. We didn't expect such a brutal response either. Now that they know your strength, they'll either stay put or only act with full certainty. You must be careful, said Glacia. Even she was astonished by the power Cain had displayed. According to the captives, Team Magma and Team Aqua have set up a transport device deep underground. They're receiving supplies from outside, meaning they're aiming for a war of attrition. But our own support is limited. You all know, those bastards from the Hunter Guild have joined in as well. With someone leading the way, the opportunists from every city have crawled out of their holes. The League is holding its ground, but a prolonged conflict isn't in our favor. If they find what they're looking for, it would deal a devastating blow to the League. That's why I've decided to speed up our exploration and seek a direct confrontation as soon as possible. During this period, I need you all to advance at the front line, ensuring the mission's progress. In return, we'll increase the exploration rewards, Drake announced. No one in the room objected. The League was powerful, yes, but too many enemies had appeared all at once, and it wasn't easy to hold them all back. The gym leaders of each city, the League police, and the researchers were already deployed to their limits. Only the private forces of the major families remained in reserve, and one did not wish to rely on them. Because when it was all over, they would have to be compensated with great rewards. For now, the League wasn't cornered just yet. And if they could overcome this event, the Hoenn region would be cleansed and stable, at least for a while. After finishing the emergency meeting, Cain returned to his temporary tent. Because of his special status, he was allowed to have a tent all to himself. Nearby were Steven and the others. However, this time, he didn't go to exchange experiences with them, he went straight back alone. Steven and the rest didn't bother him. They simply assumed that, after such an exhausting day of non-stop battles, he must have been tired. But in truth, upon returning, Cain used his psychic powers to erect a soundproof barrier and dialed Rose's communication number. She was currently at the Team Heaven base in Malville City. The connection was established. Sir. Rose's respectful voice came through. How are things lately? Cain asked calmly. Following your orders, we haven't gotten involved in what those underground forces are calling the Grand Festival. We've just been honestly carrying out our usual duties. The League, after a period of observation, seems to have calmed down toward us. They haven't taken any specific action against us. We're preparing to reopen the black market. We've suffered considerable losses during this time. Rose gave a concise report. Hearing her, Cain felt satisfied with how Rose and the others were handling things and following orders. Those underground forces were secondary. It was best to leave them in the hands of someone trustworthy. The black market can reopen. The League won't be focusing its attention on us. But during this period, double the prices of all materials and Pokémon we sell, even more if possible. Take the chance to buy up rare materials others sell cheaply. Pay special attention to the movements of Team Magma and Team Aqua members. Anything they liquidate at low prices, buy it all. Preferably through barter, push their prices down and raise ours, Cain instructed. Upon hearing that, Rose understood immediately. It was clear that Team Magma and Team Aqua were preparing for a war of attrition with the League. For Team Heaven, that was the perfect opportunity to profit from the war. At this moment, essential materials and trained Pokémon were worth a fortune. Overpricing made perfect sense. Before, she might have feared that selling to them at such high prices would provoke retaliation from Team Magma or Team Aqua, but now they were in trouble themselves. How could they have time to bother with Team Heaven? Understood. Rose replied enthusiastically. Also, keep an eye on the League's movements. They'll likely go after smaller factions first. Be ready to absorb whatever's left of them. I have only one requirement. Better little but high quality, Cain emphasized. Yes, you can rest assured. Rose knew exactly what to do. Watching Team Heaven steadily grow stronger, and with her serving in a role similar to Chief Administrator, her own position would continue to rise as well. If Team Magma and Team Aqua were crushed by the League, it wasn't unreasonable to think that Team Heaven might emerge as a genuine power. That's all. If anything special happens, report it to me immediately, Cain said, and ended the call. With the directive set, the previously quiet Team Heaven began to move swiftly. Rose's orders were relayed one after another, and the medium-sized machine that was Team Heaven began to operate. If it could absorb enough nutrients, it might truly transform into a colossal monster. After hanging up, Cain dispelled the psychic barrier and sat down on his bed. This situation for him, Steven, and the others was an opportunity. Training alone wasn't enough to raise Pokémon. After so many battles that day, it was clear that his Pokémon had refined their techniques and improved their mastery of moves. What would take 3 days of training could be achieved in a single battle. Pokémon, after all, were creatures meant to grow through combat. The trainer's role was to accelerate that growth and guide it in the right direction. Trainer and Pokémon, a pair that grew stronger together. That was why, as long as there were battles, Cain fully agreed to keep fighting. Though deep down, there was still some conflict within him. He knew exactly what Team Magma and Team Aqua were looking for. And he also knew what would happen if they actually found it. On one hand, he wanted to witness the legendary Groudon and Kyogre, to see the true extent of their power. On the other, he feared things might spiral completely out of control. In the original timeline, Team Magma and Team Aqua didn't find the blue orb and red orb so soon. But now, the butterfly effect caused by his interference had changed too much. What confused Cain the most was the appearance of that so-called sacred church. It was the first time he truly felt that the events to come were beyond his knowledge. But thinking it over, the situation had long since slipped from his control. He was merely a slightly larger fish in the river of time, carried along by the current. In the days that followed, the League and the teams Magma and Aqua began a war of attrition. The League constantly maintained the offensive, while Team Magma and Team Aqua were forced into defense. Both sides suffered losses. But within the League, the names Cain, Steven, Phoebe, and Wallace grew louder and louder. Even the squads of Team Magma and Team Aqua, upon encountering them, had to think twice before acting. Especially when it came to Cain. His real combat experience made him grow and stand out far faster than Steven and the others. When facing Steven, Phoebe, or Wallace, enemies could assess the importance of their missions and decide whether to advance or retreat. But if Cain appeared, members were ordered to retreat unconditionally, and if their mission failed because of it, they wouldn't be punished. So this Cain was the infamous scourge of battle. Cain the Scourge of Battle. That was the title Cain had earned through his own fights. As for Stephen and the others, though powerful as well, they lacked his same sharpness in real combat. Cain, however, forced enemies not only to fight with their Pokémon, but also to be wary for their own physical safety. That was the essence of his fighting style. And far from opposing or questioning him, Drake and the League's higher-ups saw him as a battle-born talent whose growth rate was extraordinary. Within the League, the calls for Cain to become the newest member of the Elite Four grew stronger by the day. Not only because of the ferocity and precision of his fighting style, but also because he had saved countless people. Almost everyone in the camp had received his help at one point, and whenever they saw him, they greeted him with respect. By this point, aside from Drake and Glacia, Cain's personal reputation had reached its peak. A true powerhouse who had earned everything through his own strength, anyone would respect that. And on top of that, Cain wasn't just a fighter, but also a breeder. With Florges and other strong supporters, he could fight on the front lines and sustain the rear at the same time. How could anyone not respect him?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.